My name is Dan Lefebvre, and today we're going to be editing some photos from a shoot that I did with Elise. Now, before we dive in, I'd like to set up a few things about our project today, but if you just want to get started, feel free to skip forward to the next chapter in the video. Who doesn't love a golden hour shoot? That by itself makes time a challenge to factor in. And on top of that, this shoot was for a lingerie brand, so we had multiple outfits. It was also a location a few hours away, so all of that meant we had to move fast and get the shots that we could before we lost the light. Now, if you want to follow along, you can grab the project files using the link in the description. Now, to be completely upfront with you, the project files are not free. Obviously, you can watch the tutorial for free, but we have to charge for the project files to help recoup the costs for this and future projects. With that said, they're super cheap and worth it, considering you'll get my edited files, the Lightroom catalog that I'll use in this project, as well as the original raw photos themselves. So even if you just need some raw photos to practice your photo editing, you can grab our photos to do that. Okay, so we have some new things today. If you've seen some of my other tutorials here on this channel, you'll probably notice that my setup is a little bit different. I did some rearranging, but there's also some new things behind the scenes too. Well, I guess one of them is not behind the scenes, it's this right here. I decided to use my MacBook for editing along with Photoshop 2024. This is the first time that I've used that combination, particularly because this MacBook is new. So I haven't done more than install the software that we'll be using today. That means that we'll have some setup to do, setting up some actions and things that we'll be using, and we'll be doing that throughout the video. And the other new thing today is the software. Instead of using Capture One like I've done for the past few years, today we'll be using the combination of Lightroom Classic and Photoshop. Now, I'll admit that it's been a little while since I've used Lightroom. It's not completely new to me. I actually first started using it when it was in beta. I was a beta user for it, and I used it for many, many years. And then I switched to Capture One a few years ago. For this shoot though, Elise wanted to edit the photos herself. So she did that, and I thought this would be a perfect opportunity to go back to Lightroom Classic and give it a try, because I do want to start incorporating Lightroom into my workflow more. The last new thing today is the format for this tutorial. In my previous tutorials, I recorded separate videos. This time, we're going to do the whole project in one video. Now, I'll still be pausing the video here and there, so you don't have to wait through things like saving and opening files, but it'll still be one video. And with all these new things, as you can probably guess, there's going to be some troubleshooting that we need to do along the way. And I know a lot of tutorials take all of those issues out. They make it seem like there's no technical issues at all. And there's a time and place for that to just get to the topic at hand. But I don't want to do that here, because I know that I'm not unique in having technical issues, especially when working with all these new things, a new combination of things. Even with my decades of professional experience, technical issues and challenges happen. And I'll make sure to include all of that and how we overcome those challenges as we face them, so that in turn, if you face similar issues on your side, then you'll have an approach to tackle them too. Lastly, I would love to get your feedback on your preference. This is going to be one long video broken up into chapters. Do you like this style, or do you prefer shorter bite-sized videos in a playlist like some of my previous tutorials on this channel? Let me know. Okay, with that, let's get started. All right, let's just dive right in. So we're going to move along pretty quick. Of course, if you have questions, feel free to throw them in the comments, but we're going to move along here. So I'm going to launch Lightroom, and so it has been a while since I've used Lightroom. I mentioned that, but one of the reasons why I switched away, to be honest, was because I store most of my photos on my server. And Lightroom doesn't let you store the catalog on a server, whereas Capture One does. So that's one big reason why I switched away. But it has been a while since I've used Lightroom, so let's see if it will let us do this again. Let's create a new catalog here. This is an old one that I was using. And I'm going to come into this here. This is the server with the photo, with all the photos. So this is See if it'll create. Nope. Okay. It won't let me create it on my server on my network volume. So what we'll have to do is basically the catalog will have to live locally then. So we can do this just in our, actually, let's come into our user here and let's go ahead and create a new folder for our Lightroom catalogs. And now we can do our golden hour field, create. That's fine. We'll skip this one. I don't need to back that one up. Okay. So we're going to launch this new one. Now the photos themselves can still live inside of this or on the server. It's just the catalog for Lightroom that it won't let. So let's load this up. Go. Now we can come in and import all of our photos. So it's going to be 2023. And once it loads in, so I'm going to go ahead and on some of these, you might notice my video cutting, and that's really what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pause the video and then let it load. So you can see right here. Okay, so now it's actually loading. So you can see I have different months and stuff like that. So when I load all of these in, it might take a little bit, to be honest. And so I'm not going to make you wait for that, but don't worry. If I do pause throughout this video, I'm not really skipping anything other than this right here that you can see where it's just the computer's cranking through and it's just waiting for something. So don't worry about that. I'm not actually going to be skipping anything that I'm doing other than just waiting for the computer. So this ad here, it's going to take a second. It's still loading in, it looks like. You can see down here, it's loading in. But if we hop over to our Finder, well, I use a little app called Forklift instead of Finder. We can see we have quite a few pictures in here. So it'll take a second for it to load them all. So go ahead and load. And I'll pause the video while this loads and then we can come back. So I'm just going to load all of them in. I'm not going to do any culling here. And I'm going to make sure I add. I'm not going to move or copy or anything. Add, we'll add it at the current location, which is on my server. I don't want to move the photos at all. I just want to import them. And then again, I'll go ahead and pause the video while we wait for this to import. And we'll come back with all of our photos imported into the Lightroom catalog. Okay, so we have, these are loading in. It's still, you can see it still has operations in progress. It's still going through the loading process, but we can start the culling process. So the way I do this is a little bit different than when I use Capture One. So in Lightroom, it has an actual flag for picking or rejecting, and I like to use that for culling my photos. In Capture One, it has the rating like stars and color tags and things like that, which you can do inside of Lightroom as well. But down here, we have the ability to pick it, which the keyboard shortcut is P for pick, or we can reject it, which is R for reject, or I'm sorry, X, you can see there for reject. So really, I'm just going to go through and start going through these photos and pick out the ones that I like. So between those two, I'm going to pick this one mostly because of the hand here. So you can see that one was moving a little bit. I like that one a little bit. As I'm taking pictures, my default is to kind of go to 2 pictures. So I'll snap 2 pictures really quick. And a lot of it is because of that. So you can see even just the hand move, it's real slight. So she had her pose, but the hand moved just a little bit, or sometimes the eyes, you blink or something like that. And so you take a couple shots. Sometimes if I know I'm doing fast stuff, then I'll do 3 or 4, even more. But I'll do at least 2. Just doing a little hair flip there. I like that. That's nice. I like this the sunset over there. So epitome of golden hour, right? Let's oops. See here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna pick that one. I like that. Maybe this one. Mostly, the reason I picked this one is just a little bit on the hand there, little bits. I like how she's touching this little flower in the foreground. I like the composition of that, and you have the sun there, so I'll pick that one. Go. That's and a lot of these are, they're going to be a judgment call. That's kind of how it goes for a lot of them. So by all means, if you grab the project files for these, pick out the ones that you like best and edit the ones that you like best. You don't have to pick out the same ones that I do. Go. So I like that she has actually, I like that a little bit better. You can see her teeth in that one, but I like the little more subtlety of that one. I like how the dress is kind of floating there after she dropped it. And just going through, moving through. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I like the way that the sun's hitting her there. It doesn't have that sun, but if we really wanted to, we can add that in post. I'm not sure if I will, but this sort of golden hour effect is actually pretty easy to add in Photoshop if we really wanted to. And I tried some kind of focusing in the foreground, having her blurred out. Yeah, I'm not sure if that really worked the way I intended it when I took the shots. That's okay. I like the silhouette. And how it's on her hair, or the sun on her hair. So some of these I was obviously purposely blowing them out, shooting into the sunset like that. I like that where it's more of a silhouette type shot. Going through. Okay, I like that. Okay, so outfit change. That's so this I like that one. I'm not sure about the crop on it. I might be able to change up the crop. Obviously, none of these are cropped right now, but change up the crop. Maybe be able to do that. So for a lot of these, and that's something when I go through and cull pictures, then a lot of times what I'll do is I'll do more. For that one, I'm like, maybe I can save that and crop. Maybe I can crop it down to a composition that I like. I don't like it originally. Yeah. And so that's okay because it's think of it kind of like a funnel process, right? So we're starting off strong or a lot of images, and we call down to the ones that we like, and then a little bit more as we go through the editing process. Okay, I need to cut that. I need to cut that right there because you saw her there. So let me do this. I'm going to remove these where let me find, I'm going to open these, and so none of this should be in the video. I'm editing this out. Let me just move them. It is 14615. 614 to 4646. 614. Okay. These are going to go into the uncensored folder and remove from the catalog. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pick up again here. So I'm going to do this hand for start and this hand for stop, just FYI. Okay. All right. We're ready to start again almost. Remove these. And okay. We're going to remove that, remove this, and then let's go back and kind of, okay. All right. Start again from this very long edit. All right. Okay. So continue through here. Continue through. Outfit change. So one thing that's nice with Lightroom that you can do is you can kind of pick these two to see side by side if you want to. I tend to just kind of go back and forth using the arrows. I'm going to take that one. Okay, let's continue on. Like this. It's nice in there. I would like that one, but her hand is moving just a little bit too much. I had the, like I said, the shutter speed there. That's. I like how she's holding the grass there, interacting with it a little bit. Oh, she's pointing out something. A new location, I think it was. She's walking. Hands kind of running through the grass. That's so this obviously it's still golden hour, but the sun would be kind of from this angle shooting uh like some of the closer up ones. Another hair flip. Sometimes those work, sometimes they don't. I like that. Where it's flowing there. You can see almost lost a balance there a little bit. That too. Okay, I think we got a couple here. One, good. Change. So this is definitely a challenge when you're shooting. I like some of this is kind of overall. You can see the whole field. Contrast some of the closer up shots that there are. One, like I was saying, one challenge when you're shooting for golden hour, of course, especially when you have multiple outfits to shoot, is having to position of her eyes there a little bit better than that. Is the time. So obviously, it only lasts for so long. I think we ended up having that. I don't know, maybe an hour and a half or so for everything. So there was a bit of a time thing. Since it was golden hour, we had actually I'm going to remove that. Remove that pick mostly because it's covering her mouth. If that little bit of grass wasn't there, see, but that I like. So it's not covering her face. It's almost kind of framing her face a little bit. There she's playing with the strings on the dress. Wrists are tight on that. Kind of like that, where she's pulling on it more. Well, we have a tighter one. Let's do more loose. So I'm going to remove the flag U to unflag it, basically, is the keyboard shortcut. And then we're going to do the looser one. Go. Just continuing through. To find the shots that we like here. I kind of like that. Kind of a angle. Her hand is a little blurry though. I don't know. I'm not gonna. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do it. A little bit of a different pose. These are darker. We're gonna have to edit those and bring those up quite a bit. Go. And so similar to what we did before, this is kind of hard because it's dark to see her expression there. I'm not sure if we'll be able to salvage that one or not, but But we'll see once we get into the editing stage of this. That looking off into the sunsets. So one thing, as you know, or if you've seen the any of my other tutorials here, then I do prefer to use Capture One. I have for years, like I mentioned, most at the beginning of this, as when I started importing, really started because Capture One lets you store them on the network, like I mentioned. Um, but one thing that they added with Capture One is the Capture One Live, which, if you've seen the other tutorials, you see how we can share those off. We don't have to do that for this one, which is why one reason I'm using Lightroom, because she actually wanted to go through and edit all the RAWs herself. So I let her go ahead and do that. So that's why we're going through this culling process and doing all this and picking the ones that we like instead of the ones that she likes. She's already done all that for on her side. Just like you can if you grab the project files. A bit of smoke blowing out. But anyway, so Lightroom does have the ability to share. Up here, you can come in and share. You can sync your catalog, and we did that. But the process between us going back and forth to do that, personally, Capture One is leaps and bounds above Lightroom for that. For one, Lightroom requires an Adobe account, whereas Capture One doesn't require an account, which wasn't a big deal in this case. But if you're working with a client and they have to sign into an account, well, sometimes that just pulls people away and they're not interested anymore. At least I've had clients that way. So I do like that. Also, really, it just was kind of a cumbersome process and really unintuitive here inside of Lightroom sharing that way. So maybe we'll do if you're curious about that process and kind of how that goes, if you've never done that before, either in Lightroom or in Capture One, if you want a comparison between the two, just let me know in the comments and we can add that to the list for future tutorial ideas. So these are some silhouette shots. It's really dark, so I'm kind of going off the silhouette shape itself. And then we'll see how much we even bring back, but honestly, probably not much. We're probably just going to keep it as, silhouette shots. Go. All right. So I think we've picked them all. So we can filter the ones that we've flagged. So these are all the shots that we've done. Now it's a matter of going in and starting to edit these. So let's not waste any time. Let's just hop right in. All right. So we're going to develop these. Let me go into full screen mode just to give us a little more room here. And let's start. I'm just going to do an auto and see what it does. I'm going to make it a little bit warmer, push it a little bit. It is golden. These golden hour shots, I'm going to push them a little bit further. So we can pull a lot of this back. It's still going to be blown out. But so whites and the white, crank that and this, and it's a lot like doing contrast. Command Z to undo, of course. If you see me going over to the Mac. Actually, I'm going to bring that down. I'm not going to add any of those. That kind of stuff I can add afterwards. Maybe a little bit of saturation, and then let's adjust our curve here. So a little bit more contrast. Very subtle S curve. And so we can do our color grading here. Shadows. You notice I'm doing a lot of different variations of basically contrast on these. Blending on that. Very subtle there. Okay. Like that. Okay. So this is the basic here. Let's go into where was it? The photo. It's the develop settings, copy settings. All right, so we're gonna come in, and a lot of these we haven't adjusted. Oh, the calibration. Let's see how that looks with our lens here. The lens correction, sorry. What I meant. I actually like that, but we're gonna have to adjust our brightness a little bit. And I might have to adjust that because I did swap lenses partway through. Didn't use the same lens for everything. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and copy. And then for most of these, let's try all these with the sun here. And we're going to paste these. So basically we just edit one and then go through and paste that, and that'll get us a good start. Some of these I might need to brighten up. Brighten the shadows a little bit. So I did, for these, I actually did have a little bounce card, a little at the bottom to catch the sun and then bounce back. So it was one of the, gold reflector basically to bounce some of that in there. Still want to bring it up a little bit. Same with these. So these maybe even a little bit more. So with that, now once we edit this one, now we're just going to copy. And this is kind of the process that I do here. So I start with basically the first shot, get my basic settings. That's kind of my preset then for the rest of the shots. And then I'll continue to edit. Each individual one as we go. This one's a little bit bright. Probably bring the exposure down even. This one, we need to bring it up. The shadows at least. Bring the shadows up, which is a common thing to have to do when you're shooting into the sun, because the foreground's not going to be exposed the same, of course. Which normally you wouldn't want, but for golden hour shots like this, where you are shooting into the sunset, you got that. That's kind of part of the part of the point of them, is to get that look. So pretty much I'm just, shadow is what I'm adjusting here. And for these, I could copy and paste, of course. But I'm okay coming through and doing it manually since I've really only got that one. It's not that big of a deal. And also, another thing kind of in the back of my mind is why I'm doing this too, is because it is golden hour and the sun is setting. Of course, the lighting is actually changing in the shot, as you know, for between each shot, as the sun continually goes down. So, how much I need to adjust this can start to change. As we go through these shots here. Okay, so we did not copy. Let's take one of these. And we'll just start with this one here. And then this is basically going to be another preset, I should say, that, you know, I'm pulling from that. And then this is different look. Same place, obviously, but, you know, different outfit, slightly different look. So I'm going to do a little bit of a different edit. Not too different. We want to obviously still look this like it's from the same set. But once we have it, you know, for these in the black outfit, might be okay with being a little bit darker, actually. Well, we do have some more silhouette type shots later too. So let me go ahead and copy this. And then down through these. Until this outfit change here, let's go ahead and paste that, and we'll go through that same process again here in Lightroom. Go. Might bring it up a little bit. I really like the golden hour sun. Shooting into it, obviously, into the sun, obviously, but just the lighting of golden hour, it's really hard to beat. So some of these, I don't know. I might do a sky replacement. We'll see. We'll see how it goes once we get to it. I'm kind of 50-50 on it, because we have so many shots where the sky is the focus. I'm kind of okay, like with the sun, obviously, the super bright stylized stuff shooting into the sunset. I'm kind of okay with some of these just being, for lack of a better word, boring sky, right? It's just kind of not even really a blue sky. I mean, there's blue in there, but it's not a bright blue sky during the day. This up a little bit. And then because I adjusted the curves, it'll be easier. Oops. To copy and paste these last three. You can see I've got a little bit of vignetting there on that. That's fine. We could, we could do a vignette almost, like an opposite a little bit there, mask that out if we wanted to. But this kind of stuff, I'm not even sure if I'm going to keep, how much of this I'm going to keep and crop and stuff. So I'm not worried about fixing vignettes and things like that quite yet. That will be something that we will address later on. If it is something we even need to address, we'll see towards the end. There's no need to spend time to fix things right now that we might not even see in the shots if once we crop or once we edit and once we, get some of the more significant things done. Oops, like that. So let's take this, copy, and we're going to, let's see. So that's the last of that outfit. So we'll do this outfit. No, there's another outfit in there. She switched right here. Okay, so that's pretty much the same. Let's go ahead and do these two here. And then, yeah, we'll go with that. More Command Shift C, keyboard shortcut to copy, so I don't have to keep right clicking, and then Command Shift V. I was having trouble finding it in the menu before because I remember the keyboard shortcuts, but I don't remember where things are in the menu. It's just been a little bit since I used Lightroom. I also don't use the menu that much. I try to avoid it. I try to use keyboard shortcuts when at all possible. Oh, and the computer's freezing a little bit. Here we go. Let it catch up. Not so much that I need to pause, but it's taking a second. Maybe a little bit more. What is that, 65? Go. Control Shift C. Control Shift V. Let it load. Go. That's not the same. We had a shadows. Copy. Because of the shadow value, look at that. That's -2. Should be much higher from when we bumped it up. There we go. That's better. That's more like it. All right. Now let's try this look with this. So as the sun is going down, obviously the lighting's changing. And I'm okay with that because that's something that's kind of part of the process. We have some earlier brighter shots. So some of these shots are going to be a little bit darker, and I'm going to play on that, or play off that rather, I should say. And go with it in the editing. I might brighten a little bit, but okay. Control Shift C. And these here until we have this, we shifted. So this is shooting these three shots here. Control Shift, I'm sorry, not Control, Command Shift C, Command Shift V. Control on a Windows computer if that's what you're using. I actually like that a little bit better, so I'm going to copy that. Go. So it's still darker, but it's a little bit, it's brighter than it was. Okay. Okay, so these are kind of what I was talking about. We're starting to get into some of the silhouette type shots where subtlety is going to be key and how much we see of her. Like that. There we go. Copy. And paste these in. Let me select to this one. Control Shift, Command Shift V, and then let's check them. Didn't paste for some reason. Didn't paste. Command Shift V. Oops. Paste. There we go. Keyboard shortcut not working. Command Shift V. Command Shift C, copy. Command Shift V, paste. Command Shift C. So we edit it a little bit. Command Shift V. Copy. And then these smoking shots we will do. Whoops. Weird that sometimes the keyboard shortcut works and sometimes it doesn't. So I guess we'll use the menu after all for some of those. Let's go through and look at these. Loading. There we go. This. Bring the highlights back up. Since it's not a blown out sky, we can do that. Okay, now these are super silhouette-y type shots. So let's start and see just what the settings look like once we paste. There we go. And then bring them down. I think I might actually use my HSL for this. And illumination. Or I'm sorry, luminance. Just get a little bit more out of that. You can see that sky. Go. Maybe dehaze just on some of those. Copy and then select those. Control Shift, Command Shift V, and then yeah, some of these didn't. Yeah. I wonder if that's an update they did or something like that since the last time I used Lightroom. It reminds me of like in Photoshop when they changed the save and save a copy and save and how all that functionality worked. It worked the same for like 20 some years, and then all of a sudden they change it a few years ago. I wonder if they did something similar with copy and paste and stuff like that. Changing things around. All right. Okay, so this is a first pass here. Now, one thing, something that I wanted to test, I wanted to play with here inside of Lightroom. One of the reasons I wanted to use Lightroom for this set was to play with this feature, and that is the masking and the AI detection of people in the shot inside of Lightroom. So I'm just going to select the subject here, and then with this, the exposure's really high, so we can see the mask here. But we could actually even invert that just to subtly change this a little bit. Yeah. So before, after. Just a subtle, helps her pop out a little bit. I like being able to do edits like that. And this is pretty good. It's pretty good job of that mask. It's not bad. I mean, it's not perfect. You can see, around the glasses and stuff like that. But for this, it's not bad at all. Let's do that. Just some slight subtle adjustments. And we may not need to do these for all of them. Some of these I just want to pop her out a little bit more. Not too much. But, you know, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just her. I wonder if I were to take this, can I copy that? Masking. Let me copy just the mask. And then let's see if I have that mask, did it automatically... Huh. Okay, so it automatically redid the mask. It didn't do my... Oh. Huh. Okay, well, it's not working I was expecting. Okay, so it's doing the edit there. But... Oh, okay, okay. I didn't have the mask selected. That's what it was. Okay, I like that. That's actually a really cool feature. Being able to do that. So I can come in here, I can copy just the mask, and then let's apply it to multiples. One of two. So it's going to automatically go in there and detect the subject in that, which is really cool. Okay, that's really cool. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that it does that, and it updates the mask for me, which is really nice. I don't have to come in here and have it do it. I mean, it's not much to click on there and have it automatically do it each time. But I really like that it does that automatically. Let's go ahead and apply that. Maybe not all these where it's shooting straight into the sun, but maybe just some of these. And let it run through that process. So let's select this one. So before, after. Just super subtle to darken just the background a little bit. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, what else can we do with that? Let's see. Those are blown out. That's fine. I'm not going to do those. And as the sun starts to go down, we don't really need to do that necessarily on the ones as it starts to get dark, but maybe this set here, let's try one just to see. You know, I think actually, I'm going to go ahead and delete that because I like that with the darker outfit, the black outfit. I like the contrast being a little bit brighter for the darker one. And then once we get into different outfit change, well, maybe these. Let's try it and see. Yeah. Okay. So for these, I am going to do that, but I'm going to adjust just a little bit. And then let's see, let's duplicate our mask. And then this one, we're not going to invert. So it's going to be her, right? So it's her instead of the background. And now let's reset. And again, just a little bit of a pop out. Not so much that it's obvious, but just super subtle. Just helps your eye kind of focus on her more right from the onset. So not too much. Again, we'll just add a little bit of an S curve. There we go. Okay, so with that, let's copy that. Copying our two, actually, let's rename these since we're doing this. So this is background mask. And then this is Elise. Okay. Okay, so with these, now we can copy them, copy those two. See how it does further away. No, not a fan of that one. I think it's because she's further away. It pops out a little bit too much. Okay, now these, I'm not sure if I'll do the next outfit. We might be getting into the area where we're not doing the mask thing anymore. This one actually, I'm okay with the background. Her was a little bit too much. That's good. This one is just a little bit bright anyway. Okay. I think let's try one and see, but I have a feeling we're starting to get a little dark. That's not bad. It's subtle enough. Let's do these and then we're probably getting into this silhouette ones, but and that's something where as you're going through and editing, of course, not sure about something, try it. If you don't like it, undo. Fine. Okay. So I said that. Let's try it. I don't think I'm gonna like it. Um yeah. Well, we might adjust our settings on it. But that's actually not bad. So we'll go for these. And then some of these, let's take this. Because we did make some adjustments to the more silhouette ones. Silhouette, new word. Paste. Yeah, see, that helps pull out a little bit more of the sun on her, which I like. And, just for giggles, let's... No, that's starting to be too much. Okay. I think we've hit the end of where we're going to do the masks. Okay. We'll try on the silhouette here. Let's try an extreme silhouette just to see. No, I'm not sure about that. Okay. All right. So I think we're good with these. So next step is to take them into Photoshop. So let's open them in Photoshop, edit in Photoshop. And okay, so 88 images that we're going to edit here. So this is going to be a point where I'm probably going to pause the video as these open up, and then we'll be back once they open. Oh, it looks like Photoshop is opening on this computer, but I can't move it because it's currently opening. So I'll pause the video here, and then I'll be right back once these are opened up inside of Photoshop. Okay, so Photoshop opened all these images, but it opened them up over on my other screen here. So let me come in here to Lightroom. No, make it full screen. And then pull Photoshop open. Over. Okay, so we have all of these open, and up into my actions here. Oh, this is a new installation of Photoshop. Okay. So I don't have any of my actions installed, which means we'll get to go through the process of setting up my actions here on this computer. So let me load my actions here. It's going to pull over on this computer over here, of course. So let me pull this over. Oops. And pull this over here. It doesn't show until it's all over here. Okay, so I have these two. They're in the project files. If you grab the project files, you'll get those, of course. So frequency separation is one I've done in another course where I dove deep into frequency separation, what it is, how to set it up, the math behind it, all that kind of stuff. And then I referenced that in this, and I haven't used this. This is the default action that I use. I haven't used this on this computer yet. I just set it up. So I do have Luminar installed though. Oh, no, I don't, because I'm using Photo AI instead of Luminar. So what we'll want to do, so I know it's going to break because I don't have that software installed. Wait, Skylum Luminar. It's the other ones that I don't have installed. I'm sorry, Topaz. Sharpen, denoise. So we're going to need to update this. This is version 10. So this is with Luminar. We're doing Photo AI first, and then Luminar. So let's go through this process here. So I want to duplicate the layer, set the current layer. Basically, all of this. So let's stop it here. Let's insert a stop here. Oops. Okay. Popped up over here. Let me show. Okay, so it's going to hit a stop. That's okay. And the stop I want to be right here, I think. Nope. Sharpened. Duplicate. Okay, so it's going to name it sharpened. You know what? Let's we're basically redoing all of this. You know what? Let's just do this from scratch. Let's just start this over. Okay. So basically, let me, oops, pops up over here, of course. I'm going to cancel out of this. We're going to delete this one, and we're just going to create a new one. So this is version 10, and basically the same thing we had. It's just going to be all new. Actions function. Okay. All right. So this is the current one. It won't let us move it until we're actually done. Okay. So it's recording now. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to set that so it's not a layer or not a background. This is going to be backup of the original photo. Now I'm going to duplicate this. That way I can always get back to the original photo. I haven't lost that. We're going to run it through Photo AI first. So now that that's set, let's come in and let's run it through Photo AI. So Photo AI is similar. So before I used plugins like from Topaz Lab for sharpen and denoise, but Photo AI is also from Topaz, and it does it all at once, all in one. So if you saw my preview of this, is it not gonna? No, it's not gonna maximize for me. Okay, that's interesting. I don't want to go full screen, but I was hoping to be able to see a little bit more. Let's fit this. Okay, maybe a little bit closer. So we're going to remove noise and sharpen the subject here. So we're going to do very subtle. And then sharpening is going to be standard V2. And again, we're going to, I don't need that, but denoise there, maybe down even further to something like 20. We can adjust this kind of stuff as we need to. I'm not going to sharpen just the subject. Here we go. Okay, so we should be able to see what this looks like. And this might not have been a great one to do. It looks like that one's just not in focus a lot to begin with. Let's bump this up some. It's initializing. And try strong. And this is the first time we set this up. Once we do this, we shouldn't have to do this again. So that's quite a bit different, but that's too much. Let's bring it down. There we go. A little bit better. Okay. We can always add more if we want to, but this is going to be a standard, so I'm going to keep it actually pretty low. And then with that, let's see what it looks like if we crank it up. See, it's initializing, sharpening, initializing, removing noise, preview updated. That's way too much. Oh, that's the recommendation there, that little line. So we're going to do quite a bit less than that. And then let's take this strength bit, give it a second, update. Yeah, that's still too much. Give it a second here. Okay. That's still too much. So we're going to make it something super small. And then if we need to add more, we'll add more. There we go. So that's a little bit better. So those are the only two things that it's adding, are those two. It looks like it's actually adjusting some of the lighting though, see? See what it looks like without the sharpen. See if there's a setting in there that I preview updated. No, it's the actual denoise. All right, we will make it super. What if the lens blur model will help a little bit better? Oh, that's a lot better. A lot better. Okay. Okay. Still keep it super minimal. But again, for a shot, we're mostly going to be, especially for something like this, it's going to be more like that. So removing noise, it's still processing. Okay. Okay. So save that. Let this process for our action here. Okay. So now that that's done, now we take this, duplicate it, and we're going to call this Luminar. And then we're going to apply our Luminar plugin. And get some water. We will do this later. That one lets me go full screen better. Okay, so zoom in a little bit. Oops, tools. Again, we're going to keep this pretty minimal on what we're actually doing, because this is something we're going to apply to all of our images. So we're just going to add just another little layer of cleanup, and then we can always add more if we need to. So here we go. There's the scroll bar. It's hard to see with the stylus. I want a little bit there, a little bit there. Super subtle. Do forward, set that. Slight saturation. And just a super subtle base light, and then maybe even oops, that's right. Hold on. It's actually adding those edits here. So this one, delete that. This one, this, guys. We did that subtly, that there, okay. And then skin touch up, we're gonna do a little bit more, but still keeping it pretty subtle. So we have our skin. So again, super subtle edits. But we have that. And of course, again, we can always add more. It's easier to add more. So now that we have this, let's think, if I remember right, my frequency separation is, I think it's looking for the background layer. Let's try it and see. Okay, let's just try it on this and see if it'll let me. So I can take this one as this action is still recording. Hit play, and it should take this Luminar and duplicate that and do that. Okay, so now we have our frequency separation. Set to put everything in there. We don't want everything in there. Let's organize everything into nice little organized folders, since this is our action. So this is Photo AI first, Luminar. We don't really need the original image from that because we have this down here. Hide, hide, hide. Turn those off. And then I also want to add in, just in case I need them, I'm going to add in my dodge and burn, which is really just 50% gray, that layers that I've added there that I can add dodge and burn to do non-destructive editing there. And then my skin texture addition. And then we will add in another layer here that's at the top that is for our edits. Let's call this our edits. Okay. So we can stop this now. And we should have our new action ready to go. So now that we have that, let's actually do some editing. Actually, before I forget, let me select this atom. I'll just save all of them for you. If you want me to clean those up, let me know, but I'll just save all of them for you in the project files. So, so this is with version 10. That's this here that we've added here. So you'll have those in the project files if you want those actions, as those are saved off there. All right, we're back to editing after that. All right, so now that we actually have this, the action ready to go, basically, we can come in and start to do any edits if we really need to these. Honestly, we could do a little bit of cleanup if we wanted to on our hair. Let me shift to my... Oops. I want current... rotate, just make it a little bit easier as I'm using my Cintiq here. Do my current below again. Adjust my flow, switch to using pressure sensitivity, just to get rid of some of these flyaways. It's not a big deal, really, but we're here. So just a subtle fix here. Basically, it's pretty easy to do with the background there. And then once we have that, now I've found it works best on a new layer. Let's go ahead. I'm going to make Photoshop full screen again. Come on. Oh, I guess it doesn't. Okay, I guess it won't go full screen on a Mac like that. And then just kind of generating some new pixels with our healing brush. So yeah, again, just pretty simple edits there. And again, it's not super necessary, but it just hides some of that a little bit again. But okay, so save this. It's not going to save as a raw file. It's going to want to save as a TIFF file because we have layers and stuff like that. Raw files don't support layers, so we've added those layers, which means that's how it will save. But as it does that, let's move on to our next one, and we should be able to just remove this. I don't need swatches. I don't need gradients. I don't need patterns. I need adjustments. I don't need libraries. Let's move this in here, and then we'll just put it all in one, and then we'll close this. Okay, just to clean it up a little bit. Now, you know what? Okay, I just saved that action off. I'm going to go ahead and let's take all of these and just get rid of all those that really are not there. So I'm going to replace over version 10. So you have the originals. I'll keep the originals in there. And then version 10 is just the updated, really just the ones that we're doing. We need these in here because this action is calling them. So we can't get rid of them because we are, saying to basically play these other actions inside of this one. But now this should not stop, right? No stop. Okay. Let's hit play and test our action and watch it walk through all of these edits here. And then process that. Photo AI, create our Luminar layer. And then organize everything for us. Okay, so I don't know that there's really many edits to do. Again, we could clean some of those flyaways, but see what it looks like if we do. Sometimes on some of these, it's honestly, I'm like, I try it. If we're doing a composite or something, yeah, it's going to be a lot more editing. But for a lot of these, we want it to be very. That's not right. I'm doing that on the wrong layer. Let me see where I clone stain. Okay, yep. Okay, so. And we can verify this if we want. So with this, why are all those inside that folder? They shouldn't be inside that folder. Let's clean this up a little bit. We'll hit record again. Select the edits layer, select burn. We'll just move these. and then let it set on, close all of those, let it sit on that. Okay. Now, so the burn and dodge, we can test this. We can go to overlay. You can see it's 50% gray. So when you do 50% gray, this is a little bit of the math behind Photoshop. Don't be afraid of the math. But when you do overlay, the way the algorithm works for the overlay process there for the overlay layer effect, then it will knock out 50% gray, and then things on either side of that 50% gray, it will show. So with our dodge and burn, if we do that on our own layer, so we can do our burn here, watch what happens. So let's say, and this, I'm probably not going to use this, but I'll just show you. Oops. Switch to burn. Let's, just to show. So we're burning that. Dodge is going to lighten it, right? So you can see how it's all on its own layer. So we're able to just edit that. And then really all this is when you create a new layer. Oops. When you create a new layer, you can set it and then basically set it with a 50% gray. That's all that is, just that and then a layer called dodge burn. So really it's this, they're the same. It's just one's called burn and one called dodge. And then I turned it into an action, so it's a lot faster to do. And that's, oops, Bayern. So that is something I like to add in. Whether or not I actually do dodge and burn on them, it's honestly pretty rare when I do, because you can really overdo that. And when I do, it's always super subtle, always super subtle. So I might do, I'm doing dodge right now, so I might do just a little bit on the, just to catch that highlight. Little light wrap around her. Super subtle. So you can see before and after. So that's kind of how I do it. And then we could even, to make sure it's a light wrap on just her, we could select her, select the subject, and then turn that into a, oops. I need to actually have her selected, that photo selected, select the subject, and then use that as a mask against this. So it's only on her, right? So again, just another way to be able to add just a little bit. Oh, I don't want to heal. Going back to my dodge and burn. Similar concept. Once we have that, we could do that for burn as well. Just to darken a little bit. It's probably too much. So this is really up to you how much you use it. Honestly, I probably won't do it on any of the ones. I'm just kind of showing you some of the techniques if you did want to play around with that. So some super subtle stuff that I prefer to do if I'm doing dodge and burn. I always keep it really subtle, really subtle. Let's just a test. I just want to see how this goes. Let me duplicate this back up and let's come in and do a sky replacement just to see what that looks like with our golden hour. See, the catch is if we do it on one, we'll probably have to do it on all of them. Shift that edge a little bit so it doesn't get as much of her hair. So that's what that looks like. We might add a little bit of texture to it. Let's do that. Add a curve here. At this point, I'm just kind of playing around with this. So I want it, I mean, it's the sunset, so we want it to be very golden hour, obviously. But, add a little bit to it. That's okay. What do you think? I like adding a little bit to this sky just so it's not nothing. Add a little bit to it. Let's go with that. So we'll take this group and that's still saving. Do we have, there's so many images we have open. 5250 is probably pretty similar. Yep. So we'll take this and bring it over to 50. And don't need the burn. Now we can take this one and start that saving process. Start that. It's just blow it out just a little bit more. Yeah, I still want to keep the sun's right around there. So I still want to keep that. Okay. And then that will make it so it's not exactly the same because, as I mentioned before, of course, with golden hour sun's going down, the light's going to be a little bit different as we're going. So we'll go ahead and save this. Start that on that saving process. These will obviously take a little bit to save. Let's hop back to, where was that one? 50 that we had. So let's come into our actions, and we should be able to run this action with that group there. We can turn that off if we want to, but we should be able to run that action on the group and let that just go ahead and go through the process. And this is where, as I'm editing and, going through this process where this is just automated, right? A lot of times, listen to a podcast or watch something on TV, or, depending, working with this, then, I'll hop over here and be working on something else. But while this process is in the background. Okay, so there we go. And it should, yes. Okay, so that change that we made in the action worked for the layers. Sometimes that happens when you're working with action. Sometimes it takes a couple times to get it down the way that you want. And honestly, just like that, we could probably adjust it just a little bit. And what we could do with this, I'm trying to think if I want to be able to, I'm going to make it non-destructive. It's just, it takes up a little bit more space, but I always like to work non-destructive if I can. So I'm going to turn to a smart object and then blur it. And this is another little subtlety to make it not exactly the same. Sky's going to be the same. Pictures are taken within seconds of each other, so it's not going to move that much. But a lot of times the camera changes, right? So the camera, the focus changes if you're doing automatic focus, or if you're, if it's searching for focus. In this case, I had it set to try to find the focus on the face automatically. I did switch to manual focus for some of the shots. I can't remember if it was this one or not. And then, of course, you're changing the ISO and the aperture and the shutter speed and things like that. So things are changing. Things are changing as in the camera as you're shooting shots, and that's going to be reflected in the images. And so I always like to, in my edits, add a little bit of subtlety, a little bit of subtle variances to each one. You can see this is taking a while just to save this, or I'm sorry, it's just turning into a smart object. And until that happens, we can't do much else because Photoshop won't really let us do anything else. So I'll go ahead and pause the video until this is done turning that into a smart object. So I'll be back in a sec. Okay, so I hit escape. I canceled out of that. I waited for, I don't know, about 10 minutes, and it was still not creating the smart object for this layer. I don't know why it's taking so long. I don't know if it's because I think we do still have some images. Yeah, so these two are still saving. But I'm not going to wait for that. For realistically, it's probably not going to be much something that we actually really edit that much. So let me come in here. I'm going to try just to see what it looks like. So you can see that there, but what it's doing. I'm just going to add a subtle one just to change it up a little bit. And okay, let's sure what this is here. What is this line here? I mean, it's not terrible. I'm just not sure where it comes from. It is part of this. Oh, it's part of that mask. It's because it's doing that. Okay. So, let's do that. It's because it's pulling the mask from the other image that we just copied it from. So, let's just go ahead and let Photoshop do its thing. Oops. And do a sky replacement. That'll be faster than fixing that mask. I think. Adjust the brightness a lot. Fade the edge, and then we know we're gonna blow it a lot anyway. Or I'm sorry, blow it out, I should say. That is actually affecting her. So we're going to, no, there's select subject here. I'm used to going up to the menu for that just because of this little dialogue. Here's a new thing in 2024. So creating that mask. And then we're going to add a little bit over top just to get that little bit of blending on her. Too much. And then so again, the idea is that open up a layer style there. So let's take this, we'll do our little blur just to add a little bit of variation to it, although we've already added a little bit of variation to it anyway. I'm going to do something here. So this is actually in camera, this effect here with that. but honestly, it's distracting to me. So I'm going to soften it a little bit. It's really just a light wrapping effect of the sunlight around her. Oh yeah. So I'm just going to soften it just so it's not as obvious of a line, of a harsh line. So things like that are the edits that I'll make for images just to help eliminate distractions and things, because it does look weird. And it almost makes it look edited. I mean, that was not edited. That was in camera, but, sometimes that happens. Okay. That's better. So before and after, it's just not as harsh. Okay. So with that, now that we know basically we have to recreate this anyway, there's no need to actually copy it anywhere. We'll just start this file saving. And if we need to recreate that sky, we can do that. So with this, we're going to move on to our next one. And that's this basic process. I'm just going through each one. I'm just going to go through each image and do Photoshop do its thing at the action that we created, and then come in and do a little bit of cleanup and touch up to each one. So it's the editing process. That's why I love action so much, because it helps save a lot of time. Obviously, it still takes time, but it helps save a lot of time. You know what we could do to save even more? It popped up with this little warning here. So one of our files is too large to save as a TIFF file, which means it's over 4 gigs. So we have to save it as a PSB, or a Photoshop big document file. That's not really a big deal. The downside is I'm not 100% sure if Lightroom can read Photoshop big files. I know they can read PSDs and TIFF files. Like I said, it's been a while, so I'm not sure if it can do the PSB files, the big files. I guess we'll find out later on, won't we? You know what? I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. So in other tutorials that I've done, with the action, I added in a save and then close. So it will run that base thing, like running AI, running Luminar, save the file and close it. So that way it can run through all of them, and we don't have to be here for that. We can just let the computer do its thing while we do that. So tell you what, we already have some files that are saving. I'm not gonna touch those, but I am gonna pause the video here because I'm going to let Photoshop just sit and save these files. It's saving this file. It's saving, it's running this action as well. So it's cranking on a handful of things. We still have those other files that we have that are still need to be saved. So it's running a few different things at the same time. I'm just going to let Photoshop sit. And then when I come back from the pause, what we'll do is we will update this action to include save and close. And that way, when we run the action, it will create all of that for us, save the file, close it, and then we'll just have a bunch of TIFF files. So we'll already have that first step done automatically. And we don't have to sit here and wait for it each time to run through Photo AI and through Luminar and building our layers and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, so that's that. I'm gonna pause the video here, and then I'll be back once these saves are done, and we'll do that with the action. I'll see you in a sec. All right, so this is still saving, and you can see it's saying this file is going to be too large. It's going to want a PSB file again, not a TIFF file, which is something we've come across before. I'm wondering if maybe it's the sky replacement, since that's added extra layers. Every extra layer adds a little bit of extra space. And um, so maybe that's an issue. But this has been sitting here. Let me pull this up here real quick. Pull up the activity monitor. Pops up on another screen. So we can see. So this is something like if you have this issue, and I just want to show this. We can see the CPU. It's using 100% of the processor on this. So this is this Mac is an M2 Max. So good processor on here, and it's just cranking through this. So that really we have two options. One option is to basically force close everything and then start over. The other option is to wait and just let it sit through. So what I'm going to do is just wait and just walk away, let the computer sit here and crank, and I'll check on it every now and then. Of course, I'm not going to make you sit here and wait through it. I had already paused it. I just wanted to hop back here because I paused it about, I didn't check the time, but I don't know, maybe an hour ago. It's been sitting here for a while. This pop-up did come in, and that's why I started recording again. So it is working. It's just super slow. And I think there's two main reasons for that. One, we are working obviously with really large files with the camera that I shoot with, a Sony A7R4. And so it shoots pretty large files to begin with. And then we're editing at full resolution. So of course, it's going to take quite a bit. But also because we have the layers that we've added, but then also with the sky replacement, I think that just pushed it over a little bit. And then we also opened up almost 90 pictures at once. Remember, we opened 88 pictures from Lightroom into Photoshop. So in retrospect, I probably shouldn't have opened that many photos all at once. In the past, when I use my desktop computer, which isn't out on it, my desktop is not as powerful as this computer. So I was hoping I would be able to get by with being able to open up that many pictures. But I think maybe that's a little bit too much for this system all at once. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close out of the activity monitor, and I'm just going to let this sit. I've already hit OK on this, so it's not like it's waiting for my input or anything. I'm just going to let it sit, and I'll check on it every so often. And then when you see me again, this will be done. Or if it crashes, then I'll come back and we'll figure out how to move on from there. But in either case, I'll just go ahead and let this sit, and I'll see you when it's done. All right, so we're back. As you can see here, Photoshop is ready to actually save this large file, the PSB file. So I went back and I looked at when I stopped, because I didn't really pay attention to it while I was recording or while I was editing, but it took about 2 hours. This process took about 2 hours for Photoshop to save and go through that process. If we look at the activity monitor compared to what we had before, so we can see Photoshop is no longer using nearly as much CPU. So, okay, now let's go ahead and save this PSB file. This is going to go into we're just going to put it in with the rest of the files. Now I'm going to save this. Popped up over here. Yep, Mac, that's fine. I should have clicked don't show again. What I might do from here on out, if it does start to create PSBs, and if Lightroom doesn't handle those, then I might, once we add the sky, I can flatten that, because I'm not really going to do a lot of adjustments to it. If I need to, I could recreate it. It's not hard to recreate. Thankfully, Photoshop makes it pretty easy to create that sky replacement. But now we're waiting for another save. So it's saving the PSB file, but we're waiting for this to save. So again, I'm going to pause the video while this goes ahead and saves that really large file. Okay, so I think these, the large format files are done saving. So it did take a while. Took a few hours to finally get that done. And now we should be ready to try to speed this up a little bit, to be honest. So to do that, what we want to do is for these, when we run this, I want this script basically to save the file and then close it. So that way we can run the script, have it run through Luminar and Photo AI and do all that automatically for us. So I think we made more edits to this, and this one hasn't saved yet. So let's run it through a new file. So I'm just going to run this. First thing we want to do is run this action so that we can get it to a point to where we have everything there, and then we'll hit record again on the action and then tell it to save and close. So basically we have to run through this process here. Let it run through Photo AI first from Topaz. And then once that's done processing, let it run through, it'll run through Luminar after that. And then build the layers for us. So this will take a second to run through that. And I can pause. Actually, you know what? We've run through this before. You don't need to sit around and wait for this. I'll pause the video real quick. It shouldn't take hours like it did before, but I'll pause the video. I'll be right back once this action is done running. Okay, so we have the action now. So now that we have everything as the action is done, let's come in here to the bottom. So we have this selected. This is the very bottom here. Let's hit record. And this is basically a process of, now that we're recording, if we close this and save it, it should, maybe I need to save it first. I can't remember. It's been a little bit since I set up that action. That's a benefit of actions, is that it saves a lot of time. The downside is once you set it up, there are sometimes some steps in there that you kind of forget that you did. So we can see here, this will take a second to save just because it's a large file. It's not going to take hours to save. But when we can see this here, it says close. I think I might need to save the file first in the action before closing it. This is something I've come across with Photoshop where, because in the actions itself, it has the ability to save and close inside the action. That's something, if you create an action, you can do that. A batch, I should say, a droplet. But in the action, if you do it in the action itself and you close it and then save after you close, I'm not sure if the action will recognize. You can see, okay, saving, yes, this is how it's saving. So in theory, that should all be good, but I'm pretty sure I've come across this before and it did not work. So this is going, it's moving along a lot faster. This is not going to take nearly as long to save. I think that sky replacement, just those few layers, was just enough to push us over the edge to where it's going to take a lot longer to save. So we do have a little bit though, just a few more seconds, probably maybe a minute or so to save this as it's going from 75%. So I'll pause the video and then come back once this is saved. Okay, so this is at 98%. It should be finishing up here any second. Once this is done saving. Actually, you know what? Just in case, let's hop over to another file. No, never mind. See, that's going to add that because we're still recording. That's not what I want to do. So that's not really what we want to do. Let's stop our recording. I want to delete those. So we'll let this finish up the close action should already be there, but I do want to, I need to run the action on this, but I'm not sure if that close is going to work. So I think probably the best course of action here is just going to be to wait until this file saves, and then we will see if the action actually works with close. Or maybe, take that back. Maybe if we run this, maybe if we run this on here, it'll just work. Maybe it'll close. Let's try it. We'll just let it run. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're going to run this action, and then we have the close inside of the action itself. So the theory is it works. Again, I'm pretty sure I remember when I set up that action before that it didn't, and I had to actually save it, which is not, I mean, it's literally file save, right? I mean, it's in Photoshop, it's, not any fancy saving or anything like that. But the action of actually saving it as opposed to closing it, as I recall, the way that actions work inside of Photoshop, it seems to be a little bit finicky with that. And so it doesn't really, as I recall. But we're going to test that, and we're going to find out. We're going to find out together on this, and then move forward from that. And that's, as this saves, again, I'll just remind you that that's something that is perfectly normal. When you're working with, okay, so yeah, so it's going to ask me if I want to save. So that's not going to work because I don't want that little pop-up there. That's just not going to work. So what I need to do is come in here, hit record. Once this is all done, now let's save the file. Now we have save in the action. So I don't want that pop-up, right? Because I want to be able to just walk away from the computer, let it save, close, and then basically open the next file and then walk through that whole process. So now that we have save, once this is done, this will take a sec because we have multiple files saving. So once this file is saved, that's the way Photoshop works. It does one and then it does the other. It doesn't save multiples at the same time. It does, queue them, put them in a queue basically to save. So once this file's done, this one will save, and then we should be able to close. I mean, again, I'm showing these different documents as they're going, but I'm actually adding them to my action. That's not what I want. So we have save. That's fine. This is ready to go. Once this is saved, we can come back, start our action again, and then close it. So, tell you what, let's go ahead. I'll just let this sit while this is saving, and then I'll pause the video here and come back. Once this one's saved, and then we'll give the other one a little bit of time to save, and then once that nears the end, I'll come back and we can finish up our action. So I'll see you then. Okay, so one of these is too large to save as a TIFF file, so we can see here. So maybe it's not the sky. Maybe we just need to remove. What I might do is, I think I'm going to delete from the action. I'm going to delete the parts where it runs the frequency separation, burn and dodge. Maybe even the skin texture. I'll just get rid of all those layers, honestly. Less layers, smaller file size, and then hopefully we won't have that issue where the files are too large for TIFF. Because when we try to do this every time, it's going to pop up this window and we're not going to be able to edit these. So it's taking a little bit of time to get this set up. I understand that. And fortunately for you, it's not taking as much time as it is for me on this side, as I have to wait through all this. But yeah, it's really just kind of part of the process. Once we get this action nailed down and updated from the way we had it before, then we should be able to we should be ready to go. So, okay, so this is, again, it's going to take a bit. So this is just an ongoing thing. Files take a while to save. These are large files. They take a while to save. So I'm not going to make you wait through this. I'm going to go ahead and pause the video again. So I'll see you again after this finishes saving into a PSB and then the large file format. What we're going to do next, just so you know, actually, you know what? I'm not going to bother with that. So this is saving. I'm going to go ahead and once this is done saving, once these are all done saving, then I'll come back and we'll clean up this action and we'll get that done. So we'll go ahead and pause this now. This is ready to save as a PSB file. So again, just make sure in the right directory, go ahead and hit save. Don't need to show that again. And let Photoshop go through that saving process. So again, each of these saves are going to take a little bit of time. So I'll go ahead and pause the video again while we wait for this to save. That has finished saving. So we have this. It looks like we already ran on that. Let's just take stock here for where we are. We have this to save. And then really what we need to do is, so this PSB, we can close out of that because it's already saved. Just close out of some of these that have already saved. They've saved, but they haven't closed. So now these need to save, but that'll probably take a while. So let's go through our process. And in order to make these so that they're not quite as large and forcing to save as PSB files, I'm going to take out some of the things that maybe I'm not going to use, like the frequency separation, the burn and dodge, and the skin texture, and basically just take those out of the action here. And then play frequency separation. Don't need to do that. We'll probably, so it's selecting frequency separation. A lot of this stuff, a lot of this cleanup, you know what, we're probably going to have to redo because, yeah, we're selecting these and we kind of cleaned up how these are. So let me come in after it creates the Neo. Basically, we're going to start from there. Okay, so we have this. Let's revert back to the, because this one didn't finish all the way through, it looks like, because we don't have all of our layers. So I'm going to revert that image. There we go. Now with this, once we run our action, it should basically stop right here after Luminar. So after that, then we'll create the ending of our action to save and close, and then let that be that. And then in the future, if we need to run the frequency separation, that is its own separate action. Same with the dodge and burn, and I'll include those in the project files, so you'll have those in case you need them. Of course, as you saw, I saved off the original files as well, so you'll have that original or action, I should say, file that has all of the different actions in it. But basically, it started. Okay, so it started that, and it should be done. Make sure it didn't pop up on another window. Looks like it's done. Okay, so this is done. So you see, it's a lot faster. We're not adding as many layers. Now, basically what we're going to want to do is to come in here save it. See how long this save takes. We can see it's saving down here. So really just adding those extra layers, which you saw the layers. We can delete that if we need to. You can see it's selecting next document. Let's go ahead and stop our action since we have the save. It's saving the background. So you saw the layers. There's not that many layers. We have our high frequency. I always like a backup just in case, you're editing the high frequency and frequency separation a lot of times. So keep an original backup. A lot of this is just for non-destructive editing. Not really a lot of extra layers, but each layer is large. You can see this is only 6% of the image, right? So if we were to go to 100%, you can see super zoomed out really to see the whole thing. So that's really a big reason why is each of these layers then is that large. This one, not necessarily, because I don't think there's anything on this layer. Yeah, it's just a default layer that I'll run there. So, so I think a mixture of that, and so because as I mentioned, I save everything on my server. So it's not actually saving on this local computer. It's actually saving on a server that I have on my network. So it's over there. Yeah, it's over there. So I think that's why it's taking so long on my side for this. And these are the kind of things that they're real world scenarios, right? Things take a while sometimes in order to save, in order to open, in order to organize things, in order to get things done. It's not always about the software itself. Sometimes it's the technology of the software and being able to work around that. So that's why I like to include this kind of stuff in these tutorials, to be able to show my thought process and the way that I troubleshoot a lot of these things that come up. And hopefully that'll help you as you're troubleshooting things. If something like this comes up, maybe you can run through some of the steps that I've done, eliminate some of the layers, make it smaller, and then that'll speed up your overall process for you. Okay, while this saves, we don't really need to wait for that to save because it's not going to close or anything like that. We do need to add the close to it. But actually, let's go ahead and wait for this to save. I was going to say we could run the action on other images, but when we do that, that's going to really, we don't want, actually, let's, another reason why this might be taking so long is let's take this and close all the others. So I'm going to cancel. I don't want to lose the edits we did to that, and I still need to save it, but that'll take a while. So that's the thing in some of these that I haven't finished saving them. So we can just start closing some of these. Did this have? No, that didn't have anything really to it. Go. We're just going to close out of these while we're waiting for that to save. And so you can't queue multiple saves, obviously, as I've done that. So I could close out of the other images too, and then tell Photoshop to just save them all and then walk away. But I don't want to, once this one is done, I want to be able to finish off that action. So there definitely are faster ways of closing things. You can come up here, close all, close others. You can also use a keyboard shortcut. So Command W is going to close once you have it selected. You can see that's the keyboard shortcut up here. So as this continues to save, there we go. Okay, so that's saved. So now we can come in here and actually close this. Now we have close in the action. So let's now close these, save them, let them save. So tell you what, as these save, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause the video again, but just to let you know, I am going to do something while it's paused, so you don't have to come back every single time. Once this saves, basically what I'm going to do is for these others, you saw that I can't click on it because this is saving, but for the other images that we've made edits to, that you have the layers, I'm going to save those as PSB files as well, so that the only images that we have left are these that we haven't done any edits to, and then I'll come back. So I'll see you then. All right, so that's saved. Let me here. So we should have the TIFF file. Oh, that's right. It saved it in here. Okay. That might work. We have our TIFF file that's in there. It still keeps this open. So I wonder if I were to take this, let me do with my close and get rid of save, since it saves. I wonder if that would work then. Let me try that. It's okay. I can get rid of this. We're just testing at this point to test what we're going to run on the rest of the images. So we're going to do our image processor and open, save. Okay, we're running, except we want to run close. Okay. Okay. So the idea here is now it should save. Hopefully it'll save in this TIFF folder. And then it'll close in Photoshop, so we won't leave that open. And even if it doesn't, it's not a huge deal. I think it'll still work, but it'd be a nice little thing just for future reference to know if that will allow it to close. Okay, yeah. So it runs this here, and it's asking, okay, yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, that's fine. So here's what we're going to do is back into Lightroom. Okay, let's find all of our flagged images. And some of these have multiples. These are the ones we've already edited. That's okay. I'm just going to deselect those. There's a minority of those. And let's take all these. Okay. So with all of these, let's see. So if I take this, I'm going to think through this process here. Here's kind of what I'm thinking. Think out loud. Open the images that we haven't edited yet. Open them all inside of Photoshop. I had them open. I closed them all, but basically reopen that. And then once we do that, if we take all of those, run it through the image processor, that'll run the action on it for us on all of those images. Save off the TIFF files. I don't think that'll bring them back into Lightroom automatically, because it didn't for this one, 4548, which is right here. As you can see, there's no one of two that we can see on some of these that we've already edited. So Lightroom doesn't detect that automatically because we're running that in Photoshop. So that makes sense. But then we need them back into Lightroom to be able to export. Unless we export. Unless, here's what we could do. What if we were to take all of those in the TIFF thing? We can import those back into Lightroom as another folder, and then just export those. And we just have a few extras in this folder here that we would have to export. I think that'll work. Okay, so we're going to go that route. So I'm going to take these, edit inside of Photoshop to open up all of our flagged images in Photoshop again. So this will probably take a while. So again, I'm gonna go ahead and pause the video while these import into yeah, there we go. All right, starting to crank there inside of Photoshop. So I'll pause the video and then come back once these are open inside of Photoshop. We have all of these open up now. Now we can run our image processor. Pops up over here. Pull it over. Okay, so these. No save. That's what we want to run. Okay. Open images. So basically it should run and run this on all of our images, similar to a droplet, a little bit different process, of course, but we should see all of these images start filtering in here as it saves. But again, this is another process, so it'll take a little while. And usually at this point, so of course, usually I use a droplet working with Capture One, but it looks like my process for Lightroom might be a little bit different, as you can tell. So we'll usually what I'll do is once I set this off, it's just, I mean, it's running through those 80 some pictures or so. And then, yeah, see, these are going to start showing up in this folder. So at this point, the computer's kind of doing some editing for us. I know it took a little bit to get to this part, but hopefully it'll be smooth sailing from here on out. Because once we get past this initial part with some of those kind of default little edits that we did with Photo AI and Luminar, throwing in just a little layers on top of each other of subtle edits, then we can go in and do the bulk of our individual edits, adding the sky. We kind of have that figured out, that process, that kind of stuff to some of these. So we will let this work, and at this point, basically, yeah, it's just a matter. I'll go off and refill my water, and we'll let this run. So we'll switch to the screen here and just let this go ahead and run. Okay, well, we're going to be doing some more troubleshooting. Let's see. What did process? So this ran for 7 hours. So the image processing ran for 7 hours. Photoshop was just sitting here creating these TIFF files, running it through the action. And we have 33 total files out of the... What do we have? Oops, I don't want to open that. What do we have? 80, 94. I think we actually had 88, but some of these have duplicates. Maybe not. Okay, because we didn't select the duplicate ones. So 100 or so, roughly, but not the 33 overall. So there's quite a few that did not get created. So let's see. I'm going to do some more thinking out loud on what our process is going to be to troubleshoot this issue. So it couldn't process, which basically means that that's not a reliable, this whole image processor is not very reliable to run those. Do we still have... So some of these... 4950-2, 4950, that doesn't look like... Oh, there it is. 4950, not -2. I wonder, I think, if I remember right, what Photoshop does, yeah, so it looks like it's actually... As part of the image process, let me open this up just so I can have a little bit of a visual here. Oops. As part of the saving process, I'm pretty sure what this image processor does is to create copies, and I bet anything that's why it crashed, because it has so many open, it probably just crashed. Because there's probably just too many of them. So let's do this. You know what? I'm going to close everything. And here's what we're going to do. I think we've worked with these enough for now. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to basically just brute force get this project done, because we have been spending too much time on this. So I'm literally just going to go through one by one, and we're going to do our edits inside of Photoshop from Lightroom, and just crank through that way. Is it opening? We maximize. Is it then opening in Photoshop? Because it doesn't seem like it's doing anything. There we go. Okay, it just takes a while and shows absolutely no indicator whatsoever from Lightroom to Photoshop. Something I forgot about using Lightroom, I guess. Make sure, because it has its indicator up here usually on what's happening. Maybe because I had that closed, I didn't notice it. We'll give it the benefit of the doubt, and we'll check it on other ones. Okay. You know, we probably could. I'm always thinking of ways to try to speed things up. Okay, yeah. So it's opening up a second one. I don't want to open up a second. It's because I told it to do that. That's on me. Okay. So this guy here, we have no save. Let's just run this, let it go through its process. And then we can save as we need to. So runs through that, runs through Luminar. And I know those are super subtle, and we could probably go without running it through those at this point. And I did consider that because all the issues that we've run into with this project is kind of to be honest, a little ridiculous. But those are the kind of things that sometimes happen. And let's see. Okay, so if we were to do a sky replacement, let's maybe a little less. There we go. I want to make sure to get this area a little bit, but we can always tweak that some too. Okay, so before when we were doing these the sky adjustment, it would make it have to save a PSB file. Just adding just a little subtle hint there. Let's actually even come in and let the foreground just a little bit more. I just want to add a little bit of subtlety to the sky. Yeah. And then we can. So it's almost imperceptible, but just a little subtle. Actually, you know what though? It is affecting her. So, okay, select subject is here now in 2024. Cool. Now let me Command Shift I to inverse the selection here. And then getting just this. I still have my pen pressure, and then Command Shift I again to get it off of her. There we go. So it's mostly just the sky, a little bit of blending here. And then just to make the file size smaller, I'm going to hit Command E in order to merge the layer. Another way to do that is just to right click, and then you would have merge. If I were to come in here, right click, merge group, same thing. Okay, so with that, dump that one. Save, let that save. Hop back into Lightroom here, and let's move on to the next image. That open up into Photoshop. Okay. And then honestly, you're probably not going to see much. You can't even see her face, so any of the AI stuff is not really going to affect her too much. But just for the sake of consistency, really kind of building our layers too. Which again, we took a lot of that stuff out because it takes file sizes too large. I wonder if maybe that's again, I'm thinking through things and constantly trying to troubleshoot some of these issues. I wonder if maybe that's a thing in 2024. And in Photoshop 2024, maybe that's a thing where the way it works with that is just causing more of file size. Let's come into our sky replacement. And we can use the same sky. That's fine. I mean, these pictures were taken within seconds of each other. And then create our curve, adjustment layer option, and then click into add that as a clipping path there. Clipping mask, I should say. And then we're going to, oops, that's not what I wanted. I'm sorry. I'm painting that on the curves. I want it on, let's actually adjust our curve to blow it out a little bit more. Since it is golden hour. And then with this, with the mask on here, we'll go ahead. Adjust, change our hardness, and then let's paint this in some. Yeah, it looks like the pen lost its little cursor. You see, as I'm changing the size of this, it lost its little indicator. I have had that happen sometimes. And if you do have that happen, there is a place in the preferences, which were in here in earlier versions. Huh, they must have moved it. Oh, that's because I'm used to Windows. It's in Windows because Windows doesn't have this. Okay, and then in the, oops, preferences here, we have, trying to remember, cursors. Yeah, here we go. So we have this here, normal brush tip. It should show it. So, but if that doesn't fix it, which there's been times where it doesn't fix, that ends up usually, in my experience, being a graphics card issue, a driver graphics card issue. And so the best way to fix that is to shut Photoshop down and restart if it continues. Sometimes rebooting the computer if it continues. That was showing the mask, so you can see the mask. I'm kind of blending a little bit of our into the things there, which is super subtle. I know it's subtle, and at this point, it's kind of you're not really noticing a huge difference, but it is just a subtle little difference there. Actually, you know what though? Let me add just a touch of yellow in here, and then add it over on this side. So because it's hard to see with the brush, that's why I'm switching to show the mask. Keyboard shortcut for that is the backslash, forward slash. I think that's backslash, up above the return key on the Mac. Oh, actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and, well, we could try it. Let's see if it'll save. There you go. So yeah, so it brought our thing back. And then open the next one. So I think it'll work better as we're going one by one, and that's a feature. That's something I'll have to do in the future. Just work that in my workflow for Lightroom is to only work a few at a time. which I had done before in Capture One. The biggest reason for that was because the computer that I was using was not as powerful, and maybe this computer is not, even though this is more powerful than my desktop, maybe it's still not enough. Oops. Not sure why that's not quite centered there. Okay. As this runs, just adding a little bit to our image there. So for some of these, I might... Let's try something. Actually, for consistency, we'll wait until once the position shifts. Let's do that. Once the position shifts, we'll try Luminar's sky replacement, because they have a pretty good sky replacement as well inside of Luminar. And so we can try that. I'm just changing up the background so it's not the same every time. And that's one of the reasons to try Luminar's, is to add variance so it's not the same. And that's something that I like to do, which is honestly one of the big reason why I use a lot of the different plugins and things like that, and use a combination of them, is think of it like, like painting, like a painting, right? You're doing a bunch of different layers. Back when I was in art school and did a lot of, went to school for, doing some oil painting and things like that. And in those days, it was a lot of layers, and Photoshop is built on layers. That's kind of its thing. So select subject and then remove some of that from her. Adjust my flow a little bit, that pen pressure, mostly in her face, to bring that back. We can let the sky affect more, but that sky already, we adjusted the color temperature on that, which is one reason why I did that. I just want to add a little bit of subtlety to it. Go a little bit. Okay. So what I was saying, like a lot of layers, not necessarily Photoshop layers. As you can see, I'm for these, actually, I'm not using a lot of Photoshop layers. Let's see if we can open up a few at a time and get by with doing that, to work a little bit faster than doing one at a time. So anyway, as these open, I like to add a lot of layers. So adding, a lot of layers, but also a lot of layers from different tools. So the way the sky replacement works in Luminar, it does good. Photoshop sky replacement does well. And so using these different tools together, the combination of all of that is what makes it uniquely my own creation a little bit more than, you could do everything in Photoshop. You could do everything in Lightroom and come up with some great things and have some great images coming out of that. But I like to mix a lot of them together in order to create something that there's very few people that will take the exact same, well, starting from the image, of course, that's like 90% of the way. And then from there, the little edits and the little things that you do on top of that, when you start to layer in things that a lot of people won't do, like the number of people that are going to take this image and then use sky replacement to add just a little bit of clouds and, add that little bit of subtlety to it. are pretty minimal. And then taking that, and then in the next set of images, if we use Luminar, and if that works for us, and we get some good results from that to get some slightly different images to bounce around and change things up a little bit, you're just adding to the uniqueness of that creation. And that's something that I like. So it's, I'm not trying to add things necessarily that aren't there. I know with AI generation, you can do a lot of things that aren't there, and there's a time and place for that, for sure. If I was doing a more surreal composite and things like that, then I would be more into that for images. But I'm trying to enhance what is already there, basically. And rather than having this just white, completely blown out sky, just adding a little bit of subtlety to it. It's still going to be really bright. It's still golden hour. We're not changing. We're not making it a nighttime scene. We're not, completely changing it or anything like that. But we are adjusting it just a little bit. So similar settings to what we had on a lot of the others, but just slight adjustments. That was another thing when I was going through school. One of my professors taught me was something that I think actually he got from, some artists that were working on movies, feature films and things like that, was for any of these settings, change them just a little bit. Again, that combination, you just make slight, subtle changes. And that little combination is going to be what makes it something that's not just the preset out of the box, the default, that kind of thing. So I'm blending that, and then I am going to take this opacity and bring it down quite a bit, so it's not. Most of what I want is up here in the corner, just to add that a little bit. Go. Again, we're just adding some subtlety to it, right? So just little bits. Let me check that mask. There we go. Just a little bit more around her. Oops. That's a little bit too much, actually. Okay. Let me, actually, I want it even less around her. I want it mostly in this corner over here. So let's, really, there's really hardly going to be anything her. There we go. Like that. And a lot of this stuff, again, is going to be very... A little bit more. Okay. So just subtleties. And you could, these are things where it's all based on you. So if we wanted to, let's do this again. If we wanted to do another sky replacement, you can start to blend these together. And I would encourage you, if you do grab the project files for these, make them your own. You can follow along with what I'm doing, of course, but feel free to, make them your own and do your own thing. So, we can take this little bit here. I'm going to move that back. Now we have this one that, let's say we just completely hide and then just start to bring a little bit in. Just a little bit of variation. Again, these are the kind of things that we're adding more layers to the overall image. So that's super subtle, but adding that in, and then that's we don't need to have all those different layers for multiples. That's actually even a little bit too much for my taste. I want to see the clouds there, but I don't want to see them that much because the sun is going down there, so it is blowing them out. There we go. So all that just for some super subtlety to it. And that's often the name of the game is the subtlety. For in my opinion, again, this is a creative thing, right? So you can do whatever you want to your images. My preference for portraiture like this is to try to do as much in camera as possible, and then use editing to get that extra 10%. So 90% in camera and a little bit afterwards. That's why everything that I'm doing is so subtle, but I'm still adding layers to it, and I'm still doing it in a way that, I'm taking care to still go through that process to get that final result. Is something that I think perhaps best worded by George Stevens Jr., a guy that I interviewed on my podcast, who Hollywood legend, has worked in Hollywood for many, many, many years. And he was talking to his dad, and he's like, why do you spend so much time on this when it's, it's good. It's good. Why don't you just let it be? And his dad himself was, a Hollywood legend. He was like, just think about the number of hours that people are going to spend watching this movie. Isn't it worth a little bit more of our time to make sure it's that much better? Just a little bit better? Just push it a little bit more, a little bit more. And I really like that. I like that. Have it. Now is the time when you're editing these images. So take the time to work through whatever technical issues there may be, figure out what it is. Obviously, there's a lot that we can do different in the future, in future projects, but that's why I'm taking the time to, I could have just been like, you know what? They actually look okay. I'm okay with that. I'm just going to let them go. But I want to run it through these things, even though, that each one is subtle. Each one is subtle. I feel I'm kind of repeating myself on a lot of this stuff. Subtlety is key in my mind to the success. This process. Okay. Adding that tint, since it is golden hour, just a little bit to the temperature. So it looks like those other ones are saving fine as TIFF files, it looks like, without needing to remove some of those layers. So maybe that the sky replacement in combination with the layers that we were doing. But realistically, for these kind of shots, especially a lot of these that are more blown out because they are sunset type shots, golden hour and such, I'm not really going to be I'm not really going to be doing a lot of frequency separation and those sorts of edits. Again, there's a time and place, but I don't think we'll really need that for a lot of these. Okay. Go ahead and save that. I think these are currently saving. Yep, so I have 5 images. So you know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna pause the video here, and we don't want to let it do too much. So we'll pause, and once these are done saving, and we'll come back and continue on. It looks like it's still too large. Maybe I was wrong before. I was saying that it wouldn't work. So let me actually. Yeah, okay, we can. Well, let me cancel that, and I'll just go ahead and merge this group. So Command E, or you can right click, merge group. Because if we really need that, we can bring it back, I guess. Just recreate it, and then go ahead and save this, and it should be able to save as a TIFF now. Popped up over here. That is something. Let's see. Okay, layers. Yep, I'm going to keep layers. I can compress it. That's fine. Okay. It's fine. I want to keep the layers. Let that save. And then let's hop back into Lightroom. We've had some of those. We've got, okay, so these, looks like this one is the last. Oh, I think that's actually the one that is, yeah, that's the one that's saving. So, okay. So these are the ones that we need to do next. And let's start with one to see. So this is a different set. So we'll figure out the light, or I'm sorry, I'm thinking Lightroom. We'll figure out the sky replacement if we want to do that, or if we want to keep it like this for this set. I don't know. We'll see. We will do so this saves and then opens. There we go. Okay, so first step, same as we've always done, we'll run it through that action just to give us our layers. If we really wanted to save more space, instead of flattening the sky group, we could flatten some of those steps, like the original file, all that kind of stuff. Because really, if we really do want to get back to the original, obviously we have the raw file. We have the original raw file. We're not editing those. And that is one nice thing about Lightroom, Capture One, any of those. They all work non-destructively in that way where they do that. Where you know they're creating a TIFF file, so it's technically a separate file. So you can get back to the original raw file, of course. I just like keep some of these steps. So let's hop back into Luminar, and let's see what the sky replacement looks like with Luminar for this set, and see if that's something that we might want to do for this set. So come into Edit, and come into the sky. Oh, that's right. I don't think I have my a lot of the skies that I've gotten from them installed on this computer yet. That's okay. We'll see. So there's pros and cons. Look at that. There's a helicopter in there. That's cool. that one looks the best, just the masking. You can see I'm looking at the edges here. And also the placement of that. Now there are adjustments that we can do, so we can move it, do whatever sort of adjustment that we want to do to this sky. It should update that. I'm not sure why it doesn't seem to. Interesting. That's interesting that it's doing that. Oh, I know why. Okay, never mind. My bad. It's because in this version of Luminar, they've got the edits. I'm not sure that I like that they've done all of this, and where every time you add something new, it's really adding it there. But again, that's just so once we've actually added it, now we can come in here and start to adjust. So it was multiple layers was the reason why. So we can adjust our position, adjust the, however we want. Looking at this, the sun is actually over here on this side, coming from this way. So it wouldn't make sense to have that there. So we would have to move it, which that won't really work for that sky anyway. So this might not work, but hey, sometimes you try things and they work, and sometimes you try things and they don't. Hide that little helicopter so we can get rid of that pretty easily if we need to. Not a big fan of that, the way it masks there. You can try to fix some of that using these tools. And then, this is how much the overall it's there, so we can see before and after how it's relighting a lot of this other stuff too. So the way I like to use this, and to be honest, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to end up using it. But we tried. So I will apply this just so you can, so I'll walk through this process. If I were to use this, so if you grab the project files and you do decide to run it through something like Luminar, if you've got that and you want to see what it's like, here, so you can see it adds it on here. But what I would do is then mask and basically paint in just these parts that I want. Hit X to switch. So I'm not using the whole thing, but just adding in a little bit, and we can get rid of that little. I always like to work on different layers, but get rid of the little helicopter if we want to. But so that would be how I'd use it if I wanted to. If I was going to use it, I don't know if I'm going to. I don't know. I kind of like it. We're gonna do that. So yeah, that's not too bad. Running that on there. It's just subtle. I like how this kind of lines up. This part right here kind of lines up with what was already there, because of the sun in the shot. Before, after. Yeah, let's go with it. Okay. That's actually not too bad for some subtlety there. Actually, you know what? Let me do this. I'm gonna cancel that save real quick, and let's add in our merge that. Oops. I'm going to lose that, actually. Let's do this. So here's a way to save this. So I'm going to move that to a new layer, and then delete this mask. So we have that. Now I can merge this and then pull that back. So that's just a little tip there of a way to save that. Although, as you can see, it did not. Oops, that's just my habit again. I'm going to do it all on the same layer. Normally I would do all on separate layers. But because the layers, is it not? Oh, is correct. Current and below should be actually healing, and it's not. Interesting. But it works on a new layer, but not the one. And that's something that I've noticed with the heal brush, is that sometimes it does that and sometimes it doesn't. So okay, that's fine. We lost that mask, but oh well. I want to blur that. Yeah, it's not it doesn't really like that, does it? Let me go back until we have our separate layer. With that, we can just get rid of that. And now we can do our just to brighten up the sky just a little bit. Again, a little bit of subtlety to that. And now if we want to, we can get rid of that. It's just distracting to me. I don't like that in there. It's pretty noticeable still. Interesting. We could do our right. Just to get rid of that. Let me switch to legacy and see if that's better. Yeah, it doesn't like the clipping mask, and sometimes it's finicky that way. Okay. Enough that you don't notice it. It's out there. It's out. It's gone. So, yeah, I think I kind of like that. I think we're gonna go with that. And let's say this is a TIFF. Because I canceled the save, it does that. Photoshop does that, where it'll pop up that dialogue. So we've done this one. Now we need to open basically the rest of these. And I think that's going to be our process, which is pretty similar to what I've done before, where we kind of take a segment of them at a time. And this is, so let's take this set. These do have the sun in them. So let's open these up and run these. This might take a second to open all those because it's also saving. So I'll go ahead and pause so you don't have to wait for that while that all opens, and then we'll come back once these are open inside of Photoshop. Okay, so we have these open. So let's run these through our action real quick. Let that go through its thing. Should be pretty quick. Okay. Topaz, now Luminar, and we're going to want to pop it back into Luminar once we are done. Once that action's done. Let's try. So in photo, I'm gonna try this. Actually, I'm gonna create a new layer, just duplicate that, just to see, and see if the previous settings that we had on Luminar will work fine with the sky that we added in the last one. Or you know what? Actually, that's not going to work because I forgot we're running Luminar in our thing. So the last time we run Luminar, of course, that's that. So it's not going to be the last one. And that's okay. That's okay. We just come in here, edit, sky. This one, and then let's come in and do some editing once it actually loads in. There we go. So just adjusting the position a little bit. This is a different angle of the shot. The sun is actually still over here, so it would make more sense for the sun to be coming there. Let's fix that mask some. And adjust the relighting. And again, we're going to be... I like the light on her, so okay. So we've got that. And then, of course, we're going to mask this. So we're doing it all on this layer. Which is really showing the photo AI from below. So any of the edits that we did on her are going to be lost with this process. Which if these were more significant, closer up portraits where the edits that we're doing in Luminar were more significant than just the sky and that, that would be a bigger deal. But for this, it's all about the end product, right? Go. So this part here, it didn't do a good job with that mask, so let me shift my flow here, switch to a pressure sensitivity on the size so I can or that. So, before, after, just adding a little bit of texture up into the sky. We could add in our curve if we want to. We can adjust it, do levels instead of curves to get a little bit of a different look. A lot of it is kind of based on what you're feeling. Since these are super subtle changes, let me look here. Yeah, that's not enough that you're gonna see. Okay. So before, after, super subtle changes, but let's go ahead and let that save. And then run through our next one. This run, and then, yeah, basically the same process for these others. Now that we've worked through some of the kinks in the system, we were dealing with. So what I meant before, so if we wanted to have only the sky, we could duplicate this. Command J is to duplicate. We could, that way we have all the subtle edits that we added to that, and then we could add our Luminar sky to this on that. Mask it like we've done before. Add our sky. Pick out this one. Primary reason I'm using the same one is just because they're all from the same set, you know, taken within a few seconds of each other, really, or a minute at the most, you know, a minute or two, not too far. But again, the sun really was over here. So we want the light in the sky. And that's something to keep in mind when you are doing any sort of sky replacement. Always keep in mind where the light's coming from. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Like this, you know, you can see, so what I mean by that, this, so in here, the sun's like right here, and I move it off frame. In reality, the sun's like way over here, like, you know, be way over here. You can see, but just the, you know, it's coming from this direction. And so that means it just wouldn't make sense to have it on this side, right? Because you can see the sun coming from her here. So if you see the sun in the background, it's like, wait a minute, that just doesn't make sense. So when you do edits like these, always keep the real physics and the real light and all that stuff in mind. Where your light sources, know where those are. For golden hour shots, it's usually pretty easy because you know where the, the light sources are. Is the sun, and that's the most powerful light source there. So just painting this in just to add a little bit of subtle texture in the sky. Nothing too crazy. If we wanted to add our adjustment layer just to blow it out a little bit more, we could. Again, just adding a little bit of customization to it so it's not a straight, we're using this one sky, and you know, that kind of thing. Which I think is key for really any sort of edits that we're doing. Basically, I get this question a lot when it comes to, specifically as somebody who's using Lightroom. I think because the presets in Lightroom are a real common thing. At least they used to be. I'm not sure if they still are, actually, but it used to be a real popular thing for photographers that I know to use Lightroom presets. And there's nothing wrong with using presets, but my recommendation is always use that as a starting point. So for these, we're kind of building our own preset, right? So we do our color grading in Lightroom, and then we copy and paste that as we saw earlier. That's the same sort of process. Basically, we're just creating our preset for each sort of little set, whatever sort of custom settings that we want, color grading that we want, and then we are Luminar sky, and then we're doing those tweaks to it. And the same is true for anything else. You know, use the tools that are available to you, whether that's presets, whether that's, you know, in this case, I'm doing a sky replacement here. So we're using that, but always change it from the preset. So you're not just using the preset and that's it. And that's really how you're going to shift the sun over. I'm looking at this line over here, and let's fix the mask a little bit to blur it some. A little bit of relighting. So you'll notice, you know, yeah, I'm using a lot of the same settings, but I'm not, if I were wanted to make sure that I was getting the exact same settings you could, make sure the settings are exactly the same on every single one. But I don't want that because, again, everything's going to be changing. Not only is the camera angle changing, all that stuff's changing, but also the sun's going down in these shots because, with golden hour, that's just going to happen. So there are those things that will make each one a little bit different. So there we go again. And there's a lot of different things we could do, a lot of different techniques for customizing it a little bit more. Rid of that little helicopter. If we wanted to blur it a little bit more in the background, we could, all those sorts of things. Kind of depends on how you want. You could come in and add a little bit of a blur if you wanted to. Something like that. I don't know. However you want to tweak it, adjust it. Again, different settings are good. Different images are going to have different settings. That's fine. So we're using the same basic concept, the same basic process, but we are changing it from image to image, which is something too that I try to do a lot of, so that it mimics what is happening in camera. Because even if you're, all of these are, I always shoot manual to lock it down, but I also always change settings. Usually, between sets, obviously locations, you're going to change your camera settings and all that kind of stuff. But even between a lot of these different shots, so like that one that's closer up versus one that's a little further away, I'm going to make some changes to the camera settings, whether it be adjusting the aperture just a little bit or adjusting the Luminar sky. And we're going to come in here at our thing. Whatever sort of minor adjustments you're making in camera, we're doing the same sort of process in the editing too, to make minor adjustments between these different images, even though we're using the same base settings. Imagine a difference of adjusting your aperture from 1.8 to 2.8 or something like that, right? When you're shooting, you're going to make those sort of adjustments, and that's normal. So why not do the same thing when you're editing and make little adjustments from each image to match that, to make it seem more realistic. The point of a good edit, in my mind, is one that you don't notice. And so we are enhancing the image just slightly by adding in a little bit of texture to the sky. But we're not, as I've said before, we're not making super big changes to it overall, So again, we could come in here and add our little blur. Thankfully, it remembers the setting from before. Again, we could just come in here and change it a little bit. Are you going to notice the difference between a 1.8 to 2.1 Gaussian blur on the background? Probably not. But is the average person going to notice the difference between a 1.8 to a 2.8 aperture for a shot like that where it's a little further away? Probably not, especially if it's, posted on Instagram or something like that. You're getting even further away from being able to notice differences like that. So you might not notice what the difference is, but you might notice there is a difference there. And those are the kind of subtle edits that I like to do, where it just, again, mimicking what happens in camera. So we're almost done here with this set. So I'm going to sky. Let's come in here, do our sky. I have to bring my water. I went to go refill it while the last ones were saving, and then I forgot to bring it back in here. I came to check on it, and It's okay. We're almost done with this set, so we'll get it here in a sec. Move it over. Fix that a little bit, do a little bit of relighting, and here we go. Let that processed, and then mask it. Keyboard shortcut, Command Delete or Option Delete to fill with either the background or the foreground is what I'm doing here to do that, in case you're curious. For a lot of these smaller things, stuff like that, and keyboard shortcuts, of course, by all means, feel free to ask in the comments if you have questions like that. I've also got a Photoshop masterclass that teaches all the basics. So no matter what your level of Photoshop is, it walks through all those things. And so if I am moving too fast, that masterclass is really designed to take from the basics of layers. If you're not sure what those are, if you've never used Photoshop before, walking through all that, or even if you're more familiar with Photoshop, you've used it a lot, but you want to get into things like I was talking about, frequency separation. What is frequency separation? What is that technique? How does that work? And you might have noticed in the action, I have a different frequency separation for 8-bit versus 16-bit images, because Photoshop kind of cheats when it comes to frequency separation and that technique and how all that works. I explain all of that and walk through all that in that course, if that's something that you want. By all means, that is something there, but that allows us to work a lot faster for projects like these that are real world projects that, editing and I'm editing these with the assumption that you are already familiar with a lot of those basics, or at least gone through the equivalent of what's taught, what I teach in that. But yeah, if I'm moving too fast, obviously you can ask in the comments, but a lot of stuff is also shared in that course. So definitely check that out. And if you're not sure where that is, again, just let me know. That's got that over on Udemy. Okay, this is the last one here. Let me do the mask, and then we're going to paint this back in. Just some of this sky here. This little bit right here, that's actually, I was shooting and there was some grass, whatever this is, whatever these plants are, kind of in the foreground. So that's what that little bit of blur there is. And this over here on this side, same sort of thing. I was just kind of shooting through that, and I liked that a little bit of framing, but okay. Okay, so I think we are good to let these save. So we've got these documents saving, so I'll just go ahead and let those save. And then we've got our next set to open. So let's, starting here. Yeah, starting here. Let's do these. And then some of these real bright ones. So I will start these opening, which will take a little while because these are saving as well. So again, I'll just go ahead and pause while these save, the others open, and we'll come back and get the rest of that set and walk through that. So we've got these open. It looks like some of these are still saving. But we've got these open, so we can go ahead and start the same process. So this, looking into the sun for some of these, we'll see. I might try again. Do the sky replacement. But for each of these little different sets, sets within the overall set, where we're changing angles and stuff like that, or for some of these where it's shooting in, the sun is right behind her here, obviously, with the way the light is. So it might make sense to not have it be to see as much of the sky. Definitely a different one. So we'll see. Let's do it anyway, just to see if that's the approach we want to go. And worst case, since we're working non-destructively, worst case we turn it off, right? Turn off that layer. So we were using this one before. I need to install. I have more skies for Luminar. I need to install them on this computer. But we won't do that for this. For this one, kind of blend that a little bit better. It does a decent job of figuring some of that out, but so for this, if we do use this, it's really just going to be on the edges, which honestly we might not see once we get to the cropping stage of this. Who knows? But I still, anytime I'm working, I do it with the intention of it being the entire image. I'm not worried about cropping at this stage. A big reason for that is because even though we will end up cropping this obviously down. Everything ends up being cropped at some degree, even if you take the original image and then you post it to Instagram, not levels. I want to do curves. It's just a preference. I prefer curves over levels as a kind of a default. But even if you post, then okay, Instagram is cropping it. I prefer to have the option of what I crop first, so that when it gets posted to Instagram or Facebook or X or whatever social you're posting to, or wherever you're placing the picture, whatever gallery you're fitting it to those. So I'm not sure. What do you think? Maybe a little much on this side. Maybe a little bit. It's almost like a natural vignette, almost a little bit of on there. I do want to blur it a little bit more because it's a little too in focus for me. The sky, that is. Something like that. So before, after, just a little bit more subtle. That's not bad. That's kind of like that. Just adding a little bit to it. One thing I do want to do in this area, I don't like scrubby zoom. I can select where I want to focus, but let's, again, this is in camera. We've done this before, but I want to blur this just a little bit. Just so it's not as harsh of a line. It's not as harsh here as it was in a previous image when we did this on our, I think it was our shoulder or arm. But we're just kind of blending, and then I'm going with the waves in her hair. to blend that. And then we're going to, well, we'll see. We might bring it down a little bit. Something like that. So at 100%. So it just kind of helps. So it's not just as much of a line. That's just something that's just a personal preference there. Go. Save that. Move on to the next one. Let it run through the action. And you know what we could do to save a little bit more time? You know me, I'm all about saving a little bit of time. So after this, let's go ahead and hit record here. And now we can duplicate our layer. Call it Luminar Sky. And that's it. Just that little bit. Because we don't want to actually have the action run Luminar because we want to have that flexibility of changing that each time. But have it build that layer for us. It's one little step less. That's really going to save us, I don't know, a few seconds each time. But those seconds add up when you're editing, you know, what do we have, 100 pictures or so. Just to where the sun actually is to get that. Yeah, so the sun's right there. We bring it down a little bit. Blend that a little bit better. And then let it do a little bit of relighting. And then let it process. So there are, I'll show you something here. I'm probably not going to bother with that, but in the action, if you set this here, it will allow the pop-up so that you can actually change it each time. But I found it doesn't always, oops, I zoomed in too far. It doesn't always work so well with plugins. So let's add our curve and let it blur a little bit. Okay, so again, it's super subtle. Obviously, it's blown out where the sun is, which is the look we're going for there in that particular area of the image. Play. You know what? Since this is like a new installation of Photoshop 2024, as you could tell from some of the earlier issues that we were having, the first tutorial that I've done, particularly on this Photoshop, as well as this computer, you know, it's a new setup, which is a big reason why we went through some of the kind of growing pains and things like that and had to troubleshoot some of that, setting up our action to begin with, that kind of stuff. So let's try this. Okay, so we are here. Let's record. We can always delete it, but let's see if the let's see if this version of Photoshop with this version of Luminar has fixed the issue that it had before where the it wouldn't pop up. So what I want is I want the action to run, but also pop up and let me edit this in Luminar. So I'm matching the position of the sun. Oops, fixing the details there. Let it do some relighting. We're gonna, don't like that. We could even adjust the mask a little bit here too, I think. Oh, that actually gets rid of all of it. I'm not going to bother with that. I'll fix that afterwards. It is trying to still do a lot of stuff with AI and do it automatically. And since I'm not going to use most of the sky anyway, obviously we blow it out and we mask it and all that kind of stuff. But what I want to do with this action here, to get back to that, is after this, so we would add our mask and then fill it. And then we could even come in, add our curves, and make this adjustment to start with. Something like that. So now let's stop our, actually, come back to the mask. Stop it. Okay. So in theory, what we should be able to do is set this, and that's going to be a stop action, which means that Photoshop will show the dialog box for this, and then we should be able to make our change in Luminar and then have it run the rest of this action, so we don't have to create the curve every time. We don't have to create the mask every time. It works really well inside of Photoshop with dialog boxes inside of Photoshop, but I found that it did not work so well with plugins. Luminar in particular was one that I had used that it didn't really, it would still just process and it wouldn't just let me make that edit. So I'm going to make sure to kind of have it be a little less where that mask was an issue, but a little bit there. And then we can do our little bit of a blur. Yeah, so just adding just a little bit. So the big test for this action now is going to be when we run this, let's see if Luminar will open up for us and run, and let us make changes to it. Open. So it'll run Photo AI. It'll run Luminar the first time it's doing some of the portrait stuff. Which, quite honestly, on this, she's facing the opposite direction. It's not going to detect her face anyway, because you can't really. She's facing that way, so it's not really going to do much anyway. But that's fine. And then after that, it should run through, duplicate that, plugin started, so it's not started in automatic mode, which means okay, awesome. It looks like it does work. Okay, so that's good. That's exactly what we want. So now we can make our adjustment. Give it a second to load. There we go. So that's awesome. That's going to save us some time. I'm glad they fixed that. Oh, look at that. It even remembered the settings that we had before. So all of this stuff, so I can just tweak it a little bit, just to change it a little bit. But a lot of this is saved in our action from when we had created the action. So that's going to save us some time. Again, just saving a few seconds, but every few seconds it adds up. It adds up, and I love to save time where I can. So now that we're done with this, it should run through the rest of it. Yep, create our curve, create everything, and there we go. But it did not fill that. Interesting. That's fine. That's not a big deal to fill the mask. Wonder why it didn't fill it. Could fix that if you want to. Oops. Gonna zoom in. I accidentally hit Z instead of X. So X is, you can see over here, I'm switching back and forth. In fact, that's probably That's probably one of the reasons why it didn't fill. I bet it did fill. It just filled with white instead of black because I'm switching back and forth. And so in the action, we told it to, I don't remember if we told it to switch with the foreground or the background, but as you're switching back and forth, sometimes that's going to happen. And that's fine. If we, because if we fix that, fixing it would mean basically switching to have it be the foreground or background, but which we could, if we hit D, that'll switch to the default. I'm not gonna bother with that. It's not that big of a deal to fill that layer if we need to. If it doesn't fill the mask on the Luminar sky layer, because we are switching back and forth as we're painting that mask, switching back and forth a lot. So remembering which one we're at. Usually the workaround for that would be to switch to the default. So if you hit D as in dog, or D as in default on the keyboard, then it'll switch to this right here, which is the same as clicking these little swatches. That just switches to your default. Same as this right here, this little icon that's to switch back and forth, to swap the foreground to become the background color, background become the foreground color. X, as in xylophone, X is the keyboard shortcut for that, which is what we were hitting before to switch back and forth so much. We don't even need to apply it. It already applied it, which is kind of cool. But we need to move the sun to be actually where the sun is. So again, I'm just adjusting some of this. We don't want to relight her too much. So I'm using that. So we could relight her using this for these shots. I really like, I like the shots without adding this. But adding the sky to it, I want to use her as kind of a base. So like keeping her color true to the way it was actually shot and with our original there, and then using that as a basis for what makes the sky look natural. Which is a big reason why I'm blowing it out a lot and making it blend in with the way the image is, instead of making this add to the image instead of completely change the image. Probably a better way to phrase that. So that way it's it makes for a good image that is a subtle edit. So even that there is probably a little much on her. Let me actually, after using Photoshop for so many years, professionally for so many years, I'm not sure if I'm sold on this whole little thing here, but it's one of those things where I think I'll get used to it. The little floating toolbar there that they've added. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I like it or not. The more I use it, the more I'm sure I'll get used to it. But right now, I'm not sure. You can hide it if you want to. You can hide that bar if you want. You can pin it. You can do all that kind of stuff, which is nice. If you are not a fan of it, you can do that. All right, I think this is the last set here, or last image in this set. But we still need to let Photoshop catch up on the save, which is just something that will take a little bit of time, because it's got to crank through that queue. this run, almost Luminar, and then duplicate to create that layer, and then run in non-automatic mode so that we can edit, and then come into the edits here. Sec to load. There we go. Let's find where the sun is over here. You can see it's just off camera, so it's actually like right over here. So I'm just adjusting it just a little bit, just subtle changes. Talk through my thought process on that before just everything gets a little bit of a change. That run, and then we'll want to fill that to hide basically, and then start to paint some of this back in, the sky here. And over on this side where it gets blown out, obviously. Go. Where the sun is. Oops. Keep doing that, hitting Z instead. That's another thing too with this with a notebook. I'm used to using a desktop keyboard more than notebook, so the keyboard is just a little bit different position and everything, so that's what I think I'm hitting that. So a little bit of getting used to on my part too. Let's go ahead and add a little bit of a blur to it. Okay. Let me get that off of her. There we go. So it's really just the sky. Okay. So we have saved. So it's saving 7 documents. And then what we'll do is I'll go ahead and pause this again to let this save. And then before we take that, let's check. So we've done these. This is what we just done. I think we need to do some of these. And then we're shifting. Yeah, so that's the same. And then we shift sets. So let's do these next. And then we do an outfit change and we shift to a similar sort of look. So it'll probably actually be pretty similar. And then we shift to a different looking set. Yep. So, okay. So we have these next to do. So I will start these opening. As these open, we have those files that need to save. So go ahead and let that process. And I'll be back after those are saved and after those are open, and we'll continue on the next set. All right, we're back here. So we have all of these saved. One thing with these, so we can see some of these before, right? So they were taking hours to save. And if we look at the date modified, because we know that Photoshop will only save one file at a time. It saves one and then it puts them in a queue to save the next one. If we look at these, they're taking like 10, 11 minutes to save. So it's not taking nearly as long. It's not taking the hours that it was taking to save these files before, which is a good thing. It's still, 10 minutes per save. We have, just for the sake of between 80 to 100 photos. So just for the sake, say 100 or so photos at 10 minutes each. It still takes some time, right? And the reason for that really is just because they are large files. They're still large files. And and it's just going to take some time to do. And there's just a lot of them. So that is something to keep in mind. But they're not taking nearly as long as they used to. We've solved that by minimizing the number of layers on there, and also not working with nearly as many at the same time. I was hoping to be able to open them all up and do that, but that just bogged it down here. Even using a much faster computer. But let's look at the edit here. That's a lot on that. Oh, okay. That's why, because that shot theirs. So let's position this a little bit differently. Go. Matching it up with the sun as we do. Let me, in here, one thing let's defocus this in here instead of doing our blur afterwards. We can do that in here. And maybe add a little bit of warmth just to blend it a little bit better. So here we go, like that. Now, once this is done, of course, it's going to continue running through our action, and we will be ready to. Okay. Yeah, so it did fill. So you can see, yeah, I think that's because I had, when I originally created it, you can see the default is white as the foreground, black as the background. And then I had it flipped when I created the action. So yeah, that's just I'll just say that's not a big deal, but there we go. So just add a little bit into the sky, super subtle. I like that. There we go. Let that save. And then on to the next one here. Action run. This is our automatic mode, which is saving. Honestly, the AI detection for a face probably isn't going to do much because we are shooting straight into the sun there, which, again, that's part of the style of that particular shot. So that's normal. Let's look and see what it looks like with the sky replacement. And then add in some of our adjustments. So like that, I'm going to do a little bit less relight. And let's see the placement of it. We might want to move it just a little bit. There we go. Matching it up with the sun in the sky just a little bit better. So we have that. Now we will see. Can't remember if okay, got the mask. So let's switch now and add this in. Just painting a little bit of the sky in. Okay. We don't need to do the blur or anything like that because we've done that in Luminar, with the defocus in there. So it's technically a little bit different. And again, that's something that, as I've mentioned, I like to do a little bit of different techniques. So like the Gaussian blur or blur, what I prefer Gaussian blur over, the fast blur or some of the other blurs. they each have their purpose, but defocus in Luminar is going to have a little bit of a different look. And because this set is a little bit different than the last, it's very similar, but just slightly different. And so I like to change that up a little bit, because just like we're changing camera angles, we're changing the settings on the camera throughout the shoot. I also like to change how I do the edits very subtly, very, very small, minor differences. That I think it adds to it. I mean, that's just something that I've picked up over the years of working professionally. Is you make those little tweaks, and those little changes sometimes are what makes the difference. Let's get a position first. Maybe open it up a little bit. Now, what we could do for some of these that are facing straight in there, that's so stylized, right? So, I mean, shot straight into the sun, basically. We could, Luminar has this cool, let's see if, is it in sky? It's been a bit, use that. No, we want to do our creative relight. No, maybe it's not relight. They must have renamed it here. Let's see, not relights. Ah, here it is, sunrays. Yep. Okay, under creative sunrays. That's what I was looking for. So place our sun. So you can see the rays it's adding. But actually, you know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna get rid of this. Turn it down to nothing. So there's no difference there. We have our sky. So I'm gonna apply this with just the sky, and then we can come back into Luminar again to add it onto a new layer. So I know we have layers inside of Luminar, but I want the layers inside of Photoshop. Unless Luminar has changed that. Again, this is that's the cool thing with a lot of this software is, as they add updates, a lot of times they update things. So it's well, obviously they update things for an update, but I mean, a lot of times they update things that will alter your workflow and make it better. So we could try that in our next one. Let me do Command J to duplicate that. So I have this. This is going to be sun rays. And we're going to add a little bit more sun rays to make it a little more, just push it a little bit more. Just edit. Here's our sun rays. Place our sun. It's going to be right here. And let's do, so the sun itself, I don't need the sun itself. That's already in there. Sun rays, let's give it fewer, which is going to make them bigger. Randomize it. I really want to get maybe something like that. I like that. Where this one's coming off, that's really kind of what I want. There we go. We don't need quite as much warmth. We've got a lot that's in there. Let's do the length going down. So penetration is going to go through some of this vegetation here. It tries to figure a lot of that, and the overall look is how much it affects the overall. But because we're doing this on a new layer, basically we're going to be masking a lot of that too. Right? So we're going to take this, mask it all out. So now we have our sky, and then now we can start to mask in. So we have the sky, and we can start to mask in some of our the little sun ray here. So again, it's going to be a subtle addition, but we're adding in a little bit of a sun ray there, here. So you can see that little bit that it adds. There we go. So just a little addition to that. And I like the balance of that ray going this way, and then, you know, she's facing the opposite way. And so it adds a little bit to the framing, which is why I did it that way. So let's run this through. And actually for this one, I might add another sun ray to this, but let's test that out with the layers in Luminar and see if that can speed up our workflow a little bit more. And we'll see. We'll see how Luminar handles that. That is a benefit of working non-destructively, because worst case we can go back and we don't lose anything. So when this pulls up after the automatic mode, when it pulls up in the Luminar run that interaction allows us to edit, that we have that, we're going to add in the sky that's already thrown in there for us. Right, so it already added in the sky. So let's go through and do what we normally would for that. So that's adding our position of it. Like that. We can adjust this just a little bit. Pull that down a little bit, and then remove, defocus even more. And let's, oops, it's get to that edge there to down. Now let's I'm going to resize it. Let's try adding a layer. And no, it's not going to allow me to add a layer on here, so it's not really what I want. I don't want to add in light leaks or anything like that. Okay, that's not really doing what I thought it would do. So that's okay. We can just go through that same process that we did a moment ago, which is going to be different, right? Because the sun's going to be when we generate the sun rays this time, of course, they're going to be different than the ones that we generated last time. And that's exactly what I want. We don't want copy paste, because you take 2 photos of the sun with those sun rays, and it's just natural. The way the way the camera is looking at it, it's going to be slightly different every time. And that's what actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take the sky and we're going to change it up even more. This is going to be our sun rays. Pull that back in, so the curves there, and then we can get rid of this mask here, because we're going to add it again later, but after we work with Luminar again to get this extra layer on top of it. And the reason for doing this rather than doing it separate, rather than doing it the same, is we have the sky there now, and then we can allow our layers in Photoshop to be able to affect things more. So maybe we have a little bit more pronounced rays. Something like that. And then, yeah, we're going to come in, add our mask, and paint that in. So let me actually see, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go an opposite approach. So this is something I'll do sometimes where I'm not sure. It's hard to see what I'm painting in when I can't see it. We hid the whole layer, so it's kind of hard to see where those rays are that we're wanting to paint in. So I'm going the opposite approach, where we're essentially painting them out like this. Now we have this mask, we can do our Command I and invert. So we get that. Here we go. So again, they're subtle, but we're adding in a little bit of those. And then what we can do here, I'm going to do this. Take my flow down. Let's look at the mask. So Option, and then click on the mask. And I want to blend just a subtle in between to get some of that light that kind of blends between the rays in there. So I'm using the open close brackets to change the brush. Of course, you can right click and change that there too, or come up here, wherever you want to change that. Okay, let's look at that and see. Yeah. Okay. So it's adding in just some subtleness to it. So this was before and then after, just kind of pushing that golden hour look a little bit more. But we don't have to do it for all of them. Honestly, for this one, I'm probably not going to. And this is another variation of it. So we can add the sky and not have some sun rays in some, and have some variation that, because if you've taken golden hour shots, right, looking into the sun, sometimes you get those rays, sometimes you don't. Depends on how your camera's angled. So we can mimic that again in our editing as well. So here's our sky. Come into our edit. See what this looks like. There we go. Let's change our orientation. It's not bad. I mean, its placement's not too bad there. But go. Adjust this. Oops. Adjust that some. Let's change relighting. Let's defocus. Add some more. Maybe a little bit more brightness to the sky. Haze to it. Just adjusting some so we can see our before and after of that. Go ahead and hit apply, and then it'll add in our mask, and we can mask that out. And this time I'm not going, I don't think I'm going to add a sun rays to it. Oops. Need to mask that, or hide that mask. No worries, just fill that. And then paint in, I have my flow super low. That's right, because I was doing sun rays. Make this bigger, softer, so we can blur here. Paint it in, blur, not bad. Go. There we go. Let me add in the sky a little bit. So, more subtleties to it. Save. And then, okay, so this one's going to be different. It's not, she's covering the sun. So we shot some where she's covering the sun. So same angle really, but of course the light is very different when she's covering the sun and the camera can't see the sun directly. Which is going to change our editing as well, and how we edit this to best enhance this shot. I like that. That was one of the reasons we did that. You get that nice backlight. Really stylize that. I like it. Okay, let's come in and see how this looks with our sky. And okay, we might need to change our position here. So move it over to be behind her. And up. There's going to have that line there, but that's okay because we're going to be blurring a lot of that out anyway. Actually, I think there is a scale necessarily, but we're blurring a lot of it, so go blend that in. Let's go ahead and move it down anyway. It's just gonna be less fixing later. It's gonna be subtle enough that okay. Let that process. I might fix. Let me actually. I'm thinking of the little around her hair, the light that we fixed in previous ones. Let me look at this. Okay, that's another blown out one. So this, let's first start painting in our sky a little bit. Just to add that. Go. And let's fix that. So zoom in a little bit and we're going to just switch to our heel and just I just want to blend it just a little bit more. And with this, I'm going with her hair because it is generating new pixels, but I don't really want to change how her hair looks. I just want to kind of blend that line a little bit. We could use smudge, but that would lose some of the texture in the hair. But basically, we're using heel like smudge, like the smudge tool, which is here. This smudge is what I'm referring to. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So subtle, but kind of blends it just a little bit more. And yeah, I'm not going to add any rays to that. So we'll save this and then run it on this last one here. Which again, for this, I think maybe I'm probably not going to add any rays to this one either. We have some with, some without, and just kind of allowing for some of that variation in our editing too. And then we're ready for another batch once this one is done. So automatic mode, and then we'll run into where we can edit the sky. And to edit. Let's see what this looks like. Yep, I'm going to need to change the orientation of this. The sun's right there. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about this. This might be a good one to actually add some rays to. So I might take that back. I might do some sun rays to this. And then our sky here. Yes, defocus quite a bit. Blur it out, and then there we go. Okay. So you got that, and yeah, I might actually add some sun rays. But going to add them actually paint in our sky here first to get that looking, and then figure out how we want to do our sun rays to add to this. So one of the reasons that I changed my mind, I want to add the sun ray to it, is because of this right here. So that is obviously in camera lens flare. But I'm not going to do the whole sky. We're going to do the to this. And run it. Oops, I haven't added yet. I was used to our thing there, or our action that automatically started for us. Okay, so we're going to crank this quite a bit. And sun settings, I don't want the sun. I don't want that. I want some more pronounced ones. Really, I kind of want it to go along here with that. There we go. Let's randomize. That is just a random seed, basically. There we go. Getting this nice light right there that kind of leads there. Sun doesn't matter because we're not using that. We turn that off. There we go. So we're going to have one there. Let that process, and then of course we're going to mask it to basically hide most of this. Because we're really just using, let's do our inverse thing again so I can see the sun ray. This is the sun ray that I really want. So we're going to basically hide that, do an inverse, and then we get that back. Okay. So we get that. Just one ray. There we go. So we got that nice little slice across the sky. Okay. So these are saving. So it's time to open up our next batch, which I think is done that. Yes. Okay. So outfit change. So we're going to do this whole because this is another batch here that changes. So this is going to be very similar to what we just did, but slightly different because different outfits. So slightly different, but still similar. But I'll go ahead and pause while those save, and then we have the next batch opening, and we'll be back to edit those once they're open. We got our next batch open here. So let's go ahead and run these through our action. Same process we've done before. Just run it through. Let these do its thing. These plugins do their thing. Photo AI. Run, then Luminar. And you can see there's a little bit of atmospheric haze there, adding some differences. You can see the actual sun itself right there, causing that right over the edge. So it's perfect to line up our sunset with. So let's in our position right here, even move it down. And this one here, you can see the lens flare that's in camera. Yeah, I don't think for these I'm going to add those sun rays. I think we're going to leave it at those. At what we did have, on those few. For this set, I'm not going to default to doing it, I guess. If there's something that makes me want to add them in. Of course, we can add them, but let's switch my flow down just a little bit. And then draw this in. Here we go. And that might not be, yeah, that's not super right there. So let's blend a little bit better, just a little different angle. You can see the lines there. I want to kind of get some of those out. So there we go. Get some blending, some different blends. And we can, rotate around to get different angles. I mean, depending on what you're using, I've used tablets before that you can rotate the entire thing and, shift all that. But with the Cintiq, the way I've got it's just easier to rotate the whole canvas. So you can see before and after, just adding just a subtle little bit there. And then we could I'm going to even bring it down a little bit more. There we go. And on to the next one. Let that run. Yeah, so with this, of course, we can ship this around and stuff like that. But I've used kind of like an iPad, but typically not an iPad, different Windows-based to have an actual Wacom screen is one of the tablets that I have. And I like it because it's about, the size of a MacBook, 13, 14 inches, and but can take it and the whole thing can move around, and I'll do that sometimes. Just preference, rather than rotating inside of Photoshop, just rotating the entire system, which is nice. But of course, on this, I can't do that because the plug's up here. So rotating would cause issues. See, where's sun is right here. Position that. Go. Let's do our defocus. Some atmospheric haze. Warm it a little bit. Maybe brighten it up. Variations of our settings. And, maybe we will add a sun ray. Just to add some of that to this set too. But when we do, look at some of these other, so which one do I, maybe this, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that one. And maybe not this one, but the other one to add that sun ray to. Or we could do both. Let's just see how it looks. Let's see how that looks. So let's add our sun ray and come back up. Worst case, we don't use it, right? But let's give it a try and see how this looks. Hit it into sun rays. Place our sun, which is right here. One of the things I like about this is Luminar does a good job of, I don't want this actual sun. We have the actual sun in the photo. I'm going to keep that. Luminar does a good job of this penetration. So watch, as I do this, it's actually using her hair, her there. So the AI does a good job of knowing what's actually in the image and using that. Now I want it to actually go beyond, or actually, penetrate through the subjects in the image. But it's a really nice way of I've been impressed with how it detects stuff. The sun's not even in the shot. The sun ray. So this is kind of what I'm looking for there. So like if you have trees and things like that, it does a good job of knowing, of detecting where the trees are and then shining the sun rays through that. Obviously it's not perfect. Nothing is, but I've been impressed with that. And that was actually one of the first. I had a project where I had some trees in the shot. Let's do our inverse thing again so I can see where I'm painting this. So basically painting out this sun ray and then inverse. There we go. So we get that in there. And maybe just some subtleness there, but that's the key one there. Yeah, that was really what kind of got me onto Luminar to begin with. I had a project where I had those, and just the sheer number of shots. Again, you're going through a lot of different shots. I mean, you can add those in, you can paint them in, you can use overlays, a lot of different ways that you can add in sun rays. But then in the project that I had, this was years ago, there were a lot of shots that we had shot in a park where there were a lot of trees and foliage. And so just the masking process to get those sun rays to go through and to look right was very time consuming. And I did it on one image, and then I was like, okay, I have to try to find a better way to work faster on this, to get all the images processed. And found Luminar, and it did a great job. I mean, there were still some, some touch-ups and things like that had to do, of course, but it got a lot of it done a lot faster. And so I've been using it ever since for a lot of this kind of stuff that is just does a good job. Just does a good job. Brightness a little bit. Apply. This one, not going to add a sun ray to it. Let me go ahead and paint this in. Just a little bit. Again, this is just kind of getting a little bit of a different angle. And we could change things up even more so and start using different brushes and stuff like that. Which, no, I don't have my brushes installed on this system yet, so that'll be something I'll have to do. My custom brushes. Go. Ready to move on to the next one. This is one that I think we were going to add some sun rays to, because we got that nice shot there of the lens flare. Just add another ray to it just to kind of boost that some more. So here we go with AI. And then Luminar. And all right, so here's our sky. I'm in an edit. See what it looks like. Probably gonna have to adjust the orientation like usual. Go. Yeah. Position there. Even move it up a little bit such so it's at the top a little bit more. Make some adjustments. And for a lot of those adjustments there, just kind of just changing it mostly. There we go. Add that there. And then we'll do our sun rays. So there we go. Hide that. Paint in the sky, which there was already some stuff there from this one, but just adding that little bit in. And then let's rename and come back up and add in the rays. To our sun rays, let's place the sun right here. And the sun settings, don't want that. We've got it in the shot. I don't want it to cover her face because we can see her face a little bit more. Maybe even not penetrating past her. So not going past, but there. That's not the length. You can see the length here. We can have it be just subtle to come in through there. There we go. So with that, now let's add our mask. And for this, really, I'm just going to paint in some right here because this is kind of where we want that. Increase my flow a little bit so I can paint a little bit harder. And just adding in some of those subtle rays in this area here. Here we go. Yeah, so you can see that little bit of addition to that. Oh, you know what though? Hold on. What is this? 4.9. Okay, I'm gonna stop that real quick because there's one other thing I want to do. I want to look at this right here. This is the tag, I think. Yeah, that's a tag. So let's see if we can make this a little less obvious. And I wonder if Content Aware Fill will do this for us. Let's try it and see. So we'll do our see if that'll get rid of that for us. Nope. Probably not. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. We can do it the old-fashioned way. We actually, fortunately, with this area here, it looks like we have a pretty good source to just, and because this, it's still a sunset shot, and in there, a lot of it is blown out anyway. So by a lot of the detail, so it's not going to be too tough to get this. There are times where a lot of patterns and stuff like that on clothing get really, really hard to fix. And quite honestly, the best fix for tags and things like that. Did I just do that on here? I think I did. Oops. Let me do that. I didn't mean to do that. So let me go back and there we go. All right. Same thing again. But the absolute best way to remove tags is to cut it off. in before you even take the picture to actually take the tag off. Of course, that is actually modifying the clothing, and you can't always do that. You don't always want to do that, but that is always the best way. So if you can, that would be how I'd recommend doing it. If you can, but of course you can't always, and that's always a question to have with with the model or whomever you're shooting or whatever, just to don't push it, because it's not like it's hard in these, especially for a shot like this, that we can see it didn't take very long to get rid of that. We actually did it twice because I did it on the wrong layer at first. But so you can see before and after. It's just name that. Okay. All right. So now we can save this. I want to save this as TIFF files because it started saving and then we stopped it partway through that it's popping up again. Okay. So yeah, that's always if you can remove it, we might do a little bit there too, but that's with our hand there that's covering some of it. So it's not going to be as noticeable to begin with anyway. So we'll be okay, but we'll go ahead and modify that one probably too. I didn't really notice them on the other ones. They didn't stand out as being as distracting. So I think it'll be okay. Automatic mode, and then we'll have our sky. Edits into the edits here. And sun's right here. So that's where we're going to want to position our sky once it loads in. Take a second here. Come on. It's not loading. Should load. Interesting. We maybe it's not detecting the sky. Maybe it can't see where the sky is. That's interesting. It does that sometimes. Like if it can't see, if say she's facing the opposite direction and you try to do some face, things in here, it's got the ability to do face and all that kind of stuff. But if it can't detect it, then basically this is what it does. So maybe it doesn't think that this is the sky. Interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess if it doesn't detect it, let's try. Wonder if we can maybe come in and add this to this one instead. Because it does have some stuff up here. So there's, I mean, obviously there's ways we can do this if we really wanted to. We can add in an overlay. We could do that. We could find that image in our wherever it stores them. Oh, is it going to detect now? No. Interesting. loading that it sees. Let's do this. So delete that. We'll do our sun rays. That's fine. We'll keep the sun rays. And then I'm gonna so this is the sun rays, just so we know the difference here. And let's paint this in. So kind of what we've done before with these, mostly just around this side of her is where I want these to be. And we don't need the curves on this because these are the sun rays. But I do want to try this again to see if maybe it was a glitch or something. It seemed like it was trying to work that second time. But it just wasn't loading the sky. Interesting. Yeah. It doesn't like this image. To see where the sky is. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and get that. And then you know what? We can leave it at that. If we really wanted to, what we could do, here's the sky. Do this and pull it over from another one. Since we're doing real subtle anyway, don't need those sun rays. Just the sky and the curves. We're going to have this be... So obviously this is a very different image. But all we want really is the sky, and I'm just going to add a little bit to the top. So just that top part here. So here's what we're going to do. Is painting in just this little bit of top. Pulling it from that other one, and then I don't want to get the horizon in there. Really, I probably should have pulled from a different image that has more sky in it. That one had a pretty high horizon, but you can see what we're doing here, where we just get a little bit of the sky, just a little bit more in there, right? Just super, which is what we're doing on most of the shots anyway. Super, super subtle. Okay. So, continuing on to the next image, we've got a few more here in this set. And move along. Oh, I forgot to do the tag on that last one, didn't I? Okay. Well, once this is, as this is running, it's tag's covered up there by her arm, so she's not even seeing that. Not seen in there. We will hop back over. That is a good side to Photoshop taking a while to save these images, even though it's much faster. It's still taking a little bit. It's got that cue that it's saving in the background there. So we have a little bit of time. We can go back and stop that save and then make that edit. Start it back up again because it hasn't even started saving. So we want our sun right there. So sky goes there. That defocus. A lot. Even more. Add a little bit of green. And then apply that. And I think we're good on this. I'm not going to add a sun ray to that. We need to paint it in. Paint in that sky we just did. There we go. That. Okay, so that one's saving. Let's hop back over to this one. This is 4595, this one. Let's stop that from saving. And then we're going to, this is our tag. Remove the tag, make sure we're on that right layer. Let's zoom in. And I'm going to pull from right here. And because she's covering up some of that, it is more difficult to see, so it's not as obvious, but we'll go ahead and get rid of it anyway. I think that's part of the outfit. That line right there? I think so. It's like one of these. Is it? Yeah, it's got that line here, I think. Or maybe not. You know, maybe it's not. Maybe that's part of the tag. All right, well, that's where it's helpful to go back to other shots and see what it, for continuity purposes, you know, what's there, what's not. And then once we have that, we'll switch over to our heel to generate some pixels that kind of blend a lot of that better. So, good combination, the stamp and heel. Go. All right, so that's better. So, back, and then so that's before and after, just that. Okay. Good. Save that as a TIFF file like the others. All that's the same. And moving on to our next image. That one there. So this, do I want to do sunrays on this image? I did it on the other. I don't know. We'll see how this looks once we have that. Once we have the sky, when I make the determination of whether or not we add some sunrays to it. Okay, let's look at the sky. Edit. This load. There we go. All right, so let's position first. Sun's right there. Position there. We want lower. Let's make it higher. Like that. And make some adjustments here. I'm going to actually bring that. Looks kind of cool. Well, not around her, but his hair is looking at. Then I noticed over here. That's okay. I mean, we're masking a lot of this anyway, so. But, okay, so we're ready to do our mask. There it is. Oops. Go. And just paint this. Paint the sky. Go. And on this, we do have a tag. So let's zoom in here. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult because, no, I was thinking this right here might make it tough, but a little bit more, but still not bad. A big reason why this is a little bit more too is just because we don't have as much. Her arm is blocking a lot of the source point for where I pull from, so we're just gonna have to paint this in and then use our heal to regenerate some of these after we've gotten rid of most of it. Go. There we go. So got rid of the tag. Now let's hop into heal. I'm going to do a new layer because I think that'll make it look a little bit better. Sometimes when you do it on the same layer, the heal, I've found, doesn't do as good of a job as when you do it on a new layer. Just has to do with the way that heal works, which is it takes each pixel and then looks at the pixel around it to average out the colors and luminance and all that fun stuff, which is how it knows what to generate. So, but it does affect differently when it's, you're on a layer versus that. So, okay, there we go. So that's better, right? Yeah, a lot better. Not as distracting there. That's also that. Name the layer. Save that. This one might be good with a sun ray. I think I'm going to add a sun ray to this one. I think this is going to, I haven't even seen what the sky is going to look like yet, but just knowing the way the sun is and with her pose, I'm thinking a sun ray might look good on this. So we'll go that route, I think. Automatic. I like that it does that. It didn't used to let you know when it started in automatic mode where it just automatically does it versus being able to edit it. So I like that the team behind Luminar has added that little notification inside of Photoshop. All right, so sun's right here. Just had to make sure. And you have that. Let's defocus, warmth. And adjust that bit. Okay. So we've got that. Now we have that. Of course, we paint in the sky again. And then add that sun ray as soon as this is done with the action. All right. There we go. Now we can paint in our sky. The masts. Add that in. Maybe a little bit heavier on this side. And on that side, just add some variation to it. Now let's duplicate this Luminar sun ray. And we're going to add that in. So I want one that kind of comes following this here and comes down. Is my initial thought. Because you can see in camera we had that little bit of a lens flare going to play off of. I don't want sun. I only want this that we have. Go. Now let's position. I'm actually thinking I might add some going onto her arm a little bit. Kind of coming right across her face there. There we go. Let's see. I kind of like 8. That. Let's go with that. Sun doesn't matter. There we go. Okay. So we added in some sun rays, and now we can use our mask. Once this is done, there we go. Now we create our mask. I do that every time. I want to actually do the inverse thing here. So I can get this sun ray here. This one. And this. Maybe that. There we go. Now inverse, and we get that. So just adding a little bit of design to the sun there. Adding those rays in. And we've got one more in this set. So this one, I don't think I'm going to add a sun ray. We already added that to one. There's no tag. Tag's on the other side of the outfit. So this should be a pretty straightforward last one for this set. As soon as this one's done here. The action. And there's not even really much sky that you can see. So we'll see what our sky looks like. But honestly, we might not even really use that much. It's super subtle, even more subtle than subtle. Subtle. Two subtles. Okay. All right. Yeah. What? Actually, you know what? It might not even detect the sky. We'll see. It did. Okay. I mean, it's smart. It's just funny to me that it did detect here where there's like barely any sky even visible. And it didn't in that other one. There's really not much to that, to the sky that we can see. So there's really not, and now this is done. There we go. So let's go ahead and do our mask, and really probably mostly over here, I think. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so we save this. Okay, so now this is saving all 8 documents. Hop back over to Lightroom. Our next set is going to be these. Let's see, all the way to... Okay, outfit change. So let's just do, that's going to be 14. I think a computer can handle it. Let's try it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we have those 8 saving. We're going to open up this next set. You know what? Let's not risk it. Let's do 10. We'll do 10 and then we'll open up the last 4. But we'll do these first 10. And we'll let those open. And then let the other one save. And I'll pause the video so you don't have to wait for all that processing to happen. It still takes, about 10 minutes or so per image. Those 8, so 10 times 8, it'll probably be a little bit before all of those files are saved, of course, and opened. But all right, so I'll pause the video and I'll be back when those are all open and we'll continue on. All right, so let's continue on here. We have this next set ready to go. So this is a different look. I'm not sure if we really need to do the sky. Oh, well, we have that. It's automatically going to add the sky, isn't it? So we'll see what this looks like. We're obviously not going to want to use the same sunsets, changing it up from the previous one that we had. So, yeah, we'll see how this looks, and some of this could determine whether or not we actually use that, use the sky replacement in this set. Okay, obviously not that one. um, I'm not too worried about that. We can fix that as we need. I'm just wondering if this is even something that I want to do. Um, no. I think, well, you know what? We'll go through this, the rest of this. See, let's see if we can, if it'll, this AI will work. Can we adjust this? Hmm, that part. There we go. So let's fit again, and then let's see. Yeah, it lost it. It doesn't keep the. It doesn't keep it, does it? It's interesting. Oh, okay. Um, I want to do the sky. That's right. I want to mask the sky, not the person. And then I want to erase. Oh, actually, I want to paint. I'm sorry, because we're doing the sky, not. So I want to add the sky to this. Here we go. It still doesn't really add it in, does it? So it's there. It's just the sky itself is not. It's interesting. I mean, the mask should be there. We've got that mask made. Well, okay. I wasn't sure if I was really going to like it anyway. So we will try to think of. We'll go ahead and apply it, but I'm trying to think of what was after this that we're going to keep. So we'll let it run through the rest of the action. Um, don't need the sky. Okay, yeah, that's all it created after that. For any of these other shots, are we going to, maybe for some of these, we might want the sky. What if we were to just add a little bit around and do something subtle. Would that look better, do you think? Now, because there's that little mask area there, there's a couple things I'm going to do. One is, first I don't want that. I do like adding just a little bit to it. So we are going to keep that, I think. But for this area here, let's do just do some real quick fix in here. And really for a lot of this too, it's also going to help clean up some of the flyaways in her hair. Process, there we go. Too much that so I'm going to bounce back and forth a little bit here. Clean up some of these flyaways. Might actually even get rid of this too. This bigger one. Go. And then again, I'm going to do a new layer here to do our healing. So that helps just blend it a little bit better. It's there we go. That's, yeah, I think that'll work. I think this will work with the sky. Yeah. Yeah. So get rid of some of those flyaways as well as fixing that sky mask. That's why I was like, well, I mean, I could fix it in Luminar 1. I wasn't really sure if I was going to use it, but also, you know, for that little bit there, it's easier just to come in here to Photoshop and do it. Okay. Yeah, I do like adding the sky a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll actually let's sky fix and there we go. Just to give them names, so a little more organized there. Okay, so but we're not using the same sky, so I think after this one, since we've already started this, I think I'm going to update that action. Since we do have a few more to do, we'll update the action and let it. So it's not using the sunset sky that we were using in the other one, because we're going to have to update that each time then. And it's faster just to update the action. But we've already started this time, so we'll go through this. And there we go. Not that sky. I think this was the one that we used. But focus, I'm going to brighten it up a lot. And shift it with this, so I remember when I took this shot, she's looking into the sun, right? So the sun's kind of back over this way. But as long as the light in the sky, the replacement sky is coming from this side, because you can't see the sun exactly, I think the lighting will work. I mean, yeah, obviously we don't want it that side, but something like this where you have the light coming in, I think that'll work. Okay. So we got that. And then we will paint it in. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to let me switch here and paint her out more. There we go. Okay. So we have this, what we're going to do now is update this. So let's find where this one. This is what we want to. So let's come in here, insert a stop right here. And then, so we can run this up until that point. And then we'll basically replace that, that second Luminar. That way we can update the sky, get that updated for our action. Go. Automatic, and then it should stop here after that. All right, stop. Now we want it on, I'm going to put it on the other side. And we're going to come here, record, and now we're going to come in. Start this sky, add in our sky, go through this process. There's nothing here because, we're not running the action, of course. We are creating it essentially at this point. So let's wait for the sky to load in. Give it a second here. There we go. So I want, again, I don't want the sun to be visible in there. So I'm going to shift it over that way. And it's a terrible mask on here, but I think we can, if we need to, like we've done before, we can fix it in Photoshop. So I'm not too concerned with that. Especially since a lot of it's going to be blown out anyway. But this is kind of the setting. And that's why because we're also recording the action, I don't want to go in there and start doing a lot of adjustments to the mask and stuff like that. Because that would adjust things in the rest of our shots as well. So we'll go ahead and let that apply. And then after that, we can finish the rest of the action. There we go. So this is finalizing, and we have that. Now, we can get, actually, stop it, delete this. Now, basically, we're just going to hit play on the rest of the action, which is going to create that for us, finish that off, and we can come in and paint this in. And then if we need to fix that mask, we can do that. But just adding a little bit more visual interest to the sky. So yeah, we're going to want to fix some of this over by her. So let's see here. So it's easier to see. I'm going to turn off the curves and come in here and paint some of this in. Just a quick fix on here. A little bit so it's quite so hard. Oops. I accidentally hit command instead of option, so it actually moved it. That wasn't what I wanted. And then it rotates. I think I switched to the wrong layer there. R, come on, Photoshop, R, rotate, thank you. S, stamp, thank you. And painting this in. Okay, so we have that kind of roughed. Let's try to blend some of this in here a little bit better. Let's see. I guess I could just do select subject here too. Interesting. Oh, I want to invert my selection. So Command Shift I inverts that. So I'm doing on the outside here. Sampling her too. I just want to make sure I don't get her. Oh, I was still using the, I want, let me shift back here and shift back. There we go. I want the stamp tool to get some of this right along the edge here. The heel is really difficult along edges like this because it is sampling the average of the pixels around it. And so if you're doing edges where there's a lot of contrast like that, that's why you get that kind of blur blending sort of effect. think, there we go. Oops. Kind of like what you saw right there, where it's pulling from Case the Hat. That was a little bit too much there. Let's do on this side. Blend, 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 blend. Okay. Let's shift back and so what we're going to do is Command E to merge these, and then we'll add the curves, and then see it hides a lot of it because we had a lot of it blown out anyway. But what I'm going to do even further is add some even more variance to it. So we're still adding a little bit of sky in here, but we are also making it even more subtle. So it's there, but it's especially over here more so. And a big part of that is some cover up of that poor mask from Luminar, and a quick resolution to that. So with this one here, since we updated the action, everything should pull in with the sky properly. The correct sky, I should say. Automatic mode. And then, oh, you know what we forgot to do? You know what I forgot to do? It's doing automatic mode again, which means the sky is going to be the exact same settings as the last one. Because I forgot to tell Photoshop to let me edit that. So, okay, once this is done, we'll see how it looks. And okay. I mean, it's pretty much the same as the last one. So a similar process. What I forgot to do is on here, for this one, I need to turn that on right there. That way it'll pop up and we'll be able to actually make edits in Luminar. So let's paint this in. And this one's actually even a little bit, let me make this a little bit lighter too. So it's, I think for that, I mean, we're getting over here. Some of that was already in there, but just we're going to a little more texture. I'm blending it, but we still can still kind of see the clouds over there, which is too heavy there. There we go. Let me There we go. Nice. Okay. I think that worked well. We didn't have to go in there and do all that healing and such, stamping. Okay, so this should give us the ability to change the sky so we can add some variance to it if we want to. Since we told it to stop that action. Automatic mode. For the first time, that's the portrait stuff. And then further to sky. Yep, okay. Not automatic mode. Nice. Okay. So, in our edits, give it a sec for this to load. There it is. That's a little harsh. We can adjust it a little bit. By harsh, I mean it's a little dark, too heavy, but of course that's what the mask's for, is to soften that a lot. Go. And painting that in. Go. That's actually not bad, adding a little bit of that atmospheric haze to it, but I'll paint that. Okay. Next one, going to be very, very similar, it looks like. Very similar shot, very similar edits, but we will add some slight variance to it as we do. Photo AI, done. Luminar, round 1. And Luminar, round 2. You can see some of the, how Luminar works. It actually does a pretty good job, with this grass here, putting that sky behind it. It's not bad. Not bad. Okay. Almost done. There we go. All right, now we're ready to paint this in. There we go. Simple. Just adding a little bit to the sky, and that's again a preference, I guess. It's one of those things where I guess you don't really have to replace the sky for shots like this. There's a time and place for like a blank sky, but one of the key reasons for, especially you can tell, especially in this shot here, where it just looks white, like there's really no color to it. Even there's a little bit along the edges here, and there's a little bit up here, but it's more blown out, which makes sense. I did have an ND filter on the camera. I don't have the camera in here with me, but at this point, but maybe next batch when I pause, I can go grab it and show the ND filter I was using just to shift it a bit. Here we go. So yeah, I did have an ND filter on, of course. And again, that was something too that is switching. So it's a variable ND. And then I was switching throughout the shoot, depending on what was needed until very end for some of the silhouette shots at the end. Of course, I took off the ND filter as the sun was going down. But yeah, see, I like adding that sky. But even then with ND filter, you know, sometimes things get blown out, and especially, you know, when it comes to the sky, this is just me, I'm okay with the sky being blown out if the subject is in focus, because I can do a lot. You can do a lot with sky replacements. It's a lot easier to do, you know, a sky replacement than it is to replace if, you know, she were blown out and the sky is perfect, that kind of thing. And it doesn't always have to be either or, but in some scenarios, you know, especially for something like this that is a golden hour shoot, you're pressed for time anyway. And so it's, you know, there's only so much time to get the shots you want, to get the shots you need. In this case, for, you know, making sure that we could get shots in all the different outfits that the brand needs. So yeah, there's some of these on kind of the darker sky. You know, I like that with these, with that, because that, yeah, that this outfit being a darker one. Actually, let's come in here. And just adjust it a little bit. Just add a little variance. Just, you know, because that's what I do. Got that saving. Next one. Okay, let's see if there's any more of that. I think we're shifting. Oh, that was one that I guess was still there from the previous. I think we're done with like this. Obviously, this is the same outfit, same look, but different angle. So this, like with these, I'm shooting towards her and she's looking into the sun, basically. I mean, it's kind of over here, so she's not looking straight into it, and it's going down, so it's not like it's super bright, but the sun's not behind her. Whereas, and then we just kind of turned around. So I was here shooting her that way. And then we turned around, swap spots, basically. So all that said, these last two, I might want to change the sky. We'll see. Because we're facing a different direction of the sky and you can see the sun. So we might shift back to that one that we did, the sky we did for the other one, the other set, in the light outfit. But we'll look at this once Luminar is done. And with this, and then it'll pop up again with the sky edit that we can look at. See? Okay. This, yeah, so I might shift the sunset one into, we were using this. Well, let's try this one. We were using this one too for a different set. But let's see. So the sun is right here. And where is it in our image? Looks like it might be over here. That. And then we will brighten, warm. Oh, this is the one with the helicopter. The helicopter. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with this one. We'll do this one. Remove the helicopter, obviously. It's kind of funny that they did that they had that shot and then there's a helicopter in there and they can't imagine wanting to keep that in there every time. It's going to be so obvious. Let's do our masking. We could even adjust our brush if we wanted to get some even more variance on it. Let me select subject. And rotate. Oops. Way this way. We might be able to do a little bit, but very subtle. On just edge light wrap type. Let's see how that. Yeah, no. I'm gonna get most of it off. So it's not on her. Okay. So, a couple things to tweak here. One, bye-bye helicopter. Which, because we did defocus and blur, it's not, there. But also, I want to soften this like we've done before, this effect. It's already kind of soft. I mean, it's already kind of soft, but not as hard as some of the other ones we've seen. Well, it is right here. Take that back. That other side was not as bad. Just blend it. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So, before. After, although, get rid of some of that. Okay. And the next one is going to be, I think, pretty much the same with as far as the sky and everything. Hermetic. On to the next one. We have, this is the last one. I was going to say I could update the action using since we're using a different sky, but I think this is the last one in this set. That's not a fun mask, is it? So switch to this guy. Let's see. Sun's right here. Shifting it over. Okay. And then we'll do our masking of it. If we need to clean up that bad mask from Luminar, we can, but we'll see obviously what that looks like after we do our own masking of it. That's it. Let me check this. It's a little hard there. I want it to be a little blended a little better, so you don't see those brush marks, you know? I mean, this is the mask, obviously, so I'm too concerned with what you can see here, but sometimes that makes it more visible on the other side. Yeah. Let's adjust this too. Now, I want to update this. Fix this a little bit, just blend it a little bit more. Oops. R for rotate, J for heal, and this isn't too bad. It's not like a super harsh line, but I'm just going to blend it a little bit more. This part here, a little more. And then also we have a little bit on her showing through. So we'll just make that just quite a harsh of a line. Still getting the light wrap. I mean, that's natural. Obviously, it's all on camera. Maybe a little bit in this area too. Just blend that transition a little bit. There, yeah. Is it anywhere else on her? I don't think so. Yeah, it's mostly just here. Okay. Okay. I think let me actually adjust this. There we go. Okay, so I think with this saving, we have 11 documents saving. I'm pretty sure that these, yeah, these are ones we did already. I thought we had already saved these, but oh, that one's still saving. Those didn't even, okay. I just started working before they were all done. Okay, so all of these, I think, yeah, are saving. So our next batch is going to be these. Not the new outfit. We did. That was the last one, I think. Yeah, we haven't done those. So these 4, that's right, because we did 10 and there were 14. So these 4, but really what we need is to let Photoshop go through the process of saving all of those that we've got, which again, the saves are, double check this here real quick. So it looks like yeah. Okay, they're taking 10, 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Some of them we have more layers than others. Not the 2 hours that it was taking to save at the beginning. So that's normal. Okay, so we are going to let this go ahead and save. I'm going to let these save here, and then we will come back when these are all saved and we've got the next batch open. We've only got those open, and yeah, so pause it and see you in a sec. All right, so almost all of these are done. This one's almost done here. So we're going to hop in here and get started on this, the last of this batch here. So let's start our action. This going here. Should be pretty straightforward. These are the same. This is the same sort of set that we did with the other 10. Or just the automatic for Luminar, and then we'll have our sky. I think we're probably going to be pretty similar to the other ones. I don't really foresee why it would be any different. These 4 as to what we did in the other ones. Yeah, go with 1. I was going to say we could change things around and adjust things even more if we wanted to, just for variation purposes, but we'll go with, I think we used 1 before, right? I'm pretty sure we did. Go ahead and let that go, and then we can fix that if we need to. Again, obviously things are going to be a little brighter, and probably do a little more maybe off to this side, have it kind of trail off a little bit there. So let's paint this in some. Actually, yeah, we'll do more on this side. Let me upglow a little bit. Eternal curve so we can see a little bit easier painting in here. Now I'm going to take some of this out. Just real subtly, actually just my... I want to see more, my thought here is to see more of it over on this side. That's kind of where the sun is, and then have it be kind of trailing, which, actually, what we could do? I'm going to try something. Let me take the curve, adjust this. So let's I'm going to duplicate and What if we throw in a night? Just to try it. I'm going to try this and see if this is something that I like. My thought is have a little bit of the sunset on this side and then maybe some night stuff over on this side. So it's kind of that transition almost, which is not how we've done the other, so it would be a little different. Sunsets. Do a something like this. See how it looks. And then let's obviously adjust it. I don't want to see the Milky Way in there. That's a little too much. I'm just looking for some stars. Like, you know, kind of like the sun's going down, so it's starting to come. We get some stars coming in. We can actually defocus quite as much so we can see that that's what those are. And then blend that mask a little bit. Just see how this looks. Okay. Now hide it and let's so this kind of idea is what I'm thinking. Where it kind of blends. Maybe even a little bit over on this side. So we get this kind of you have the sunset over on this side a little bit over here, and then a little bit of the stars kind of starting to come in, which again is subtle, right? So it's pretty subtle in that. But you know what? Let me look at this. We're gonna want to fix that here. That line's a little visible. So I'm just gonna. It's not real bad, but it's enough that I noticed it, so I'm gonna fix it. And by fixing it, I'm just gonna adjust that around her hands here. That's actually not as bad. Just let it blend a little bit along that edge. Like this. There we go. That's better. So before and after, you can see that just that little bit. It's just a mask fix. And then, yeah, I think I kind of like that with the little bit of stars subtly starting to come in there. Again, kind of telling a little bit of a story. I mean, it just goes from golden hour shots to sun coming in, or the stars kind of coming in. Just a little variation, like I've said, you know, for a lot of these, just adding little variations to some of these. Let this one go through its action. And then we'll have our sky. I do like there's some fun colors in this one already, just from in camera. So with that in mind, what I'll probably do is actually keep some of that. So I might keep some of the colors on the bottom and then have it be more just kind of the top. Go. So here's what I mean by that. So these fun colors here that are happening in camera. In camera stuff for me always takes priority. It's what was shot. And so it's usually the most realistic. So that's what I mean, where I'm kind of mostly doing up top here and letting these colors stay more than the there we go. So just adding a little bit to that, and then let's go ahead and add our actually, you know what, let's do this. I'm gonna undo that, and we're gonna create a new action to add some stars. So basically this is going to be because we have a couple more, stars, we'll just call them stars. And that way we can just run that action on the other ones, get our starting point, and then mask it to customize it to each image. So, sky, we are adding in this one. So let's come into our orientation once it loads. By loads, it's really mostly calculating the AI aspect of it is calculating the mask. Again, that's going to be masked out, mostly going for the stars over here. So we'll do a little bit of defocus, fix some of that. See if that doesn't really fix this here. And relaying. Go. Okay. So that'll speed up our process a little bit further. So we have this. Let's, I'm going to hit reset. So that's in here. So we don't have that issue that we had before with our other action. And let it fill background so it's completely empty then. Okay, so now we can stop. I did the wrong one here, so go. All right, so that'll make it easier in the future. And now we can just paint this in over on this side to add some of the stars like this. That's where the Milky Way is, so I'm not going to include that. I want to be able to see some of the stars coming in. And then we can adjust that. If we need to duplicate this, we can. To blend it a little bit better. With this, you know what though? We might... For this, we might actually want to add this, oops, switch my swatch to white, be painting this in down here more. Just to get some stars in kind of along the edge there. You can see we still have that color in there because we don't have, the opacity and all that. But now that we have that, let's fix our mask, zoom in a little bit, and we'll switch to the stamp along the edge. Make it less bad mask and more just how it was. Go. And I do have pressure sensitivity turned on for size, so makes it easier getting into tight areas, in between fingers and hands and things like that. I would encourage, you can do this with the mouse, of course, but I would really encourage if you are doing this a lot, as you can tell, I'm big on saving time where it can be saved, because there are things, as we've seen, we could save some time. If we really want to save time on the save even more, we could make it smaller and everything. But there's a time where we want to save time, and there's times where things will just take some time to get done, and that's okay. That's okay. You know what though? Actually, so I do them all together. It's okay to do that. But, here we go. Very subtle, and then we'll even do a little more. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's just do a gradient. To blend that a little bit. Kind of from this side, so hidden over here to this side. There we go. So we just get a little bit of stars there and kind of blend over. So, yeah. So there's always going to be things that take time. But if you can save time in the things that don't need to take as much time, then that frees up the ability to use that time in ways that for things that you can't really save time on. The example I used for the actual saving of files, right? So when we started this project, files were taking a long time to save. So what can we save time on? Well, we don't really need this layer. We're probably not going to use this. We can add them on a case-by-case basis if we want to add frequency separation or dodge and burn. But generally speaking, if we remove those layers, it's not going to take as much time to save because the files aren't going to be as large. They're still going to be large files, though. If I really want to save even more time, then we could make the files much smaller. So we're at 8%, right? So this is a huge file. And a big reason for that is because of the camera, which I forgot to bring to show you. But I'll do that with our next batch. I know I said that last time, but I'll try to remember this time. But that's something where I don't want to make it a smaller file, because once you make it smaller, you can't really go back. You're just losing quality at that point. So that's not an area where I want to give up what's required to save that time. So I'll save time in other places, like creating that action to be able to speed that up. Although now that I'm looking at it, if this is the pose that we're doing, I'm not sure if we'll really add night stars to this one. because they would kind of be over here in that sequence, but we'll see. We created the action so we can run it and just see how it looks. But there's so many great tools out there that can save time doing things that you don't really need to spend time doing things that these tools can save you, because there's so many things that the tools cannot do to save time. And so, there's only so much. I'm saying time a lot. There's only so much time that we have. So let's run our night stars and see how this looks. Just to see if it's something we'll use. We'll see. If not, we're saving some time because we're not going through and doing it manually. Granted, we're taking a few extra seconds here to let it run and do this, and we're not sure if we're going to use it, but I probably will, even if it's just a subtle little bit in the corner. We haven't gotten to cropping yet, obviously, so we may not even see that, but we'll, okay, well, it didn't fill properly. Interesting. All right, that's fine. That's not a big deal. We can just add in some, maybe up here in the corner on this side. Something like this, and then just bring it down. So, yeah, subtle, be a little bit there, maybe. Yeah, it just adds a little bit extra to it, I guess. A little different. Little bit of variation. All right, so save that. We got one more. Let's run this. One more in this batch, I should say. We still have more images to do, but just one more in that batch. Let this run. Okay, so here, quite loaded yet. There we go. All right. So, adjust a little bit. And a lot of this, it's even getting darker in that side too, and that. So, well, now paint this in. I'm going to adjust the curve on this too. Just a little bit of variation to it. I don't think I'll do the night sky on this one. Again, just a little bit of variation. But okay, so we have that. Those four are saving. Our next batch, we've done all of those. Our next batch is this next outfit here. So, and some of these we've edited. We did this. That's saving. This is the new outfit here. So these three, we've edited that. These, and I think Yeah, she switched back to this outfit for a few at the end. So we've got these outfits here. So we got 7 shots. Okay, so we'll open these and we'll do these, and then I'll go ahead and pause the video while these save, the next load, and I will go get the camera so I can show you the indie filter and if you're curious to see that. But all right, so I'll pause this and be back when it's done. All right, let's continue on here. So we have another batch here. Let's do, this was, as you can tell, even from the lighting, it's getting a little darker. I'm not sure if I want to do the overlay. I don't think so, because as the sun was going down, it's getting darker. Which we decided, on set, not really, I guess, while we were shooting, we decided to actually continue, even though it was getting darker, to get some different variations from the earlier stuff that's obviously much brighter. So we continued on to get some of those shots. So we're going to go back to kind of our tried and true, the sky replacement with this set. And let's see how this looks. That's what we're going to use. We could change to this, to 3. Some of the sky there, this, obviously, the sun's over here. But I'm more thinking just cloud wise. Actually, you know what? What if we do a more dramatic one? I don't want to change it too much from even the clouds too much, so we could do a dramatic sunset. Throw some cloud in there. Again, I'm thinking of mostly the texture of this. Because if we need to, we can do the overlay we did before. Here we go. So we'll have some cloud texture in the sky. Get that pattern in there. And then ready to mask this in. So you can see how that's affecting that, and then we could even adjust this if we want to. If we did switch that to, that would keep some of those colors. Let's do that. Here we go. Yeah. It's good. Let me just double check on her. We've got a little bit of that relight, which is okay on her arm there. I just want to make sure it wasn't really affecting too much else. Let that go ahead and start saving and run through the same. So even though we are doing the overlay, we're not using that same sky. That's fine. I might After this one, we might go ahead and update that action. If we're using the same, basically, the same action, then we can update that, save ourselves a little bit of time. Automatic mode. But thinking if, let's do a quick look at some of the other photos that we opened. Which actually, while that's running, we can do that. The ones that we opened in Lightroom here, switch to our thumbnail view. Let's see a little better. Okay, yeah. So a lot of these are darker. So like with this, we edited and we added a much more dramatic sky. Because we'd edited these a while ago, much earlier. I was trying to remember how dramatic we got. But this was shooting into the sun and not that location. So for these shots, we're going to want more dramatic to match. Not be exact, obviously we're changing things, slight iterations, but okay, so I'm thinking of consistency across the, here we go, let's pull open Luminar, that was open. And we were using this, I believe, right? After this, we're going to have to remember 6. Yeah, that's right. That's that cloud there. Dramatic sunset 6. Which actually works pretty well for a lot of the other ones that we had already done. Will be are more dramatic in this set as well. And so we're matching that pretty well. While not being exact, clouds move and change some, and angles change of where you're looking. Obviously, we're shooting a different direction, different part of the sky than the shots when you're shooting straight into the sunset. Do overlay. And save that. Actually, I should have updated our action while we were doing. Okay, well, these are looking into the sun. Let's see if there's any others that we had open. That's the same. That's the same. So let's do these next. We have 3. It looks like we have 3 kind of shooting this. So you can see, from here and then going over, is where the sunset is kind of from behind. So you can see the different angle. So we kind of swapped locations. I was shooting her this way. The sun's back towards on my back. So she's looking more into the sun. And then we swapped. So you are going to get different clouds and looking at different parts of the sky and things like that. Of course, as you can tell from, interesting. Duplicate? You can't duplicate a layer? That's odd. That's really odd. Let's see what happens if we continue. So the photo AI is where that crashed, I guess. Okay, well, fortunately, those are all subtle edits, so if it's just this one, we could chalk that up to being that variation. But we'll keep an eye on that. Let me do a little more warm for it, because this is all very golden hour, a little more warm on the warm side for a lot of these shots. I think golden hour shots are going to be warmer, golden in the name. Interesting. Well, everything else seems to work. Okay, so with this, let's go ahead and duplicate this. So we still have our original, and we'll do this. This is when we're doing more dramatic skies. So basically we get to the bottom here, and then let's hit record. Because what we're going to do, let me stop this. I want to be able to see the sky. So we'll hit record and set this to overlay. Shift down a little bit. No, that's not right. Because I want in the action, we still have the dramatic sky. That's not right. We're going to have to redo this action. That's fine. I mean, that's not a huge deal, but so we'll just go ahead and edit this one like we normally did. And then, because I need to add the stop. That would be fine for after this, but really the time consuming part that we're trying to save a little bit of time on is the Luminar edit, the Luminar change where we're changing the image there. Which actually, now that I think about it, if we might only have one left, or two left, I mean. So it might not even be worth it to do that action to really save not much time. Just adding a little bit in the sky. And then this one and this one. So we have two left. So if we were to create the action on this, we'd have it left for one because these others are going to be different anyway. So let's just run through these two, and then we'll check the dramatic sky for the others in the set, and look at if we need to do an action on that. Something with those, so we might, for consistency's sake, I'm trying to think of the shots that we had edited early on when things were taking so long to edit. We did sky replacement for those inside of Photoshop instead of Luminar. So we might switch back to Photoshop sky replacement for those to be more consistent with that. I think that is what we're going to do. There's our sky. Add some of those clouds in there. And then brush. That's right. We have our flow down. So that is affecting her hair. I actually kind of like it a little bit. We'll remove it, but I do like a little bit of it. It's almost a little bit of a light wrap to that. Okay. Okay, save this, and then we got one more in this set before we switch back to the Photoshop sky replacement, which we did not create an action for that. But if we have multiples, we might want to create an action for that. Again, I'm kind of thinking out loud as this process is what our next steps are going to be. Might do that. Go through creating a Photoshop action, which we want to not keep all the layers. We're going to merge all those because, as we learned, that was one of the problems making our files too large. For a TIFF file, it's going to be a PSB file, which it looks like Lightroom is looking at. It looks like Lightroom is reading those. So hopefully those that we had done before, we won't have to go in there and resave them off as TIFF files. Sticks. You know what? For one of these, let's maybe change it. We'll do 5. Just add a little bit of variation to it. Like this, but see the sun's over here, but the sun's obviously coming from this way, so we'll flip it. But that's going to still give us some of the clouds, and you get the subtle, like, okay, the sun's over here, that sort of effect. There we go. And then we'll paint it in. So yeah, so Photoshop action for the Photoshop sky replacement merge. Thinking out loud here, the process for the next step. Get that. And go blend this in. We might even go a little bit more. You know what? Actually, no. We're gonna do another thing for variance here. Let's adjust our curve. And then Command J to duplicate. And this I'm going to set to the overlay, make it nothing, and then just have just a little bit over here, be a little bit, just to push the sun's over. There we go. So just a little bit more of a push of the sun over there. So with the next set, that's this here. we want to stop here. So we're going to duplicate this. And this is with Photoshop Sky. So we know this is where we're adding in the sky for Luminar. So let's go ahead and add our stop to stop right here. So we'll start this part. It'll run through those first steps, and then we can do the Photoshop sky replacement. For these more, you can tell obviously the sun's going further and further down past the golden hour into the actual sunset is gone down beyond the horizon. Just a little bit left here. Okay, and then it should hit the stop here after Neo. Okay, there's the stop. Okay, so we can delete this, and actually we'll go ahead and delete the rest of these, and we're going to hit record, and then come in and do our set current layer. We want to make sure we have this selected, and it's going to be Photoshop Sky. I should have done the stop up above to that, but okay, whatever. Let's do our sky replacement now. And we'll pull this in. Let's see, I want to say the one we used is this one. We look at it. Yeah, I think so with that there. Maybe it was... It was one of the sunset ones, I thought. This is downside of having done them out of order like that. And because, I mean, we would have normally done them in the right order, but thanks to the issues that we were having, we kind of had to abandon the approach that we were taking, going a different. Let's go with this one. We'll go with this, and it might be a little different. We'll go with this one, and we'll I don't want to see any other landscape. I just want the sun. And so the sun is actually setting right behind her. It's actually here, and if I remember right, it's actually gone down behind the horizon there. So we'll have that. Okay. Take this group, select that. We're going to merge the group and create a mask. And then I think we can stop this. Actually, switch to our default and then hide. Now we can stop it. We'll see if that will see that mask for us, but as we've done so far, it's not really a big deal to have to paint that in or fill that in. But go here, and then for these, I want to have around her still be a little more going on. It's a little more on the edges where the clouds are. So that way you still kind of have that. You can't see the sun, but it's still, you know, obviously there in the center, and then that. Okay. That's good. Let's see. There. And let's move on to our next one and see new action in a new action in action, and see if that mask works. Even though I reset the swatch, set it to in the action to reset the swatch, and then fill with the foreground color, which should be black when you reset the swatch, which black means that everything's hidden on the mask, and then we can paint it in the mask. We'll see. As we've seen so far, sometimes it does it and sometimes it doesn't, which is, you know, that's how it goes, I guess. That's a simple enough thing to do to refill. I forgot to remove the stop. There's the stop. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Continue play. Whoops. Forgot to remove that stop. Okay. All right. Hey, look at that. It did it right. So we can paint in kind of along the edge here some of this. Sky. And it's so there are other ways you can do, you know, kind of almost a vignette is kind of what I'm doing here with this. You could use the marquee, you know, do a circle. You can shift that to feather it, you know, that kind of thing. But since we're really just doing the sky, we're not doing a whole thing. We're not even doing it. We want it to be 100% even. That variance, that non-preciseness is something that I want, that I actually want in this image. So let's create a curve. This. Go. That blends it just a little bit better. Okay. Now for the next one, now that we have removed the stop, it should be good to play and create our Photoshop sky without stopping in the middle. It might, we can alter this action at the end here to add in that curve adjustment layer if we want to that one. And it's done. Huh. That's fun. A lot of these are, let's see if this will just continue on from where it stopped. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it didn't merge. So let's see. It added this. It added the mask to that layer, which is not what we want. So we're going to just manually... It didn't even really... No, that's not really what I wanted. Okay, well, I guess we get to do this one manually, and then interesting. Does not like. I wonder if maybe we've got, because we have so many that are saving. Yeah, we've got 7 documents saving. We still have 2 that we have yet. If we can get through this, okay, there we go. It's just a random thing. Sometimes those things happen. Let that preview update come on. The edge. And then we're going to take this, merge it, add our curves. I'm not going to add that to the action just because we were having issues with it. So fine. But I want to add this mask and then paint in some of it. So that might be a thing. So the past few kind of, as we've swapped these sets and opened up new sets, I've just started editing before it was actually done saving all of those. We've only got one more left, so we're almost across the finish line. I think we only have one more set left. But I might let everything finish saving. Oops. Back here. Might let everything finish saving. And then what I can do, where's that one we were editing? There it is. We can close Photoshop completely and launch it up again and see if that keeps it from having some of those issues that we were having. Actually, let's do a little variation here. Do a variation. Do variations. Before, after, just adding a little bit. So you still have the effect there, but you can still see some of the clouds. It's just not as 100% blown out. So you're just adding a little bit of that texture in there. Let's see if this action works. All right, next one. This should be the last one in this set of images here that we have open. The rest of them are all saving, going through that process of saving. It looks like we shift back over here. 10 minutes apart. This one was a little bit longer. Yeah, it looks like they're still around 10, 15 minutes or so per save. But, you know, you have 10 images open, 10 minutes per image, and because Photoshop saves one, and then it queues to the next one, so it takes 10 minutes to save one, then the next one 10 minutes, the next one 10 minutes, that really quickly adds up. As we've seen throughout this whole project, we've seen that really can quickly add up and take a lot of time. But that's okay. Sometimes things like that take time. And I'm okay with, you know, a 10, 15 minute save time on these because they are large files. It's not okay with a 2-hour save time. Imagine editing 100 pictures where each one takes 2 hours. That's where you start to get, honestly, like, I mean, and that does happen. I will say, so I have a background in visual effects, and in movies and big movies and things like that, where you're rendering out CG or visual effects and things like that, it can take hours, not just 2 hours, but you're talking an entire day, literally like 24 hours, more than that, for a single frame. But the way that big companies do that is you're not working on one computer. You have it, you set it off, and then you have servers cranking. So like you have, this computer is working on one frame, then another computer working on another frame, or really even they batch it up to where, it's working on part of it, and then this one's working on another part, and there are full-time positions, jobs, render wranglers, what they're called, to just manage that and make sure that the computer is cranking out and processing that, and working as it should. I'm going to add in this curve. So, things take time. I want to say, if I remember right, the original toy. You remember the original Toy Story? You ever see that? Like, obviously, it's older, not older now, but made history as one of the first. I think it was the first feature-length 3D animation. Entire 3D animation. And if I remember right, when I was talking to the guys at Pixar, I think they said each frame was like 14 hours. Back then, it would take each frame, and you're talking 30 frames per second. And how long is a movie? Hour and a half. I don't remember how long Toy Story is off the top of my head, but that's how long things take. And just because technology has gotten better, but if you've seen the more recent 3D animations versus Toy Story from the mid 90s, it's got a lot more sophisticated too. So technology's gotten better, but that just means things got more sophisticated. So things still take time. That's the moral of that story. Okay, I'm good with that. We still have that kind of blowout around her, but we still have some clouds in the sky. So what we're going to do, we have 9 documents that are saving. Let's look at what we have coming up next. We are done with these. We've got, yeah, we did that. Some of these here, I think, yeah, we edited this, I think, didn't we? One of two. Looks like we did. Yeah, it's the PSB file. Doesn't look like it's got the sky or any difference, so we might need to double check that. We might, at the very end here, we might double check some of these original ones, the PSB files. So we have 17 left. That might actually be a couple sets. So what we'll do is, I'm not going to launch these. What I'm going to do is we're going to let Photoshop save these documents, go through the process of saving these documents, and then I'll pause while this saves, and then we'll come back, and I'm probably going to just shut down Photoshop and then relaunch it again. Just to clear it out. We haven't closed it this whole time, and sometimes that helps to close it down and relaunch it. So we'll go ahead and do that. But I'll pause while all of this saves. 10-15 minutes each. We'll see how long those 8 documents take. But it won't take long for you, because I'm going to pause it right now. All right, so we've got our next batch here. Some of these are still saving, but we'll continue on as those save with these. So with this set, we've done, I think we've done some with this outfit before, but as the sun went down with the golden hour, we wanted to get some from some of the other outfits with different lighting as the sun's going down. So that's why we're back to some of the outfits that we've already done some in these outfits, but different lighting, different look. So have this here. I do have my camera with me that I mentioned I would do it after the last time, so I'll show that here in a second if you're curious, while we're waiting for some of these to go. All right, so that's guy. Let's see. We haven't done any in this with the clouds. Yeah, no, that's too dramatic. Let's stick with this one. Keep it pretty consistent. We're going to change the orientation, of course. So it's not exactly the same as previous ones. We're changing a lot of that up. Same with brightness. There we go. All right, so that processes. So as that processes, you can see, so here's my, I don't know how well you'll be able to see this there, but the ND filter. That's done. Let me go ahead and set this here. I'll show the ND filter here in a second. Back on, always a habit to put the cap back on. So good. And all right, so let's paint this in. We have some nice color there at the bottom, which I like. So we're really just kind of doing some of the top here, and then probably brightening it, just so you see a little bit of texture in there. So before and after. Actually, you know what? I like that color. Let's do... If we were to do the overlay, okay, I like that. We're gonna stick with that. We'll get rid of the curves and we'll stick with an overlay for this. Again, a little bit of variation in that. I like that. So this, it's variable. So if I were to, so this is the lightest that it is, or the least effect. It's 0.3, and then up to a 2 to be darker. So basically, if you've never used variable ND before, neutral density, then what you can do is brighten or darken, and then you get, it's really helpful when you're shooting outside because it'll darken it so you can change your camera settings to be lighter, to let more light in. So I can adjust the ISO to be much lower and let it just darken it. Those blown out skies, basically, for shots like this, and shoots like this, I should say. Now, of course, as the sun's going down, as I mentioned before, as the sun's going down, you're going to start to change that, and you're going to start to change the neutral, or change the value of the ND filter. But also, as I mentioned, towards the end, I think probably by the time we got to these shots that we're doing right now, this is near the end, I had taken the ND filter off completely. But in the beginning, some of those shots, when we first got there, it was right before golden hour started. And so it's still kind of bright, and I used the ND filter for that. I've used it in other shoots, and it's nice. I like it. It's a really nice ND filter. I got it from Prism Lens Effects, and it's a nice variable ND. I've used others before where they have different depths, or different darknesses, basically different values in and then you can add multiples to have them compound. But I like the variable. The catch with a lot of variable NDs is a lot of times they're not great quality, to be honest. But this one from Prism Lens Effects is probably one of the best ones that I've used in a while. And they're not sponsoring this at all. If you are from Prism Lens and you want to sponsor this, by all means, let me know. But because I use a lot of your filters. But they do great work over there. And so when they had an ND filter, in fact, if you've seen some of my other tutorials, you've seen where I've used some of their filters, like the Halo, one of the shoots I did with McKinsey that I know I've done a tutorial for here on this channel. I used their Halo filter. Push it over a little bit. Let me see, what is it? Okay, so this is mostly going to be texture again because we're overlaying. So I want to get some of that color, some of that cloud texture in there. So we'll do that. But yeah, so one of the reasons. So another thing I want to say. So this camera, it's a Sony. Oops, let me. Okay, let's paint this in, and we're going to be setting this overlay here so we get our textures mostly. There we go. So before and after, so you can see what that's doing. Okay. A7R4. It's it shoots, I think, 60 megapixels. It's pretty big, which is why these files are so large. It shoots really big files. Which, of course, you can change that setting in there so they're not as big, but then, you know, it's not as high quality. We don't have as much option in editing. So it's a great camera. I love it. I had the A7R2 before this one, and before that I was shooting Canon with DSLR days, and then I switched to mirrorless with the A7R2, and then switched to the A7R4. One of the biggest things I love about mirrorless, one of the reasons I switched to mirrorless from DSLR, is focus peaking, which is the ability in the camera itself to see what's in focus. And so you can just see a representation of literally what is in focus. Because with mirrorless, you know, there's no mirror. It's mirrorless. There's no mirrors. So you're not actually looking through the lens necessarily. It's really just a computer that is showing you things so it can overlay on the screen what you're seeing. So if you'd like to see a video where I go through some of the functions on here and how to use the camera and stuff like that, if you're curious about it, by all means, throw that into the comments and let me know if that's something you'd like to see in the future. I am happy to do that. And if there's something specific you'd like to see about it, just if you want to see just kind of a basic introduction, or if you want to see something specific, like how does focus peaking work, or if there's specific things, yeah, just let me know, and I can do that. Go fill that in. Let's you know what, actually, we have a few left. I bet we can update that action. We'll do that in the next one. So before, after, adding just a little bit more to it. We could even add a little bit more at the top, actually. Just a little bit more of a blend. Top to see a little bit more. So for this one, we have 4 left in this set. Maybe we'll use it in the future. Who knows? But we are going to update this. This is, what are we going to, this is going to be sky overlay. I probably need to come up with better naming schemes than that. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to run it through the action we normally would. And then afterwards, I'll record the action again and make our adjustments. So getting rid of the curve layer if we're not going to use that, switching it to overlay, things like that. We could go the other route where it doesn't even create the curve adjustment layer, all that. I'm not going to bother for 4 images, just in case that, I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to let it run through its thing and then just tack it on the end. It's a kind of a workaround, quick way to do that, because we know it works up until this point, and so we don't need to make adjustments to the previous action there. Switch our orientation. For this, we're going to switch the defocus, since we're mostly going for the textures there, since we do have on this, yeah, we have some of those nice colors. So let that process. And then once that's done, we can paint it in. Actually, you know what? Actually, no, I'm wrong. Remember what I said just a moment ago, and I already forgot? Let's come here. We're going to hit record again, and then we're going to delete curves. Let's make sure that the sky is selected. Switch it to overlay. And then set that, because when we're going to be painting. That should do it. All right, so now I can paint. I'm trying to think, in the future, the things we're going to be doing. So adding some texture in there. That's actually affecting her too much, so I'm going to remove her from that. Except right here, got a little bit of a mask issue. I think that's from the select subject, not from Luminar, like we've had before. So I should be able to just paint this in here. Yeah, see, that's fixing it. It's because when I did select subject to remove the effects on her, it didn't do a great job selecting the subject. And that happens sometimes, especially with hair. Does a great job. It's gotten a lot better. It used to be when Adobe first introduced that select subject feature. I didn't even use it. Because it took more time to fix it than it did. So we had some of that texture in there, like that. I didn't even use select subject, but they've really improved it. So that is something to keep in mind too. And as you've noticed as I've gone through here, trying some things and be like, it didn't used to work before, but let's try it, see if they've updated it and fixed it. So that's something to keep in mind as you're working is, just because something didn't work before, try it and see if it works again. And then, of course, don't waste too much time if it doesn't work like we did with Luminar with the layers. I was hoping that they'd change that to where we could actually add multiple layers inside of Luminar and then having them shift over into Photoshop, which I know is not really what the layers in Luminar are intended to do, but you never know when maybe they'll make an update to something and that works how you want. So we're running it through. This is our sky. There we go. Took us a second to pull it in, which again is really just focusing on the mostly on the AI side of it, figuring out the mask. That process. And then it should run through and fix that. So, yeah, okay, so it set it to overlay and we are ready to do that. So again, just save a little bit of time. Got rid of the curve and get that, although on this one, we did that and running this on overlay doesn't really add a lot, does it? Me again, select the subject and remove her from that. I want just the sky. And let's add a couple different layers of that. And one of them we'll set to multiply. So this is something too where you can add multiple layers on top of it because of the way the math works for the blending modes. If it's not quite giving you enough, then that's not quite enough. Add a little bit more detail there. And then of course we switch to a multiply, which is multiplying the color values to be even more. So here we go. Got this one now. And then I think we have one more in this set for the next set. So yeah, we got one more image after this one. And through. And hop into our edit. Once this loads, take a second for it to load the image in, and then of course doing the sky replacement for us. And pretty similar to what we've done before. I'm just adjusting just a little bit, so it's not exactly the same. And then we'll see how much this shows. For some of these shots, we don't have we have some of the colors here, but not as much. Did the whole thing. The mask there. We want just the sky. So it does some, but let's actually take this, duplicate it, we'll multiply it, and then a little bit more. I'm going to replace this. So Option and then drag the mask to replace. and then pull this down a lot. Or we could add a little bit more variation to it and do what we've done before with our curves to blow it out a little bit more. I still want to see a little bit of that texture in there, the clouds. So before, after, just adding a little bit to it. And we have one more. Oh, this is a fun one. This is more landscape type shot. So we could do a little bit more for the sky in this one if we wanted to. Let's see how that looks. Might do that like we did with the stars. Because these shots, as I recall, on the timing on this, is we used, I use an app called Lumi, I think it's called, Lumy, and on my phone to tell me when golden hour is and everything like that based on your location. And if I recall, it let me know that when golden hour was for the timing of all of this. But this was right near the end, or the sun had pretty much gone down over the horizon, but it was still bright, but it was really just a few minutes left of light for a lot of these as we're nearing the end. So we were in a little bit more of a rush to try to get a few more shots before the light just completely disappeared. So we'll apply this. And then I'm going to add in some stars, I think. And because we created that action, we can run that. Let me hide that. So let me just go ahead and hit our night stars action. And okay, it's because Luminar duplicate. What is it trying to move to? Oh, it has, because we had the curve and all that. Okay, so that breaks it. Well, we can actually just come here. Let's do this. We'll just Luminar, what do we call it? Luminar stars is what we called it. So let's do that. And then just run this from here on up. So the little moving and all that stuff didn't work because we don't have the same layers. And that's something with actions. They can get to be finicky especially when you're dealing with moving layers around and stuff like that. Because as you can see, it's relying, okay, this layer has to be called this because it's looking for a layer called, in this case, Luminar. Select that layer. Okay, now move it to this position. But because we went in there and then deleted the curves adjustment layer, it got rid of that positioning. So it was enough to confuse it and be like, gonna work. So let's do our normal sky first. Add a little bit of cloud to it. And then let's add in some stars here. And shift my hardness even further. So here's a blend here, and I'm going to adjust the opacity on it so it blends even, but just that. Before, after, just adding a little bit of variation to it. The one thing I do want to see, okay, select the subject. I just want to make sure that she's not affected. There we go. get rid of any affected relighting, because we did have it relight the scene a little bit. So I just don't want her to be affected by that. Let me actually... I don't want it down here at the bottom either, because we have those colors. I just want it mostly up at the top, like stars in the sky up at the top are starting to come in, almost like they're coming in from the top down, you know. But the atmosphere is still showing the sunset. That. Blend a little bit more. Oops. I'm going to do a bit more blend. Really low now. The flow is really nice to be able to blend for blending when you're using a brush. When you're using a brush specifically with a graphics tablet or something like that. Oops, it opened up this on another screen by accident. Okay. Just a little bit there. There we go. Kind of having it blend from where the sky is, or the colors in the sky there. Okay, so we have 8 documents saving, 10-15 minutes each. You know, it'll add up a little bit of time. So since we already have that handful, let's look at what we have going on next. We're going to have this set. I think we edited these, right? 4831. What do we have here? We have 4841, 4835, yeah. 4841, 4835, that's those. And then I think this was that was the last one. So these are what we need. And some of these we've already edited. Some of these were ones we edited earlier. When we opened everything, it kind of started from this side. So we've already edited some of these. But not all of them. You can see 1 or 2, the ones we have edited. So we have this set, and then this, 2. Let's do this. So that's 9. We already have 8 open currently that we're saving, and then we have these here. But rather than, we're not going to get through all of them quite yet, but we got this set, so we only have a couple more sets, I think. We'll let that open, and then I will go ahead and just let Photoshop save these, open those as a pause the video, and then it come back as after that's all done. Okay, so all of our files finished saving. Let's go ahead and close out of Photoshop like we had talked about doing. Just let it close out and then relaunch. And to relaunch it, we will open up our next images, which I think, yeah, we had already had selected these. I think these are all of them. Those are edited. And we don't have TIFF files for any of these. I'm looking at the file. Yep. Okay. Just verifying. We have 17. That's right. Let's do these 10. And then a couple that are a little pretty similar, and then we'll do those last few total silhouette shots. So let this launch. Photoshop is going to open. And of course, it's going to open over here on this computer, and I can't pull it over until we to Cintiq, which is what you're able to see. You can't see this screen. It's recording just this one screen. So I'm going to have to wait for this to open up before I can move this over. So go ahead and do another pause here real quick, as you'll see the jump cut in as we wait for these to open. Okay, so images have opened, and as I mentioned, they opened up over on this side. So let's pull them over. Oh, I've got that's right, I've got Lightroom full screen there, so Photoshop is not showing up. There we go. All right. So let's run. I don't need this tab open. So for this set, let's go back, because this is the same area as the others. We just changed outfit, and then she's doing obviously this little different style there, but we've shot in that area before, in that kind of go in that direction. So we'll have it be kind of consistent with that, with our action that we had going on before. Might change up the sky just a little bit. Again, that little variation, and throw that in there. I will skip this for now. So apparently there was a new version that was released just in the past, I don't know, few minutes since we launched Luminar last time. And it's going to open up over here. So let's hop in here. And we're going to go, let's go with, let's go with 2. Just different. I don't remember if we've done 2, but I'll change the, let's see, what do we have here in the sky? I want the sun actually off camera, because it's actually over here, but we want the sun, I mean, you can see it obviously across the whole sky, but we don't want to be able to see the whole thing in the shot. So we will make those adjustments there. Go ahead and apply that. So Sunset 2 for this set is what we're going to be using. One thing I think I will do, just again kind of thinking out loud, thinking future, not for this project, I will go ahead and finish this with what we have. But I think one thing I will do after this project, since there is an update to Luminar, I will install that update. And then also install some more skies, because I have some more skies that I purchased from Luminar over the years. But because this is a new installation, new computer, I just installed the software. I didn't install, the skies or anything like that. So that's one of those things. There we go. So just adding a little bit to the sky, and then I'm actually going to do, that doesn't really change much, but you know what? Let's just go ahead and get rid of it to keep it a little bit unique. There we go. I like so something subtle here, if you notice. Oops, too close. So with the smoke, Luminar does a good job. You can see the smoke here. of masking that. And so it's just it's a nice tool. I mean, as with anything, you can always go overboard with AI or any sort of AI tool. Luminar Neo is the latest version. They had a version called Luminar AI that I don't know if they still update it. They went from like a yearly release, like, 2021, 2019, 2020, 2021, that kind of thing. And then they went to Luminar AI, and that was before the whole Chat GPT and AI thing kind of started to blow up. And then they switched over to Luminar Neo, which is essentially the same. The workflow is a little bit different in that, like in Neo, as we saw when we come in and edit the tools, they're you edit and then you have it there. So the workflow is a little bit different. But generally speaking, it's pretty comparable. And I think, if I remember right, this is going off memory from checking whenever it was that I picked up Neo and upgraded from Luminar AI to Neo, the newer version. I think they said that they're going to focus development on Neo more than their other products. I think they're kind of phasing out Luminar AI. So that was a big reason why I went ahead and just picked it up. Moving forward for the ongoing development moving forward. As you can see, there's just an update that got released. But that part of that installation process was getting some of those skies. So some of those skies were, they're really just images in a folder that you can grab. So you can make your own skies, take your own pictures of skies and things like that. So let's see. Let's add this, and we're going to change it a little bit. Just, again, adding a little bit of variance to them. Go, save this. I was trying to think if there's anything else I wanted to do to that, but I think we're good. Same process for this. We could probably use that sky overlay since we're pretty much doing that. I think we might need to change the sky that's actually in there. But let's do that in our next one. We'll go ahead and use that sky overlay. Because if I remember right, when we created that action, it is that basic process we're doing now that we decided to do the overlay. And automatic pops up over here, the little progress bar. I was going to try to pull it over, but I didn't get to it fast enough before it finished. Luminar keeps popping up over here. Okay. That's interesting that pretty much all we did was close down Photoshop. I didn't restart the computer or anything. Just close down Photoshop and then launch it again. And it's now launching even Luminar over on this screen. I just think that's interesting. It's not a huge deal. And then, so again, just adding some variance to that is my basic thought process as I'm editing those. And now I can do a mask basically. Let's overlay this and then bring it down a little bit. Mostly to give this little bit right here. Okay, so we save this, and then for our next one, let's do, I'm going to check this real quick. The sky overlay. Okay, so sky after Luminar, it comes in, creates, yeah. So it sets it to overlay and it deletes the curves. So we go without the curves. If we delete this part, the curves in the layer, now it should keep the curves. So we'll keep the curves for this, but then switch it to be overlay. So that should save us the time of having to re-record that. We just delete that part. Delete the part where it's deleting the curves layer because we had created it before. So that's another thing, as you notice, when I'm updating these actions and creating the actions for specific projects, and I always tweak things a lot of times with the projects. But if you want to make a change to that, of course, it's easier. So when we had created that, the overlay part, it's going to pop up over here, I think. Yeah, I see the little thing pop up over here. Caught my attention. When when we had created that action for the overlay and then told it to delete the curve, if you remember when I was talking about it, I was like, well, I could come in here and just not create the curve to begin with instead of creating it and then deleting it later on in the action. And at the time, I was like, it's not a big deal. It takes, an extra little second of processing to delete that layer. Create it and then delete it as far as Photoshop is concerned. But that actually saves us time now. So it saved us time in the future. I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, but it saves us some time. There's no reflections. So it saves us some time now that we want to just delete that part so that we can have the curve back, which is going to give us a little bit more variance. So we have some of that with the overlay with no curve. We have it with the overlay, then we're going to be using the curve. So you can see it keeps that curves layer and it's overlay. So except I haven't masked this or painted this yet. I think something I'm going to do as well, again, thinking forward, I'm thinking of my brushes. I think I'm going to install my brushes. Which I include in my Photoshop masterclass that I've talked about. I include those brushes in there. Those are a mixture, ones that I've collected over the years, many years since I've been using Photoshop. Ones that I use the most. So I have a collection of brushes that are kind of specific to different projects. If I'm doing like a surreal composite, I'm going to use different types of brushes. If I'm doing some digital painting or doing different types of brushes than portrait work or things like that. But collectively, so I have a bunch of those that I've got stored on my server as well that I just kind of pull open as I need to. But over the years, I've realized that, there's some that I just use kind of more general in everything. So things like a hairbrush, to be able to actually paint in some hair if we wanted to paint that in, which I actually do quite a bit in a lot of portrait shots that are really close up if we need to get rid of some hair detail, especially for masking. And then we can paint some of that back if you've seen me do that in other tutorials. But I include that in the masterclass. Again, if you pick that up, you'll get those. But my reason for pointing that out is not just to mention that, but to really suggest to you, if you haven't done so, I would highly recommend start collecting brushes and pay attention to the ones that you use a lot. It's real easy to just grab a bunch of brushes just to grab brushes. Not all of them are the same. Like, not all of them are actually good. There are some brushes out there that are for lack of a better way to say it, trash. Like they're just not good quality, or they're just not useful. But unfortunately, it's really hard to tell because there's so many different types of projects that you might be working on. There's so many different types of brushes out there. It's really hard to tell a good brush versus not a good brush. So to give an example, so this camera that we've talked about, and this camera takes pictures, as we've seen, that are so huge that the brushes, you can see the pixels down here, right? So 6,336 pixels by 9,504 pixels. That is, if we go to our image size, that is, oops, pop it up over here. There we go. So it's like 26.5 inches by 40 inches, basically, like inches. That's how big this image is. So it's a huge image. It's one reason why the saves take some time and to do that. But when you're editing, if you're editing for, let's say, for print, so when I've done print projects before, you have to go in to 100% a lot more. And so you can see here, like, right, so that's not, this wouldn't work for print. It's just not there. And a big reason for that is a lot of these shots at the end, as the sun's really going down, I had to crank the ISO a lot. Took off the ND filter and to get light, because it is all natural light. I brought lights, but I didn't end up using them because we didn't really have time with the sun going down. And some of these shots were kind of final ones anyway. But the point there is that you can get some brushes that work great at, 200 pixels there, but you really need much larger. And sometimes the quality just is not there on some brushes. So that's something to keep in mind. But that's something that when I first started using Photoshop, I went through the process of just trying to find all the different brushes that I could and using all the different brushes that I could. And that's when I started to realize that some of them are good, some of them are not, some of them are useful, some of them are not. And I just started kind of collecting, these are ones that I can use, these are ones that I can't use. High quality ones, not so much. And then kind of started growing that collection, as well as creating some of my own. So brushes are actually not that hard to create. They can get to be time consuming depending on how many you want to create and what all you're creating. They're really not that hard to create in Photoshop. If you want to learn how to do that, by all means, let me know in the comments and I can show you how to do that. That's beyond the scope of this particular project, but it's something you can do. And I would recommend creating some of your own. There's definitely times where, grabbing others, like if you were to grab mine, you're free to use those in your projects, of course. But let me switch this a little bit. Just a little bit up. Here we go. I just want a little bit of a gap there, a little bit higher. I'm thinking it's not really rule of thirds, but the similar type concept where you have the ground and then a little bit of sky and then just compositionally. So start creating some, start gathering them. Similar concept for fonts. So if you're doing a lot of graphic design work, we're not doing graphic design work here. I'm not a graphic artist. I've done graphic design work before because I get asked to do that a lot of times. And I have done a lot of print work and graphic design work in the past. That's not really it's not really my expertise. But when you're doing that, you're going to have a lot of fonts that you collect Adobe has made it a lot easier with Adobe fonts to get access. That used to be an extra thing that you had to subscribe to. They didn't have it for a while. Then you had to subscribe extra to it. It was an extra cost. Now it's included in Creative Cloud. Let's do something different on this one, just to change it up again. We will do another overlay, and just to add a little bit more. But yeah, so and that's a similar thing too, and that's something I did like when the first few graphic design projects that I did. I was like, I'm going to go out there and grab all the fonts. So this is this brand that I'm working with. These are their fonts, and they're doing mostly sans serif stuff. So I'm going out and grabbing a bunch of them to see what'll work well with this and what can work, for brands that don't have their typography already established. Maybe they have the logo, and so you're trying to match that in other things, and you're coming up with those. So that's a similar thing. I used to have so many fonts. I had like terabytes worth of fonts, which is crazy when you think about it, because fonts are super small. Same with brushes. Brushes can get to be big, but fonts are really small because they're all vector. But this is going to open up over here again. I'm waiting for it. So yeah, it's but that's a thing too, where there are good fonts, there are not good fonts, there are very stylized fonts, and so that's another thing too, where it's a good idea. I think, again, this is my opinion, I think it's a good idea. Fonts and brushes are good things to just start collecting. Throw in your hard drive, Google Drive, Dropbox, wherever, and just start kind of collecting some, because you never know when you might need them. And if you're in the middle of a project, if we're in the middle of a project, right, like this project right here, we're working on this project, and if it's something where I really need to grab some of those brushes to get this project done, if the project really called for it, I can get by without it for this particular one. But if I really need those, then I've got the brushes that I know have worked for me for years, and I've got a bunch of really super stylized ones that I could pull in if I really needed to. So there's a lot of cool things, a lot of time that you can save if you just start collecting it. Anyway, that's my thoughts on brushes. Fonts are another thing. I used to do the same sort of thing with stock imagery. I'm going to duplicate this again. We're just going to let's do a little different, just to change. I used to do the same sort of thing with stock imagery, but I don't do that anymore. There's just, there's really a couple reasons. One, stock imagery can take up a lot of space, so you're just storing all that. And then you have to be able to search through it really well to find specifically what you want, whether that be product or a model, like these shots, or whatever that may be. And honestly, there are the websites and stuff like that out there. Adobe has stock. Unsplash, if you're looking for free stuff, I've got some stuff on Unsplash. I got stuff on Adobe stock, Shutterstock. But like a lot of those have good searching capabilities through the images, and it makes it easier to find faster, I found, than searching through my own. Because I don't have like a Lightroom catalog or Capture One catalog of all my stock photos. I guess I could do that or use Bridge to organize it all, but then I have to go through and tag everything and do all that. And stock photo companies, that's what they do. So I found I end up, I used to collect stock photos, and then I ended up just, rather than going to my own hard drive, go to search online somewhere to find the image, even if I had something similar or something that might work, or even sometimes, I mean, probably the same image on the hard drive. So I just kind of stopped collecting them. But again, that's just my own personal. Switch this a little bit. That's just my own thought process on stock photos and collecting that stuff. I do have a lot of stock graphical assets that I'll use for like surreal composites and things like that. Because a lot of those have to be purchased. And once I purchase something, I will store it unless I am pretty confident that the company's going to be around long term, like years and years, like Adobe. You know, if I buy something from Adobe, they're pretty good at letting you go back in and download stuff that you've purchased in the past, so you don't need to store it locally. But there's let me strip this a little bit over here on this side, get rid of some of this. There we go. But you know, there's sometimes you grab things. A lot of the stuff that I have that I'll use are things like overlays. So like if we wanted to add in some of the sun rays, right? So we can generate those in Luminar. I've also got some photo overlays that are sun rays and things like that you can use. Things like smoke, you know, I've got some stock images of smoke, you know, photographs that somebody has taken of smoke. Like, you know, you set up a studio, you have a black background usually, and then set up your studio lighting and actually light a fire and you have smoke and you actually take photos of the smoke. Take the time to do that. You can get some really nice imagery that then you can use and manipulate to bring into your composites or things like that. And so I do have some of those types of stock imagery, but what I mean, like stock imagery as far as for like marketing purposes and stuff like that for brands, like if I'm working on a project for somebody, you know, working on a design for a brand or, you know, imagery for a website or something like that, I usually don't keep that kind of stock imagery. So. Or, you know, these days too, since I've started, well, it's been a while, I've been doing it for a while. Taken some of my own shots. So I've taken, you know, stock photo shots and stuff like that with Elise here, if it's in these, or McKinsey that, you know, I've done other tutorials with. Go. Okay. Turn off this so I can see a little bit easier. Yeah, so I mean, and these, yeah, so I will take stock photos. I've got some, if you look at my Unsplash, I've got some of both Elise and McKinsey up there. I've got some on Adobe stock as well. You know, different shots, just kind of depends on. There they are, but benefits of having some women who've worked as professional models as your best friends, the two best friends. So they are happy with letting me use some of the pictures for stock photography or even my own imagery if I need something we can go out and do a shoot and grab the shots that we need for a project or something like that, and need to sign over whatever sort of model release and stuff like that. They're great people. Hence best friends, right? That's how it works. Right. This over. There's the last one in this batch. And edit this. Basically, and after that, let's shift this over more. Shift it there a little bit, just adjusting from some of the things we had. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'm going to do something different. Add a little bit more there. That's going to require some masking there, but for this one, we'll do it a little bit different. And then we'll see. I might need to add another one actually to cover some of that a little bit more, or if we want more clouds. But it'll add the clouds up higher, which is what I want. I want a little bit more space there. And then we'll want to get rid of this horizon line. Don't want that in there. Make sure it's shown. Adjust that. Okay. It just adds a little bit of visual interest at the top. Again, like we've been doing this whole time, super subtle. Okay, so that's the last of that set. And then I think we've got these. So that's one that is, I think we've 5066 should be saving. 50, yes, that's okay. That's what we just did. Yep. Okay. So that means this to this. Those are the last few. All right. So I will go ahead and launch these, get these starting to load into Photoshop. Photoshop will, of course, be saving those, and then you'll see the jump cut as I pause here while those load, and be back and finish that last little batch. All right. So we have the last batch here. And let's actually, before we do the silhouette ones, we had a couple that were similar to what we had edited before. Some of these are still saving, but we'll go ahead and do those last few before kind of switching sets, in case we need to update the action or, do something like that. We will let it run here. And export or process Photo AI. There's a lot more sky in this one. We were using Sunset 2 before. But if you remember, that horizon line is pretty low. We'll see. We might do a blend of a couple. We'll see how it's going to open up over here again. have a feeling it'll do that the rest of the time. Fortunately, we only have a few more photos left, so we should be holding here. All right. So we're going to do this one that we've done before. Then I'm going to take a little more warm, just kind of fixing this. But what I think I'm going to do is to do a little bit of a blend and see how that looks. So one thing with that sky, I liked it on when there wasn't as much sky in the image, but because these two have so much more sky in the image, I might want to update that. Let me adjust this so we can see it. And then obviously select, and just so I can see what's going on here, remove. You can fill. I can, do Option backspace to fill as well. But all right. So let's take. I'm going to do another one. Sky 2. We're going to do another sky. So this one, I'm going to do something different that we haven't done before, just to add a little bit more to... Ooh, you know what? Well, we did Galaxy before, but what is this one? Let's see what this looks like. I don't want to see the Milky Way because it's not nighttime. But if we can position it to where we don't see the Milky Way itself, but we see just some stars. Okay, let's do that. So kind of what we did before. We'll have some stars in here. And then obviously mask that to blend it a little bit better. But I think that'll be kind of a throwback to what we had done before, where there was some that we did where we had the stars. And then so here we go with this. I'll go ahead and just add in some of this. Rotate here. Just easier with the setup here to add some stars to the top. Like again, these are some of the last shots right before we did the very silhouette shots. But just start some of these coming in. And then again, let's actually do this. We'll do a levels to adjust the gamma on that to blend it a little bit better. And then there we go. So just some subtlety to it, and a little bit of stars over here, stars there. Except I do not want anything on her. It looked like that was affecting her a little bit. Yep. So let's fill that. Command backspace, fill with the background, just so it's not affecting her at all. It's only affecting this guy. Okay. Yeah, I like that. We could even... because it is still golden hour. Well, it's already colorized. We'll just add some subtlety to this for kind of a transition. Oops. A transition element. Again, adding some variation to it as the sky is transitioning, adding a little bit of our own variation to it, and making it subtle. So you can see the difference there. Actually, I don't want that. I want it mostly just at the top. There we go. Yeah. So we have the stars, but they're kind of, just adding a little bit of color to them. Before I start that saving, because I'm going to take that hue and pull that over. I don't that layer yet, but we're just going to use that in the future, and then we can start this saving. Okay. So actually, let's take we'll just take this whole thing. And really all we want from this are these. We're going to add in our own here. Just the adjustment layers, basically. And then now we can run our action, pull in the sky and do all that stuff. And then we can use those adjustment layers, because we're basically, those two shots are so close and they were taken within seconds of each other. We will have them, for consistency. As you know, I like a lot of variation in things, but sometimes I also like, I like consistency, obviously, as well. But we can, as this goes, okay, into, oh, look at that. It opened here instead of over on this screen automatically. Look at that. It finally remembered, like, hey, we did that galaxy. First, we're going to do this one. No reflection. There we go. And then we need to add in the galaxy sky. And then we need to okay, I don't need that curve, because that's going to go in here, and that's the curve for it. But sky 2, and this is going to be our galaxy sky that we're adding to this. If we were doing more than 2 of these, I would create an action for it. And honestly, if I had remembered to at the first one, I would have done on the first one. That way I wouldn't have to duplicate this. But let's wait for this to load. Let Luminar do its AI thing so that we can position the sky. That's it. Huh. It's doing that thing again where it wouldn't. It let us start to adjust. It added it in. Let's try it again. Weird. Okay. Whatever. Huh. It just freezes after we make one edit. That's interesting. Nothing over here. No pop-ups. Well, we're only really using it for this. So tell you what, we're just going to leave that as is. And then since we only have it for the one, if we need to defocus it, we can actually use a Gaussian blur for that. So we will add a little bit of variance. We'll have the consistency through the adjustment layers and then add a little bit of variance. So sometimes you want to... Okay, so first things first, let's do our sky. Sometimes you want to be able to, adapt and bounce, and rather than... There's a time for troubleshooting, figuring out what's going on and how you can fix it. But we only had one more image to do. We only had that little bit there. So it's all about, in my mind, it's all about what's faster. If it's faster for me to take an hour, 2 hours to troubleshoot something because it's going to save me that much time later, great. I will do that. But let me copy this. Option, replace, yes. Option, then drag it. And then this, we're going to add that overlay. What do we have this as? We have this normal 71%. So we brought it down. And then we masked a lot of it out. Yeah, a lot of it really just boils down to how much time are you going to save? And, if you spend 10 minutes now to save 30 minutes later, what you don't want to do is spend 30 minutes now to save 10 minutes later. And the catch is, of course, you don't know. It's kind of a gamble a lot of times, how much time you're going to save versus how much time you spent. But in this case, I know that it's not worth the time to troubleshoot why Luminar was doing that, because I really only have this one image left to do. And if we need to, if we want to blur it, we can come in here, do a Gaussian blur to blur that a little bit rather than the defocus. And yeah, so there we go. Oops. Oops. B brush switch. Thank you. Okay. Okay, yeah, so again, a little bit of subtleties to it. Actually, let me do this. I want to make sure that's not affecting her. So we're going to invert that so it's not affecting her. There we go. Yep, okay. All right, so I think we're good on those. And then these are the super ones. So we did the Photoshop sky with shots like this before that were super blown out like that. We have 5 of them. Let's do that again. Remember last time we tried to run this action, Photoshop didn't like it. That was before we had closed Photoshop and opened it back up again. So let's see. if this will work for us. Photo AI process. If there's any that I would consider denoising more, it would be these. Because if we see when you saw that when Photo AI launched, you could see it was really noisy. It's because I knew it was a silhouette shot. It was, the sun hadn't gone down past the horizon at this point. I mean, there's still in the sky hadn't gone to nighttime yet, but it was dark. It was getting dark out. So it was definitely the time of day where we would adjust the ISO, crank it up a little bit more. Did not have the ND filter on there, that's for sure. I kind of like that, the way that is there. But so here's a little trick. So I already have this mask. I don't want to adjust that mask. If we do this, if we group it and then add a mask to the group, it's almost like adding an additional one. So we can take this, select her, and then remove her from that. So just a little tip. And that's a nice little way of getting multiple layer masks on the same layer, basically. And then we're going to do a little bit of light wrapping with the mask. And as we've done before, oops, I'm going to kind of blur some of this just so it's not such a harsh line. Oops. I want this to be outside of that current below. Yeah, okay. Go. Just softening it a little bit. Mostly because I think it's a distraction. I mean, talked about that kind of at length here. It doesn't really bother me as much on this side, but we could do it and see. Just a little bit of softening there. And then, if we really wanted to, that little bit of mask. These are the kind of things where, like, if I'm doing this for print, I mean, this is 50%. So if I was doing this for print, I would be zoomed in a lot more. But I know that these in particular, these shots are all for social, for this brand's social as well as her social. So it's not, I'm going to get rid of these. It's not, they don't need print. And if they do need print, for whatever reason, they request them. And then at that point, if I need to, I can go in and do more denoise and make sure all the masks and stuff are there. 99.9% of the time, no prints needed. So that is a benefit that we have for doing shoots. It's really helpful when you go into a shoot to know what it's going to be used for. Not only in the shoot itself, so you know what to shoot, but also so you know what to edit, how to edit some of those. And then for things like this too, how much time do we want to put into this? If it was something where if I was doing prints, then I would be making sure those, doing the select subject, right? It's a quick way to do it, and it's usually really good. It's gotten a lot better. But it's not perfect, as you saw a lot of times, or, even with Luminar, a lot of those masks we had to fix were glaringly obvious. But if we zoom in at 100% and look around everywhere, there's going to be a lot more mistakes, that's for sure. But when you're posting to social, like when we export these, probably going to export at maybe 2-3K resolution. Because Instagram is like 1080, 1920 by 1080 for stories, or a little bit different for the posts resolution, of course, not 9:16, but it's you export at 3K and you're good. One thing I'm going to do on this, I'm going to adjust this kind of template here. So what is that? 503. I'm going to stop that. Okay. One reason for stopping it, even though it hasn't started to save yet, I have found in the past that when I don't want exposure, I want curves. When we might need to group all of these together to get this to work the way I want. Because I still want that silhouette type look. Oops. Nope. Okay. That's not what I want at all. Here we go. So I guess I don't really need that extra group. I can just do it on this. Yeah. Okay. I want it to be brighter. I want the sky to be brighter because I want to get that still kind of get that little bit of a silhouette type effect that was in the original shot, right? So it's super silhouette-y, and I want to continue. I don't want to darken the whole thing. I want to be able to see that it's still super silhouette-y. Is that a word? Silhouette-y? It is now. What I was saying though, when it comes to saving, so when I stopped that, even though I hadn't gotten into it yet, in the past I've found that if you make an edit before Photoshop has gotten to it, that edit doesn't save. Even though it's in a queue and it hasn't really started yet, it doesn't save that part that you've edited. Granted, it has been. I'll throw this out there. It has been years since I've actually tested that, so maybe I need to test that again. But at this point in this project, with each image taking the time it does to save, I don't want to find out afterward that it didn't save. So just playing it safe. There we go. That's actually nice and got that silhouette. Got her on it, and let's then remove. Do I want to do the curves too? Yeah, probably. Probably curves in there too. No, curves are on top. Is that right? Is that how we had it before? Yeah, curves are on top. That's right. Okay. So I just want to invert that though. So it doesn't affect her. There we go. That's right. Okay. So now I'm going to come to this last one because that way it'll show these. And let's take curve and that's not the last one. I want to take the curve and move it over. So let's drag it over. Don't want that. I just want the curves. Oops. And this, it's not. Okay. I guess must be a I have auto select. Auto select every time. I don't know why that's even a thing. Because that's annoying. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it over here. What? Turned off auto select. There we go. Okay, so I have the curves. And then we're going to this one is done, ready to save. And then we can continue on. So we only have a few left. This guy. Let's go ahead and run this action. So you can see, if you look quick there, you can see a lot of that noise. Although that is just a preview, you'll notice that even in the shots that don't have nearly that much noise. But I would venture to guess that these do have a decent amount of noise in them. Just because I know I had to crank the ISO to maybe 2000, I think. I mean, Sony's handle ISO great, or dark great, but it's still going to throw some noise in there. More so than when you're doing 50 or 100 ISO. You know, I try to shoot 50 if I can, but you need a lot of light for that. Just fine when you're outside, not fine when you're outside and the sun is going down. And I don't know why I'm forgetting how I have that. And then, okay, that's right. Just to group it, to remove her from it. That's all I'm doing. And then we want to select. And then invert so it's just her. And then throw the curve on there. Go. This one might need some touch up here along this edge. Again, just, a little bit. Go. That's a lot better. Yeah, so before, after, it just looks a little more natural to me. Those highlights aren't as like sharp edge, long edge, so we're okay with those. I'm okay with those. Of course, if you grab the project files, you are more than welcome to make whatever sort of edit you want to that. And this. And then we have, I think, one more after this, right? Wow, I was really cricket on that. Oh, I'll straighten that one. We can get to the cropping phase, which is what we should be doing next after these are all done saving. Run the Photoshop sky replacement, merge that layer, give us this. We're good. Let's go ahead and select the subject. We will create this group. Mask, invert, sky. It kind of becomes a process now. Where you just kind of get used to, okay, these are the steps, even though sometimes I forget them, but these are the steps. Almost like we're doing a little action of art. Which, again, in retrospect, I probably could have added those in. Or done a mask. I'm going to actually remove this. That's distracting to me. And it draws the eye there, and that's not where we want to focus. Okay. Here we go. And I think this is the last image of all of them. I think it's the last image of all of them. After this, we'll do a double check just to make sure, but then I think we should be ready to go into the cropping and export phase. Assuming that Lightroom will read those PSB files, okay. We might want to do a double check on that. Make sure that's all good to go, but we are nearing the end here. So progress open up over here. Should get the sky replacement here. And let's go ahead and select subject, group, mask, invert, curves, and we can actually bring our sky in. Fading some of it, you know, add a little bit of that atmospheric haze aspect to it and fading along there. Okay. I think that's good, except this little bit right here, again. Light off in the distance. Okay. All right, so those are saving. We have 14 documents saving. That will take a little while, but let's do a double check here in Lightroom to see. I think those aren't done saving yet, but I think, yeah, those are the last ones here, and all these should be done saving now. So, or should be just about these saved. So, I think once these are done saving, we are ready to move on to the next stage of cropping and straightening and, you know, the composition and getting it ready for export. Assuming that the PSB files will work fine, we can actually, let's see if we can find, just hover over these. I'm looking at the title here. Just to see, oh, here's one of the PSBs. Okay, yeah, it does read the PSB file. That one, that was the one that didn't really look like it was edited, but some of these, like that PSB file, certainly is edited. So it's reading it fine. Maybe we just didn't edit that one. Okay, tell you what, we will leave this selected so it won't forget. And then we won't open that up because this is saving 14 files. That'll take a while. And then we will take a look at that PSB file. But I'm going to go ahead and pause, let this save, and then we'll look at that file. We might need to do one more edit on that, but we're almost done. We'll just double check it. And then we will move on to the next phase. So I went ahead and opened up this PSB file. And as you can see, we have a lot of the stuff from when we first started, and then it was saving it as a PSB file. We didn't really end up using any of this stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and delete all this, and we have our original. So let's basically go back to where we were, run our action on it. So I'm going to come up to the layer, just go ahead and set this as the background, and then we can come in, and I'm pretty sure we used the Luminar sky for this set, right? Yeah, that's a Luminar sky. So I think we used the overlay. So we'll go ahead and run that on for this set. And that is another benefit, a subtle benefit, not something that I necessarily intend every time, but a benefit to having some of those variants between the different pictures like we've been doing throughout. So the reason why I do that, as I've mentioned, is because the sun's going down. Of course, there's variations in the camera. There's variations all there. So I try to mimic a lot of that with the editing that we're doing for this style of editing that is very, you're not supposed to really see those edits necessarily. So they blend in really well. And so a benefit of adding a lot of those variants and things like that, like you would get on set with camera, is when, in this case, we edited that a while ago, and I don't 100% remember. So I know that's the beginning of the video for you, but with the edits and things like that, and I've had to take breaks myself and get other things done. So I actually edited that yesterday. So trying to remember that and exactly what all those settings were and everything. It's another reason why I use a lot of actions. Again, a little benefit there. It's not the primary reason. If it were a huge deal and something that I really needed to make sure that everything is consistent and I use the same settings, I have had client projects where that is needed. Product photography, things like that, where you don't have a changing environment like a golden hour shoot where you're changing things purposely, where it is much more controlled in a studio setting with something like that. Then you can go in and copy those settings, either copy them in the software. I've even sometimes, get a little notebook and write down the pertinent settings, the most important ones, in OneNote, Evernote, Confluence, whatever tool you use, or literally a piece of paper and pen, whatever you preferences there. And this off just so we can see a little bit better. So yeah, so we're getting this kind of adding a little bit of the cloud to this sky here that we had in those other shots. Here we go. Nice. Okay. And it's a PSB file, but you know what? That's fine. We'll go ahead and save that as PSB. We don't need to change it to TIFF or anything like that. Okay. So let's come in here and start our process. I want to come into my filters and I want to change. Let's look for all of our TIFF files. And yeah. Okay, so we'll do our TIFFs first, and then we can do the PSBs. Usually it's just the TIFF files, but we have more TIFFs than we do PSBs. Since that PSB file, the Photoshop big file, is saving in the background, that's why I'm starting with TIFFs. So let's come in and start our crop. Now, I'm going to crop these for Instagram, which will be a 4:5 primary crop. And then if you want, a 9:16 would be story size. If you wanted to do that, that is completely up to you. I'm just going to go with the 4:5. Usually this loads. There we go. All right. So let's our aspect switch to 4:5. And just crop something nice there. Something like that. Next. And this is something that we can copy and paste. It's not updating. It takes a second for it, but maybe because it's saving in the background here. This loads. Saving. Okay, that's still saving. So For some of these that are more landscape instead of portrait. Oops. I'm using a Lightroom. I'm sorry, a Capture One keyboard shortcut. R is for is to switch to crop in Lightroom, and it's V in C and V in Capture One. Let's see. Do I still want to do 4:5 or 5:4? Because it doesn't really get that at that point. You know what? Some of these, let's do 16:9, more HDR type. Because I like that framing. You get that kind of rule of thirds there. So I know I said I'm mostly going to do 4:5s, and I mostly will. That'll kind of be the default, but we can alter that. Because again, this is the export, and then from here, because we're going to probably export at 3K long edge, and then once she posts this, or the clothing brand, when they post this, if wherever they're posting it, they're still going to have the ability to crop it down a little bit further if needed. So that's something to keep in mind, is that when I crop and I do my crops for composition, I do what I think looks best for that image. And I keep in mind the end goal, but I also am aware that they're going to change it. They're going to, crop it in however they want, with their tools, wherever they're posting it. And that's universal across all clients. Some clients edit the photos further. That is something that happens. I've definitely had that happen a lot. Hopefully they don't do too many significant edits, but the biggest edit that they'll do is the cropping. And a lot of times that's not really because it's not like they don't like the way that I cropped it, but a lot of times what their use case is, like if I'm cropping this landscape, but they want to use this on a story in Instagram, 16:9 is not really going to work. 9:16, usually they don't reach back out and ask for another crop, which is fine, because then I don't have to take the time to do that. But that's also just, part of the game. I want to make sure to constrain to the image, so it doesn't. There we go. Take a sec for this to load. This is going a little slow loading here. Maybe when we restarted Photoshop a while back, maybe we should have restarted Lightroom too. But this loads here. Go. I mean, we could pretend like we know what we're cropping, but until that preview loads. So I'm doing the rule of thirds right along this line here for her eye. And then that gives that extra space for these shots. So these are mostly going to be landscape, it looks like. I know some of the later shots, obviously we switch over here, even in camera shooting portrait instead of landscape, this way. It works. Which is why I love having a battery grip, not just for the extra batteries, but to be able to shoot this way and have the controls, this for those portrait shots, and then switch over. That is definitely nice. So if you don't have a battery grip, that's one of the first things I get whenever I get a new camera, which is not that I get new cameras all the time, but when I do get a new camera, one of the first things I get is a battery grip, to be able to easily switch between portrait and landscape. Go. You know, oh, well, okay, this is a new one. We'll go ahead and do this one. I was going to say we can copy and paste our crops since those were all pretty much the same. I didn't really move that much because I did have the reflector depth and everything set actually right just below the frame here is where the reflector is to catch that golden hour light and bounce up. But so I could have copied and pasted those crops. Since this is taking a while to load each time, there we go. So a big part of this is the landscape, which is why I'm including a lot of it instead of, going really close in. So I'm going to mostly crop to get her kind of in the center here. And then once we have that, we can copy our adjustments, which is, I always just right click. Copy the settings, and I want to crop that, or copy the crop. And then in the next Command Shift V to paste, or right click, oops, don't want to remove, paste the settings. But in either case, it's still loading, so. Go. So what I'm going to try to do for this is, again, kind of getting her in the center, mostly in the center. But I want to get a little bit on this side of center because she's got a little more balance here. So that's just my thought process for this crop. And then a little bit top, a little bit bottom. So again, could copy and paste the crop, but the thing that takes a long time is to load this, which is interesting that we had Photoshop taking a while to load, taking a while to do things before. Now Lightroom. I think once I'm done with this project, one of the takeaways from this is I'm going to look at my server. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I'm going to look at my server and see what's going on there. It seems to be specific to this, which, as I've mentioned before, this is a new setup. I have this organized, so I might need to adjust that some. But one thing, so I mentioned I'd worked on this yesterday, which is why, come back today, and which is why I wasn't remembering some of that, but the settings for that previous image. But one of the reasons I kind of had to take a break from this project to move on to the others, because I had to render out a different video on, I didn't use this computer, I used a different computer, a 4K video that I was working on, and it rendered fine, worked fine, rendered fine, and that's also working on the server. So same server that all of this is coming from, just over there. So that's why I don't think it's an issue with the server itself. because I have checked the logs for the disk usage, network bandwidth, all that kind of stuff in and out of the server, and it's fine. It's hitting like 2-3% usage. So it's interesting. I mean, it's a gigabit connection, so that's interesting. Well, of course, I guess obviously this is running through Wi-Fi though, so it's not a wired connection. So maybe that is, again, this is just kind of some of my thought process as we're waiting for this to load. I'm trying to troubleshoot and figure out some of these things. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe the issue is the Wi-Fi on the MacBook is not, should be fast enough. Maybe not, as fast as a wired connection, but it shouldn't be this slow. But we are looking at, potential issues for the bottleneck are. So we'll figure it out. We'll get through this project as things are. There's no point to do a lot of changes in this quite yet. I'm just kind of matching here on the since we're so close to the end, we'll go ahead and just let this finish. Once we're done with this, it's time to export, and then we'll be done. So off the top of my head, the troubleshooting that I would do is to, for the next project, copy everything locally, work locally off this system. And then it's not using the Wi-Fi at all, using the network at all. So in theory, that would be as fast as it can be, right? Because it's all on this local system. But that'll be for a future project. Tune in for that in the future. So Command-Shift-C to copy, and then this one, Command-Shift-V. Once it loads, it should paste that crop setting, even though it'll take a second to load here. Okay, Command-Shift-V now. After it loads, I guess it does. Oops. Again, I'm switching. C in Capture One is to crop, but it's R in Lightroom. That is one thing. When you're switching between programs, you use different programs. Back in my CG days, when I was working in 3D, primary 3D tool that I used was software called Maya. And I would switch back and forth between Maya and Photoshop all the time because I use Photoshop all the time for texturing and creating the graphics, and then you take into 3D to put on the 3D models and stuff. And the number of times where I'd use Photoshop, I'd be switching back and forth, like literally just like Lightroom and Photoshop, but on the same project. So paint here, switch over, paint, switch over. And the number of times where I'd use the wrong software keyboard shortcut, do the wrong thing. Thankfully, there's undo. But yeah, that's just how it goes. It's kind of funny. On to this next one here. Um, this one might be, well, okay. We'll get, okay, hand here along, okay. I like that actually. We don't get all of her down here, but it kind of disappears into there anyway. I actually like that framing. Okay, that actually turned out really nice. I was worried with her holding the hat up, uh, how that would crop compositionally. But I kind of like that. You have the sun on one side, her on the other, along those lines. Which these lines, if you heard, I mentioned it just a moment ago, the rule of thirds is a very standard, typical way of cropping for composition, for framing and video. Rule of thirds is a very popular thing. I'd recommend. Now, there's different strategies for how you use it. Of course, it's anything creative is going to be subjective. It's that's ways with creative things. It's very opinionated. Think of some of the most popular movies out there, and there are still people that don't like those movies. Or some of the most popular music out there, and there's still people that don't like that music. There's a lot of stuff that's just opinion based when it comes to creative things, and that is the same for a lot of creative principles. There are design principles, basics of contrast, and the rule of thirds, and a lot of these things that are rule of thumb that kind of go across the board. Think of it kind of like the storylines for a lot of movies, like the hero's journey, things like that, that have been figured out over time. Actually, this one we might do. Yeah, there we go. I like that actually a little bit. This little bit here. But the rule of thirds is a common technique and a common way to do that. In my experiences in the companies I've worked for and the projects I've worked on, the common technique is along these little lines here as they intersect is where whatever the thing is you want the eye to focus on when you first look at it, whether that be her eyes, whether that be the sun, whatever that is kind of where you target that. Which is why, as I'm doing this, I'm looking at right here with her smile, and then also her hair here right along this line. So another approach would be like with this, and then you have a little bit of empty space over here. But sometimes just centering it like this here, because she's centered on the sun, which is why I'm doing that. Which is another technique. So some people have different preferences. A lot of it's going to depend on the shot itself. Some people don't like it to be perfectly center in the frame. They want it to be off to one side and you have a little bit of empty space. A lot of it is how it's being used. If you're going to put text on an image, you're going to use it for a website or a design or something like that. You want some of that empty space. So we'd probably use some of this empty space over here to then use that, which is something where if the client were to need this for a different purpose, for print or for something like that. Actually, let's do this one as widescreen, 16:9 as well. See how that looks. Just along this horizon here. Now we can straighten if we want. For something like this, the horizon isn't perfectly straight anyway. You can see it kind of goes here, and then there's actually a little bit back here because there were some hills and things like that. So it's okay that it's not 100% perfect. That's going to be expected. I think there were some shots, if I remember right, where it's obviously very crooked, and we will want to fix that, of course. But for a lot of these are pretty straight. bad. Not enough that it's super noticeable. So we did this one that way. Let's see. So again, kind of along this line here, I'm not going to put her eye right there, but I'm going to force it a little bit over. And again, this is one of those things where it's kind of a creative thing, to have a little bit of balance over here. And that's where, the guidelines are guidelines. What was the line from Pirates of the Caribbean where it's talking about parlay, going to meet the captain? And they talk, oh, it's in pirate code, it's pirate law. You have to follow this. And they're like, they're more like guidelines. You don't really, you can bend them. And that's, I guess, that's a way of saying similar to what it is for a lot of creative things as well. They're guidelines, which is what those are too. Literally guidelines. But I'd encourage you to look up some techniques for rule of thirds. Again, if that's something you'd like me to do a video on in the future, by all means, let me know. As this channel is still pretty new, I'm building up a backlog of obviously projects like these. But if you want to see some more, like I talked about, if you want to see, just covering the camera and how the camera works, what is aperture, what is the shutter speed, how do they affect each other, all that kind of stuff. I'm more than happy to start to cover those sorts of things. But yeah, just let me know. But I would encourage you, if you're not familiar with the rule of thirds, or you're not familiar with a lot of those principles, really design principles, contrast and balance and the rule of thirds, then I would encourage you to start looking a lot of that stuff up and learn it, to know it, to know that it's there, so that you know when to consciously change that. That reminds me of at one of somebody that I have talked to in my other job, my full-time thing, is doing a history podcast. And so I've talked to a lot of historical consultants on movies, and I talked to Dr. Stephen Hardin, was the historical consultant on the movie The Alamo. And he was talking with John Lee Hancock, I believe was the director on that. And he was talking with John Lee. And as he was telling me, when he was talking to the director on set, he was like, the point of the historical consultant on movies, the point of really consultants on movies, are to let the director know how things should be. So historical consultant on a movie is like, this is what really happened here. So in this instance where I'm talking about The Alamo, his job was to, and on this I'm going to adjust the angle a little bit. His job was to let the director know what actually happened. This is what actually happened. And then the director makes the decision of, okay, now that I know what actually happened, this is either we're going to follow that and we're going to follow that, or we're going to change it for the sake of the story, because it is still a movie. The movies have creative license, even those that are, telling something that actually happened in history. They're still telling a story. And as the director told Dr. Hardin, and then relayed to me, the director's job is to make a good movie. And that sometimes requires altering from what actually happened. That requires doing that. But making that a conscious decision instead of accidentally doing it is what is a difference between making something good and something not good. Um, Again, with the caveat that everything creative is opinion based. But the basic idea is you want to know what the standards are. You want to know what the line is, so that if you vary from that, if you change from that, you're doing it on purpose and for a reason, instead of just doing it just because. You want to have a good reason for it. Because otherwise, people start to learn to expect things. I'm going to go in a little bit here just to get that crop a little bit further on. Get her a little more there, so her arm is along this line here, and balancing that. Okay. To have a reason for it. So when using movies as an example, when you see movies that have so many details, so many Easter eggs, so many layers of things to them, that is a perfect example of honestly why they make the big bucks, as they say, right? Because everything has a purpose. Everything has a reason. Everything that is in frame that you see has a reason to be there. It's not accidental that it's there. It is somebody's vision, somebody's creative decision to put that there. And I think that carries through with photography. That carries through with anything creative, really. It's make a conscious decision on things, and that is part of your creative vision. Like this here, I made a conscious decision for how I'm going to edit this photo. I'm going to add in a little bit of sun rays. I remember in this one, we added in a little bit of sun rays just to add a little bit more to it. Didn't have to do that. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you don't want to add those sun rays in there, and that's fine. But I made a conscious decision to do that because that's the creative vision that I had for this shot. So she's kind of looking back there, which is why I'm having her on this side instead of this side. So this is something where, it could work either way. Let me try. Might do. I like that better. I do like that better because you get the whole. It's for shots like this. A lot of times it is more than just the model. It's not just a studio shot. Half the point of driving for hours like we did for this shoot to get to this location at golden hour and timing all that is to get the set, to get the whole scene also. So if I were to crop all that out at the end, kind of defeats some of the purpose of it. Go. This one actually is not bad all across. Except I'm going to, since she is, again, kind of looking back, this one I am going to have be similar to what we were talking about in the last one. Right along between her eyes there for that. Oh, the next one. There we go. This will probably be another wide one. Let's adjust the straighten tool here. Again, it's not too bad, but you just a little bit. So for a lot of these, like you notice, I go from one edge right to the other on that. And have her right in the center. Again, you might not like right in the center. You can crop it however you want. That's so many things with creativity is very subjective. But don't be afraid to do it the way with the creative vision that you have. Thinking, do I want this to be wide? Or do I want it to be portrait? I think I'm going to do a widescreen. So for some of these even, and this is something where don't be afraid to do this too on your own shots. So for this kind of centering her, I know I mentioned here, but of course, like I said, you can adjust it to be whatever your creative vision is. And so for this, I want to show a lot of the nature, obviously, around her. But sometimes what I'll do is, as I'm going through this process and I'm cropping everything, I get everything, and then I export everything. There have been times where when it gets to the point to where, if I post something and, I'll look at the image again, I'll be like, you know what? Actually, I want to do this one portrait instead of landscape for whatever reason, as you get in there. And again, it's the exact same thing as what I was talking about, like with clients and stuff like that. When they get in there to post, depending on what the use case is, they might be like, actually, I want to have it be portrait or landscape or crop in a little bit more or change it. And benefit of being the photographer who has the source images here is I can go back and actually crop it how I want in Lightroom and then re-export that again. Instead of cropping it using Instagram, cropping it there, crop it from the source, re-export, and get that higher quality. So that is definitely something I've done. And a lot of times in my experience, one of the biggest reasons for, in my case, where I'll do that is the use case for that. So like if I were to post a set to Instagram, I haven't figured out what the actual sets are. What are the image I'm going to put together into a carousel or cut it together into a reel or whatever, what are the images you're going to put together? That part of the strategy I haven't even thought about yet. That's not something that, for my purposes, that's not what I think about beforehand. I think about that afterwards, and that's why I'll go back and re-crop things sometimes. If I decide to put one of these that is, we do a landscape here and be like, I want to do that with this shot here. Well, that's not really going to go well together inside of Instagram. To do a landscape and a portrait in the same carousel doesn't really crop well together. So that's where sometimes I'll recrop things or change things around, and that's fine. That's for a little bit off the edge there. So she's looking off into the sunset. And switch to these, okay. Kind of waiting for that to load a little bit before. I think what it's doing, I think the reason why this is taking a while to load doesn't show it up here. But I think what it's doing is it's still creating the previews for the TIFF files, because it created the previews for the RAW files, the ARWs, the Sony RAW files. But maybe it hasn't created the previews for the TIFF files yet. So maybe that's why Lightroom's taken a second to do that. Look at that. From there to there, I don't even need to straighten it. Pretty straight. Sometimes, in camera, I can do it pretty straight. And other times I'll be like, what was I thinking? And to be honest, a lot of times I'm not, actually, I can tell you right now, usually when I'm shooting landscape shots like this, I get it close. The camera, this camera at least, does have balance, almost like the thing with bubbles. What's that called? A level. That's right. Almost like a digital level that I will use, but I don't take the time to make sure it's perfect because I know I can come in here and straighten it. I just want to make sure that I get enough of it. So I want to see the sun, and I like this too. We have some closer. Okay. I was thinking I like the flower in there too if I can get it, but that crop's not going to work for that, I don't think. But we have some like this here where she's actually in there. I don't think there's flowers in this particular angle, but we have some over here that might have flowers. This angle here is inside, but in the grass / shrubbery / flowers or whatever these are. I'm not good at plants, identifying plants. But yeah, I can't remember what I was. The level. Yeah, so I'll try to get it close in the shot, obviously, but sometimes depending on or it's like for this here, this is actually a hill, right? So which is why it's not level, because this is a hill, and so it's going up. This is actually literally uphill. It's not like I'm not actually crooked. It's just sometimes the terrain is crooked. And there are times where terrain is crooked, shooting mountains, shooting hills or things like that. That's natural. That's going to be in there. And so I try to keep that too. This load. Yeah, that here. For this, I'm going to do Command-Shift-C. Since these are pretty close, let's shift over to this. And then once this preview loads, we should be able to Command-Shift-V to paste our crop. If you remember, if I try to do that now, Command-Shift-V, it's not, because it hasn't loaded the thumbnail, the preview for this image yet. So it's not cropping it yet. It doesn't remember that I told it to crop, basically. So now if I hit Command-Shift-V, you can see the case that those are, oops. Okay, again, another capture one shortcut. The Lightroom shortcut is R. I keep hitting C, which is the compare mode in Lightroom. Let's go a little bit closer. So we have a little bit further, a little bit closer, not too close. And we have this one. Actually, let's do this. We'll do this one even closer because we have that one that's a little bit further away. Just to have some variation. So we have nice and close. And then this one we can do kind of like we had this crop originally, which is something that I'll do. I don't think I mentioned this when I was culling the images, when I was picking the ones. But if there are images that are similar and I like them, but they're similar, I know in the back of my mind that I'm probably going to do something like this where I have one crop that's a little bit closer all crop that's a little bit further. And then that way they look different. The final shots look different. Looks like I zoomed in, looks like I didn't. I think for these shots, actually, I was using this lens, which is an 85 prime. So, maybe not. Maybe I was using my 2470. Those are the two lenses that I use usually. Is it the 85 prime or 2470? I can't remember which ones I use for which. I know I use both throughout the shoot, but and we can once this loads, I'll show you something real quick. We can actually just do that. So if we come into our filter, the camera info, one thing, oops, let's switch over to this. We can see what lens we actually used for all of them, which is kind of cool that we can do that. So what were the different focal lengths? What lens? Oh, it looks like actually, you know what? Actually, I just used the one. I guess I didn't use my 85. I just used the, okay, well, maybe I was wrong. I usually do. But I guess maybe I didn't this time around. Okay, where were we? This one here. All right, so I guess, yeah, so I would have had some zoom. Not a lot. It's still a, 2470, 2875 or whatever the Tamron lens is. But so yeah, so some of that I'll adjust the composition in post to be a little bit closer, a little bit further away. That is another benefit of shooting such huge shots, is that we can do that and not lose quality. Because as we saw when we were in Photoshop, these images are 6,000 by 9,000 pixels or something like that, and our final image is going to be 3,000 on the long edge. So that 9,000 edge is going to be cropped down to 3. So we're, a third of the size of the originals. So roughly speaking. So, you get a lot of room to play with on being able to crop. Just loads. Wonder how Photoshop is doing. That's all done. We can close out of Photoshop. Okay, next. Maybe that'll speed the system up a little bit. Probably not. If the bottleneck is the Wi-Fi connection, which is weird because, you can't see it. It's right off. It's right over here. Right offset is off camera. I have a mesh extender right here. So it's going from here to here. And I've run tests on that when I set everything up. I ran, speed tests on that, and that's getting my full gigabit connection. That one is. So I think, gigabit right here to right here wouldn't be enough of a bottleneck to cause this sort of slowdown, but we'll see. Yeah. Those are the things that I always like to, continue to improve, continue to test and find ways to improve things and speed things up with the knowledge that uh, sometimes things just take time. As we said before, when we got the saving down to not take as long to save by eliminating a lot of layers, it was still taking a decent amount of time for 83, and then we have the PSB files. I think we had 5 PSBs, right? So I think if I remember right, it was 88 pictures that we picked to edit. So 88, even each one taking 10 minutes. 88 times 10. It's a lot of just time for the computer to just save a file. Of course, 88 pictures times 2 hours is even longer. So but with that said, if you have made it this far into the tutorial, of course, we are nearing the end here. So if you have made it this far and you are curious about, I want to make sure to get her hand in here, have a little bit of her boots down there so you can see that, and then line it up with the top there. If you are curious about any of that network troubleshooting, computer troubleshooting, just general things. I know we've done some troubleshooting in Photoshop and Lightroom and in photography wise. But with that said, as photographers, we're using computers, and sometimes computers need to be troubleshooted too. Troubleshot. You need to troubleshoot computers as well. So if there's things like that you're curious about or you have questions about that you'd like to see in future videos, by all means, let me know. One of the previous jobs that I had before I was into photography, into visual effects, into computer graphics, and that kind of stuff was in IT. So although I have not worked in an IT department at a company for many years by choice. So like this is a great example, right? I could straighten this, but this is actually the hill. So this is the hill she was sitting on before. It goes up a little bit. It goes up a little bit further before coming back. But we have a little bit hills here and there. So it's still pretty straight. And it's not so much that it looks like I'm off from being straight. It's just the natural landscape. So that's why I'm not bothering with doing any sort of, oh, this one loaded really fast. Look at that. Maybe it's starting to speed up since we closed out of Photoshop. Never mind. I just had to say something. But yeah, so, troubleshooting computers, troubleshooting issues, whether it be, files or trying to speed things up, find where some of the bottlenecks are, trying to fix a lot of that kind of stuff. As you can tell from, just following along in this tutorial or watching, I try to find ways to save as much time as I can. And that includes if it's something that is creating an action for the next 4 or 5 pictures, I do it once and then I can just run the action to save that time. If it's the same is true for files, so like, the next time running it locally instead, just to see if that saves time. Oops, didn't want to auto that. I think this will be a horizontal, or do we want to do a little closer on this? At their eye here. I think I like horizontal actually. It gets more of the landscape in there. This one I might do horizontal. Yeah. So that way you have a little options for both. Go. Get the line right across her eye there. And again, straightening. I don't think we really even need to straighten that one. It's always something that I'm aware of that, as one of the reasons I'm mentioning it is because it's something that I'm thinking about. And I try to, as you've noticed throughout this whole video, I try to verbalize my internal thoughts so you can know what my thought process is as I'm going through this. And one of the things is definitely whether or not I need to straighten the image. And again, it's going back to making a conscious decision either to do it or to not do it. And in this case, I'm actually going to crop in further just because I want to see more of her and less of the sky. Go. So we have that one. Let's go ahead and do that same thing just to see less of the sky. Focus more on her. There we go. Look at this one, loads fast too. This one I might straighten just a little bit. No, actually. Let's straighten down here. Yeah, instead of with the trees, because trees have different heights usually. So generally, again, obviously terrain can have ups and downs. We've been talking, but terrain, I'll usually level or straighten the angle with a Pareto level before trees, because trees obviously have much more variance than terrain does. With exceptions, there's always exceptions. There's always, depend on the terrain, of course. But for something like this, where it's just kind of rolling hills, the trees are going to be a little bit more of a random. This we might do. Yeah. So almost like she's looking at that, but I mean, she's not because that's in the foreground. But that sort of idea. And then let's move it a little bit over more towards her eye here. Just so that's right there, just off. So this one, I am going to straighten more. Manually rotate just a little bit because I think that the hills are not perfect, but I want to do so she's straight. Then we might need to change our. Actually, let's do it just a little bit different so we can get a little bit more in there. There we go. There we go. So she's more straight than the background. And then this will be a portrait. This one, probably landscape, because we have the whole thing and we have some of these here that are portraits. So making this one landscape, we can actually do even further to get more of the, and then for this, yeah, so that's pretty perfect actually. And let's rotate here. So this one, I think this is the one that I was talking about where the ankle, I'm going to have to, so I'm going to do that first. And then, yeah, that's about better. Yeah. So some of these I was better at the angle than others. And is that one? Yeah. So, yeah, that's how it goes. But, thankfully we can crop all that in, rotate. And that's something as you are shooting. So obviously when you straighten something like this, then as you can see, we only have so much room here. So that's something to keep in mind, that as you are shooting, but also depending on who you are shooting, so I shot with Elise a lot. As I mentioned, she's my best friend, so like we shoot all the time. So we're very familiar with how how we work. And oops, I don't want to have that accidentally hit that. Um, so she's aware that when I shoot, I always try to have a little bit of extra space because she knows I'm going to come in here and crop it. So when I'm showing her an image on the back of the camera, as everybody does, and whenever, when you're shooting, no matter who you're shooting, everybody that I've shot, they always want to see a preview on the back of the camera. And obviously they know it's raw. They know it's, the raw image. It is going to be edited. But the cropping and the position of it is something that maybe it's just me. Personally, I've had a lot of clients that, I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this. The composition of the image is something that they struggle to see through the camera in the same way that I do. So they, unless I'm, like say this is the final shot that we want. If that's the final shot that we want, we could do that from this here. And I might know, in my mind, you know what? I want one of these to be a really extreme close up. And so I'm going to do this extreme close up, but I'm going to shoot it with this extra room because I might need to straighten it. And if I need to straighten it at an extreme angle, then we're going to lose some of that room. So, I always know that I'm giving myself a little bit of extra room for post, for the editing process. And oops, didn't want to do that anyway. Lightroom's like, oh, it's perfect. It doesn't need to be straightened. Right. That's what it said, right? So, but the colors and that process, I think a lot of people understand that, okay, the final image is going to be edited and is going to look a little different. But the composition, I think a lot of people, they understand cropping. But in my experience, when I'm working with people that I have not worked with before or don't work with as much, different clients, then sometimes they don't see that. Like this here, like I'm going to crop a lot of that out because I want to do some that are just a little bit closer so they're not all the same. So we have that, and we have this. So that's just something to be aware of and something to let them know. And if somebody says that, I'll be like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. I purposely shoot with a little bit of extra room. I purposely do that a little bit further out than you might want. You might want this to be a lot closer. Maybe they're like, oh, I love that shot, but I want it to be a lot closer. So let's do it again. Like, well, we don't really need to. I will do that in post. If you love this shot, I can take this shot that you love and just crop it in a little bit more because the camera takes huge images, and I give myself a little bit of room to be able to straighten it, to be able to do whatever it is that I need to do in the editing phase. So again, maybe that's just me, just the experience that I've had with working with clients. And usually, I mean, it only takes once because they get it. I mean, people get it. People understand cropping. I think it's just the concept is a little of an abstract concept to shoot for something that you're not going to use the final composition. Because I think a lot of people are used to their phones where you're like, oh, this is the shot I'm going to get. And that's pretty much the shot you use. Maybe you add some filters to it. Maybe you do a little bit, but generally speaking, a lot of people that shoot pictures on their phone, they don't do a lot of editing to them usually. And so they're, the concept of purposely shooting a little further away to get some of that room for composition, cropping, and straightening and things can be abstract at first, but that's where you're just like, okay, no, that's fine, that's perfect. Just, I love that you love the shot. I will get you in post when we edit. We'll get that done exactly how you want. And another thing that's nice is if it's not exactly how they want, if you shoot with that little bit of extra room, you can change it. You can change it and be like, you know what? Actually, I want this shot to be, I don't want it to be portrait. I want it to be landscape. Okay. Well, you know what? This actually works decently in landscape as well. Because we have the smoke here and everything too. So those are the kind of things where just shoot with your vision on knowing whether or not you're going to be moving them or cropping them or straightening them. So for, natural shots like this, usually going to need some. And you can see even between these two, as this does, how the light is changing with the golden hour shots between these. Go. Which, to continue on that, because I just had another thought, that idea, that concept of having a little bit more room to do a crop in the final composition is another reason why the workflow that I have is to edit the raw and go through the full size image and then do all this cropping at the very end. I've known some photographers who do figure out the crop first and figure out the frame that they want. And then use that to determine how they're going to edit the image, which if that works for them, that's great. I prefer to do the full size image and edit that, as we've seen throughout this video. so that if I do need to change that crop later on, if this one might be a great example, if on this next image here, once this loads, so this one is landscape. If I want it to be portrait, I can do both because it works either portrait or landscape or portrait because the entire image has been edited that way. And in this one, I'm actually going to do a landscape. So that's one big reason why I shoot that way, why I edit that way. And those are things that I've just, picked up over the years. A little bit, I like being able to see a little bit there, but she's kind of fading off into the darkness there. I'm getting into the very extreme silhouette shots here. Center it along here. So you can see she's looking into the sunsets. And we just have a couple more. Actually, I'm going to change this. So because we have these that are shot as portrait and this one is shot as landscape, I'm going to crop this as landscape as well. And then these can be portrait. And this one needs to be straightened quite a bit. There we go. Have that line along there, along between her eyes. And then the last one that's going to require some straightening again. There we go. Center her in there. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see our PSB files. So we have a few of these too. So let's crop these. So 5, and we had 82 or 83 TIFF files. I think I was just there and I already forgot. I wasn't looking at it. Pretty sure 88 is the number of final images that we have. This load, PSB files are larger. Might take a little bit longer to load. There we go. All right, so this is since she's looking off that way. That's a big reason I'm doing this as a landscape, to have her looking that way. And then this one, load. That one, it could actually work really well as a portrait too, if we were to crop just in there. And that's where you could do both. Nothing wrong with that. I'm probably not going to. I'm only going to do one crop per image, but nothing wrong with having options or variants of different ones. Have her centered. So, because yeah, these are shot as landscape, so I'm going to keep them as landscape. Let this load. Only a few more left to do, and then we're ready to export. Do we need to straighten this? Super subtle. Very small straight, but a little bit. A little bit more headroom. Same with this one. This might just need a super subtle little straighten. We'll find out here in a second. Hit R to switch to the crop. Go. So let's do our straighten first. And you'll notice, like I said before, oh, look at that. I didn't even really need to do anything because it was perfect. As I mentioned, I'm not using the trees, using the landscape. Even though the landscape, there's hills back there too. But, okay, in this one that we just edited, we added that sky, but we're not really going to see a lot of it, and that's fine. If we want to crop it later on, we'll have it. Okay, so I think we're ready to start exporting. So we'll just go ahead and export these first. Same folder as original. That's fine. And then we'll put this in our, we'll just do export folder into that. Rename, issue, the format, we're going to do a JPEG. I'm going to set the quality to be 95. That'll be large, resize, and we're going to do the long edge at 3240, I think. Let's look and see. So on Instagram, 1080 is the kind of the resolution. Oh, this is full screen. Let me cancel out of this so I can pull this over. There we go. So I can pull this over so we can actually see. So what I'm doing is 1080 times 3, 3240. So that way it'll be essentially 3 times, and then that'll give them room to do some cropping and whatever they need. And if they need it even smaller, if it's too large for them, I can always change that too. It's easier to make things smaller than it is to make them larger again. So I like to give clients a large one first. Keep the PPI. Okay. Let that export. Now let's head back to our library here and switch to our TIFF files. And then we're going to select all those, export those, export all those same settings, and we're ready to go. Yeah, exporting all of those. All right. So we're done with this project. I'm going to take a little quick break and then come back with the retrospective on this project and wrap it up. In this video, we'll do a quick retrospective so we can continually improve. So let's start with what went well in this project. I think the subtle sky replacements to add a little bit of texture really helped add that little extra detail to a lot of the shots. But I think overall, these were some of my favorite golden hour shots that I've taken in quite some time. I also really liked the AI features in Lightroom that let us select the subject and mask that automatically. That was really cool. I do like that. So what's something that didn't go well? Well, we had some rough things to troubleshoot, especially at the beginning with Photoshop taking literally hours to save a single file. We were able to work through that by getting rid of a lot of the layers, but obviously that part didn't go well. And from behind the scenes, it made it a challenge to even record this tutorial too, because of the amount of time that it took to basically wait for it to be saved. While I paused the video, I wait for it to save for hours as we were trying to troubleshoot some of that and wait for basically just sit there and let it go. So what can we do better next time? Well, I think we did solve some of the problems. Keeping the layer count down can save the file size and help us there. Doing things like merging the sky replacement group in Photoshop, things like that can help as well. But as I mentioned towards the end of the project, I think next time, when we're using Lightroom again, try to speed it up even more. I'm going to try to work locally off the MacBook's hard drive because there's SSD in here to save a little bit more time and try to eliminate the network that I'm using and see if that helps speed things up. Okay, now it's your turn. What did you learn from this project? Let me know in the comments. Until then,